Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of this groundbreaking AI and Web3 festivals, where speakers have flown in from all over the world to share their wisdom and their expertise. We hope that you've had a great time so far, and if you haven't, I'm sure there's an AI working on fixing that. Yesterday was filled with inspiration from thought leaders sharing the future of technology, how it's shaping industries, economies, and even our daily lives. Today, we're going to dive deeper into this new era where ideas become reality and the impossible is made possible. Let's make today a day of powerful insights, bold discussions, and lasting connections that will continue to drive the future forward. Now, please help me welcome our opening speaker, CEO of the DIFC, Mr. Arif Amiri.
So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to another exciting day at the inaugural event of the Dubai AI and Web3 Festival. Now, yesterday's insightful discussions have revealed how AI can have a profound impact on every industry and every economy, with efficiency and accuracy at its core. During this festival, we have been joined by more than 6,000 people from all over the world who have the brightest minds and who are focused on unleashing the power of AI. Now, to do so, and together we can definitely increase and unleash the power of AI, and however to do this, we need to invest time, we need to commit to solving complex challenges, we need to recognize the need to be more efficient, and we need to address the human errors that we make in our day-to-day decision making. So our commitments and yours will allow us to advance AI adoption. Building on the success of our journey at the DIFC is so committed to providing you with the best AI platform and the right access to the right partners. So at the DIFC, the culture of innovation serves as the foundation for propelling the region's largest and biggest ecosystem for business, finance, and emerging technologies. 20 years ago, a future-focused DIFC emerged as a pillar to support the Dubai economic diversification efforts, armed with world-class regulations and best practices. In 2017, we've launched a FinTech Hive to empower technology businesses to transform the financial industry. In 2021, the DIFC has launched the Innovation Hub, which was launched to drive innovations supported by education, accelerator programs, mentoring, licensing, regulations, access to funding, and of course, venture building. This year, we have launched the Dubai AI Campus, the largest dedicated cluster of AI and advanced tech, to accelerate growth across all industries. Now, as announced yesterday, Dubai AI Campus has already attracted over 120 firms, beating our first-year target of 75 companies. But by the year 2028, we aim to attract over 500 companies and create over 3,000 jobs, and also expand the AI campus to over 100,000 square foot and attract over 300 million worth of investment into the specific sector. The Dubai AI campus will introduce several initiatives to ensure we do achieve our goals. And now today, I'm also delighted to announce 2 initiatives that will stimulate the success. Following, of course, the success of the DIFC FinTech and Innovation License, which has helped attract over 1,000 companies and businesses to operate from the center, we are announcing the immediate launch of the first of its kind AI license. This license will be highly subsidized, which will allow us to attract many companies of AI from all over the world and talent from all over the world into Dubai and therefore the region. I'm also thrilled to announce the launch of AI as a service concept, which means we'll develop a lab that helps companies assess their readiness for AI, identify opportunities, and make recommendations, develop strategies, and of course, help implement the findings. So now in closing, these initiatives from the IFC and the Dubai AI campus are ensuring industries are investing in advanced technologies like AI to support robust economic growth. The recently launched Dubai Universal Blueprint for Artificial Intelligence strategy will help us jumpstart the adoption of AI in a big way. You and I, industries and nations who are embracing AI have the most to gain. Your commitment will enable digital economies and collectively shape the global AI landscape. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Arifa Miri. Next up, we have a discussion about shaping the future with diversity and inclusion. Our speakers, Caroline Yap, Global Managing Director, AI Business and Applied Engineering at Google Cloud, Reda Nidhaku, CEO Venture One, and Jane Witherspoon, our Middle East Euro AE commentator. Please welcome our guests.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic to be back here on the stage for day 2 of this fantastic event. And I'm very proud to introduce our first panel. We have Caroline Yap and Reda Nidaku, and I'm going to let each of them say a few words about themselves and their roles. So over to you, Caroline, first.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me. My name is Caroline Yap. I'm Malaysian, so I'm Malay, Chinese, Indian, and Portuguese. That's why I love AI conferences, because good luck AI trying to figure out what I might like and what I might want to eat next. So my role at Google is to work across all of the different product areas in research, AI, and bringing a lot of the AI advancements at Google from YouTube, ads, search, and DeepMind into enterprise solutions on the Google Cloud side. And so with me here today, we have Ziad, and who's our country manager for the UAE. Wave Ziad, everyone, if you want to talk to him later, please do. And so thank you for having me, and I'm really excited about this panel.
Thank you, Reda.
Good morning, everyone. Reda, I'm leading Venture One, which is a venture builder out of Abu Dhabi. We are linked to the Technology Innovation Institute, which is an advanced tech research institute building technologies from within Abu Dhabi. And our role as Venture One is actually to take these technologies to the market and to bring them to the hands of end users. We have a specific focus in the last 2 years into AI, where we have built a UAE-made large language model that is actually at par with the large language models globally, and we are very proud of that. We'll discuss about it later. But basically, what we focus on is advanced tech in Venture One, bringing it to end users in the UAE and globally, and making Abu Dhabi a hub of advanced tech. Very glad to be here and always amazed to see the amazing organization of Dubai events. Always a pleasure to come here and speak and meet people.
Thank you, Reda. So, as we can see from the stage, we are going to be talking about shaping the future with diversity and inclusion. And with that, I want to start off, Caroline. You know, when it comes to diversity and inclusion, where do we stand at the moment?
I think everybody gets really excited about the technologies, right? And everybody's so focused on having the largest models that are possible, multimodal models, you know, those things are really, really important. But if we were to look at it, as a member of the Global South, we know that most of the models that are being used today have been developed by the Global North. Now, they're great. They do what they're supposed to do when asked very specific questions. But if we start to ask them very cultural types of conversations around things that might be different in the Global South, how different tribes behave, what is important to them, it may not always have the correct answers. And so I think we actually need more diversity inclusion and then actually taking it and being very, very prescriptive about how we collect these data sets, from which communities we collect these data sets, so that when we try to use these models, they actually know the right responses to give us at the right time. And that's part of actually why I'm really excited with all the work that's also been done by Falcon for those models is in the Arab world, there's already so many subtleties between different countries. It's easy for people to just assume that, oh, everything is just one place. And so how do we actually infuse more of those nuances into these models?
Reda, what's been your experience of that? You know, being based here, I mean, Caroline's traveling the world talking about this, but for you, you know, you're based here in the UAE.
Well, I think in TII and Venture One, we are quite lucky because we're based in the UAE, and the UAE is by design a diverse ecosystem that puts together people from all over the world living and working together. Now, to make the connection with what we do in ATRC, in the last 4 years, we've attracted more than 1,200 researchers and engineers from 80 nationalities into Abu Dhabi to work in advanced tech topics. What this does is it allows us to create technologies with people who come from different backgrounds and bring in different perspectives to the picture. This gives us a huge powerhouse. Now, when it comes to the model, I fully agree with Caroline. I think one of the key aspects that we focused on recently in the last 2 years is we wanted to make sure that the world has access to AI. I think AI is so powerful today that it's dangerous if there are parts of the world that don't have access to AI. And this is what drove actually the decision to make Falcon open source. Falcon today is one of the top performing large language models. The UAE has invested in that model and made it open source because we believe that AI can make people successful, but it can also discriminate people at different levels. Individuals, corporates, countries, governments who don't have access to AI may actually fall behind. So putting Falcon out there, putting a lot of emphasis in bringing people together from all over the world to contribute to it, and even going actually beyond that. What we've done last year is we've launched the Falcon Foundation, where we have put Falcon and we have invited organizations from all over the world to join the foundation and to contribute. Now, to Caroline's point, contributing means two things. One is data. If data comes only from one part of the world, then the model by design is biased. The second thing is talent. Having a diversity into the talent that builds this model makes the model actually less biased. I wouldn't say not biased, but less biased.
Can we remove the bias, Caroline?
You won't be able to remove 100% of the bias, and so the more mindful you are, we like to say at Google being bold or responsible, and so the responsible AI piece is exactly that. And so the more you actually encourage and create frameworks that allows the collection and allows people from all different communities to participate in that kind of collection in an opt-in kind of way, really starts to make the models more strong. The other thing too is, at Google, because we also have such a huge consumer business, we make it a point to build as diverse and as inclusive of the models as possible, but at the same time going out, we're very prescriptive about which countries we go to collect all of this stuff, and also the sort of partnerships that we build, like for example with Falcon and the open source models, to force that. And so you might actually find that if you're trying to design world solutions, you need multiple models to design world solutions. It's not just one model for everything. You might actually have to choose very specific models for very specific outcomes. So smaller models, not just all the big ones.
So the models are there in Blueprint. You know, in terms of the role of tech and AI in driving and promoting diversity and inclusion, you know, what responsibility does it have and should it have?
The models themselves or the people who are helping to build the models?
Both.
I think it's more on the responsibility of the people who are building these technologies and making it accessible. I really like what I was saying, you know, they make it a point to go out, open source it, drive a lot of that community engagement. And I think we need more business leaders who are in this space when you're trying to decide if AI or generative AI should be replacing certain functions or should be augmenting certain functions, to actually include all of the people part of that value chain so that they're not just being told that AI is going to do the work, but they can shape how AI helps them do the work. AI is going to replace certain tasks that we do every day. You know, I certainly I write a lot of notes. I still prefer to write, but I am now uploading the images of my notes into an AI system, and it's summarizing it for me in text so that I can then have other people collaborate and not just give my notebook to someone. So as we start to use a lot of these tools, we have to be equipped with the right critical thinking and decision skills to say, this is something I want the AI to do, this is something I don't want the AI to do, and it needs to be across all the different, you know, personas and roles, and whether it's a business value chain or a community chain, how do we think about people as it relates to the technology?
Reda, how would you say that we can stimulate innovation with AI?
Well, I think AI plays and will continue to play a key role when it comes to stimulating innovation in organizations. I would start with data access. I think one key component that AI brings to the table is to be able to interact with vast amount of data in an interactive and proactive and conversational way. I think this ability to drive insights, trends, patterns from data is the first step. The second one is the one that Caroline has mentioned, which is automating certain tasks, repetitive tasks, time-consuming tasks, so that our talent focuses on value-adding activities. Our talent needs to focus on brainstorming in ideas, making solutions, and so on. And last but not least, AI is playing today a co-pilot role throughout the innovation journey, from idea generation to testing hypotheses, all the way to simulating outcomes and so on and so forth. But what this does, actually, it empowers employees who use AI, but it can also widen the divide between the employee who uses AI and the employee who does not use AI. Caroline mentioned that it will replace tasks. There are a lot of questions around about if it will replace people or not. What I believe is it will actually make people who don't use AI redundant. It will not replace people, because we as individuals within our organization need to find the right balance between using AI and actually reshaping our roles in the organizations.
Yeah, it's definitely for task replacement versus the human replacement.
So I'm not going to be replaced just yet by an AI presenter.
If you use AI, yeah.
If you I like that, Reda.
Caroline, can I bring this back to Google Cloud? You know, what is key to adapting working spaces to be inclusive, and how are you guys doing that?
Well, this is more of a broader Google kind of concept, not just on the Google Cloud side. And so some of you might have seen or heard about the building that Google built. So one of the new designs and architecture we did in our headquarters in Mountain View, California, We designed a building from scratch, meaning our sustainability teams and our design teams went out and looked for all of the different materials, from green materials to reusing construction materials to even helping a startup we discovered who were making solar panels, but they looked like dragon scales. They don't reflect as much of the sun, and so we actually went to this company, and they were just starting out. They had this product and this solution that we knew would work for us. And instead of funding them directly, we became the first big customer, which then allowed them to go and get funding to build the business. But we go down to that level of responsibility on our side to think about inclusive workspaces, green workspaces, and the way we designed these buildings. Bayview is actually one of the names if you want to go on YouTube to search for it. From every single desk of every employee there, you can see the outside and you can see greenery, right? But that kind of inclusive thinking for a person's well-being really was at the forefront. I don't think it's any different if we try to design systems, like you said, workspaces. As employees, we all use different systems. It doesn't change the way we even think about, okay, if you're sitting there, you get the free food and the free drinks that a lot of people like to talk about, and you get to see the outside, you're in a green space, the air quality is good. Are the tools that you're using for your everyday job also giving you that same feeling, right? People care about AI because of how it makes them feel. So are you designing the right thing so that it's inclusive from, if you have a certain disability, or I like to say a super ability, you might need to use things differently. If you are neurodivergent, you might need different monitors or screens or lighting. So how can you use AI to also help improve the design of such spaces for such a wide swath of people? It's actually there. A lot of construction companies are now actually starting to use these AI tools, predictive AI, and generative AI tools. Not everything is just generative AI. They're using this and they're combining them to deliver that new experience.
Reda, how are you guys embracing it?
Yeah, I'd like to add to what Caroline has focused on, which is the physical space. I think there is the second aspect, which is the sense of belonging. And I think for people to thrive in an organization, they need to feel that sense of belonging, that security, and that feeling that they have equal opportunities to grow within that organization. That I would focus on two things. The first thing we do is around bringing and building a diverse organization. Yep. By definition, as humans, we tend to prefer to deal with people who look like us, who think like us. I myself started in strategy consulting my career. I spent some years there, and when I joined the corporate world, in the first few years, I tended to prefer to hire strategy consultants because I just felt that they are structured and they present things in the right way and so on. Few years later, I actually had the opportunity to deal and collaborate with completely different set of profiles, designers, engineers, and so on. And guess what? I realized that it is way more impactful to collaborate with people who are different than actually people who have exactly the same background, the same structure, the same ways of thinking, and so on and so forth. In TII, having built this ecosystem that includes more than 80 nationalities, makes it by design an inclusive environment. Whoever joins finds people who are diverse and can collaborate with people who are different and can't feel like a minority. This is one area of doing things, attracting people from different backgrounds and so on and so forth. The second one, which I feel is critical and not being tackled by all the organizations in the right way, is objective performance management. Actually building the right performance management scheme that is objective-based and building a performance-based culture where everyone feels that if he performs, he will grow in the organization is very important. And I think AI today can play a role, a key role in both aspects, in hiring, to make it more transparent, more fair, and so on and so forth, but also in actually driving the right performance management behaviors.
We talked about, the idea that the technology will replace people, and we do have a lot of conventional thinking still around the world. How do we go about convincing people that this is the future and this is the right future and right path to take?
I don't know if it's necessarily a thing about convincing, and so I'm gonna do an experiment. How many of you in the audience, show of hands, are using Google AI today? Right? How many of you are using Google AI today? So not very many. So now here's my qualification question. How many of you are using Google Maps today? Gmail, search, anyone who is using search, or, Google search, YouTube, or even Google Maps, you have been using Google AI. But you see, the reason why I did that is to show you that when AI just fades into the background, you don't even realize you're using AI, right? And so the new generation, as we start as leaders, parents, and as we start to build a lot of these solutions and we're putting it out there, the younger generation of now, my daughter's 17, she's going to be graduating high school, it's normal for her to be able to use these systems, right? So it's normal for her, she's using it in her learning and everything else. It's more what we're teaching them as far as the critical thinking, knowing when to question if the AI-generated result is the right one, knowing how to verify attribution and sources to say, oh, that's from a good source, that's reliable, that's from Reddit, not knocking anyone who's a big Reddit fan, might not be as good because the sources aren't there. So I think we need to teach people more about those critical thinking skills so that they can decipher. And I want to add that it's also then thinking about, okay, should I use AI to do this specific thing or not? And so we need more people, to Reda's point, to have also the humanity skills, not just the technical skills. Because otherwise we have a lot of people who can build these things, but not a lot of people who know how to design it to be applicable to the communities who actually need to use it.
You're nodding in agreement, I think, to most of what Caroline said there.
I fully agree with what Caroline said. I would add to it that I agree we shouldn't get to the point where we need to convince people to use AI. I think by design, everyone will actually notice that whoever uses AI performs better, is faster, delivers higher quality work, and so on and so forth. What I would like to add is I think there is a critical aspect to be tackled, which is education and training. I think AI can play a key role into reshaping education and training, making it more accessible and more tailored to everyone's need. Today, education is generalist. Like, we are all taught the same way, whereas we have different needs, different preferences, and so on and so forth. I think embedding AI into the education system and leveraging AI for people to get better educated, well-trained, but also embedding AI tools in their education. I need to learn how to use AI and how to use AI tools as part of my education, so that when I hit the ground in the professional workspace, I'm already hitting the ground running. I already know how to use these tools. They're part of my fabric, and I don't have to upskill and reskill myself then.
But surely that's an ongoing process as well, that education. As the technology develops, this is something that's not going to stop. No, and if anything, to Reda's point, at Google, we actually announced something called Learn LM. It's available for anyone who wants to go and use it. It's not just a Google Cloud thing, it's actually a Google thing. And what we found with our research from our tech and society team, AI can become an assistive tool, especially for people with the different learning abilities and disabilities. And with using AI, an educator can actually start to much easily create customized learning plans for students they couldn't before. So a teacher who's using tools like LearnLM can give you that individualized planning that
he or she might not have been able to do before. And so I encourage anyone to actually go and look at it. If you are an educator in this space or a professor, go and look at these tools, because it's a lot easier now than, you're not having to rewrite the curriculum for someone who has a different learning style. You can take that same curriculum but tailor it to the individual's way of learning. And that's key as we reskill and upskill for the rest of our lives in our workspace as well. It's not just about young people learning, it's also for all of us as we try to embrace this new industrial revolution.
Are there tools and measures that need to be adopted to ensure the transparency when it comes to that diversity and inclusion? And what are they?
There are frameworks out there, especially by we at Google, we've published quite a few things around AI safety. So you can use these frameworks to test responsibility. How are you including it for the people? Are you mitigating bias? What are all of the steps? In 2018, we published our AI principles, and I encourage everyone to go and look at those. We're not saying that those should be your AI principles. We're just giving you an example of how we've used them. And we use this for the way we develop all of our AI products and solutions at Google across the board. We test every piece of that through the AI principles. But there's quite a few out there. The World Economic Forum has also released one. The EU AI Act has them. And there's so much more. And I know you guys have your own too as part of building Falcon that, we're good to talk about. But use these frameworks as you're designing what and how AI is used in your organizations. And there's 3 buckets I think everyone should consider. How are you using for AI for growth? How are you using AI for efficiencies? And then how are you using AI for the future? And I know I start with growth first, because growth is something a lot of people tend to say, oh, I need to solve efficiencies first and then I'll figure out how to do growth. With AI and generative AI now, it's gone the other way. If you know the future you're designing for, you will always find efficiencies in that new future that you're designing. But if you only start with efficiencies, you're looking for productivity gains for a process that maybe shouldn't have been there in the first place. And so by doing that with the growth aspect, you start to build a responsible framework, because you're going towards the future.
So moving on from those efficiencies, Reda, and this is something we've talked about this for years now, with the advancing technology, how are we going to keep up with it?
Well, I think we need to embrace it. I think it's not about keeping up with the technology as much as we need to drive it for the good. This is something as well where we are working a lot within the Technology Innovation Institute and AI71, which is one of the spin-outs through Venture One, which is taking now these technologies. And I liked something that Caroline said before. There is always this race of the most performing model and so on and so forth. But this is an endless race. I think what matters today is to take these baseline models and make impactful applications out of them. And this is where we will start touching the impact of AI in healthcare, in education, in justice, making justice more accessible, making healthcare more accessible, being able to treat more patients per day, being able to actually provide a tailored, customized, more accessible education. I think this is what we need to focus on. It's really to translate now this technology performance into impactful metrics that we all track and we all see. And I'm a believer of learning by doing. So when we will see the results of an AI application in a hospital, this is where we'll start actually believing in it, and we will be all excited about the next iteration of that product, as opposite to keeping on with the race of this model is 92% more performing than whatever. I think that race is there. We need to focus on applications and impact.
In terms of diversity and inclusion, where do you think we are going to be in 5 years from now, Caroline? I know we don't have a crystal ball, but what are your predictions?
I'm very hopeful that every leader in this room is going to be leading that charge. And so hopefully we will be in a much better place than we are today. So all of you, including myself, we're all leaders here, and it's our responsibility in this AI age to make sure that we encourage this and create spaces, to Reda's point, right, using the AI to have more transparency, better way of recruiting, pulling in people from different views, different perspectives, different parts of the world to do that. And also, I agree, we need to figure out how to, a little bit of this deleting the divide, so that we can get more of those voices who are typically underrepresented because of a technology gap to be part of the processes. So I am an optimist. I actually believe that in the next sort of 10 years, we should start to see more of these voices, but I really hope that we can do it together.
Reda, final words from you on that.
I'm aligned to Caroline's statement. I would like to add that from a transparency perspective, I think it's critical to dig into the next level of metrics. I think today a lot of organizations provide visibility into their overall percentage of women, percentage of nationalities, and so on and so forth. I think it is critical to dig within the organizations and actually track and monitor metrics at teams levels, at department levels, at geographies levels. Because in reality, there are organizations that meet the metrics at the company level, but when you dig into certain teams, departments, this is where certain discrepancies. And I think with AI and digitization, this will be more and more easy, and setting objectives at the lowest level of the organizations is actually where we need to head to.
Future's looking very exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our fabulous first panel today. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers for that insightful and powerful message. Next up, give me one moment. We're speaking about governance and data quality in the age of generative AI. Our speakers, Sachin Dev-Dugal, founder and chief wizard at Builder AI, Rodrigo Leong, co-founder and CEO of Samba Nova Systems, Dr. Ala Moussaoui, chief data scientist from the New York City Council, Anusha Dandapani, chief data and AI officer, United Nations International Computing Center in the US, and our moderator, Laura Buckwell. Please welcome our guests to the stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome, yes, to our next topic, ladies and gentlemen. And as we know, data is the new currency, data is the new oil right now. But, of course, we are having to deal with unprecedented amounts of information. And it's all about data quality. So it's time now to explore why governance and clean and accurate data is essential in the age of generative AI. And who better to explain it all for us than our esteemed panel? Thank you so much for joining us. What an incredible lineup. Thank you. Right, Anusha, I wanted to dive straight in with you first and foremost, if I may. Now, tell us a little bit about what you are doing over at the United Nations International Computing Center, and what role do data governance policies play in safeguarding data quality, especially when it comes to the public?
Sure. Thank you, Laura, and thank you for the invitation. So United Nations International Computing Center, we are a cross-digital entity within the UN system. Our role is to establish digital foundations, not only for our entities within the UN, but also to support our member states. The role that we play in order for us to make sure that the data governance and the ethical AI framework is something that we do consider and we do establish within the organization is, hey, any AI engagement needs to start with a robust data governance. What we mean by that is that to make sure that the data quality of the data sets that we use in training the AI models and ensuring that the biases and also making sure that we uphold security as our first sort of principle in adopting and deploying AI models. So because having clear policies for your data management and also making sure that you're performing regular audits is very, very important when it comes to public sector and when it comes to AI governance itself. For example, for instance, what we do as UNICC, and one of the engagements that we have sort of built out an AI model, is the overarching principle is the emphasizing on transparency and accountability. Yeah, those are the main principles that we do consider in our data governance. By incorporating human in the loop, who has the ability to override the AI workflow mechanisms is something that we particularly care about and baking in deploying these AI models. What I mean by that is, for instance, with one of the UN partner agency, we clearly implemented this thumbs up and a thumbs down policy wherein the human gets to override the AI workflow to determine whether the output of the algorithm does validate the reasoning of it, yes or no. So this kind of also helped us build in or bake in a feedback mechanism for us to see whether the algorithms that we are deploying are serving the purpose of why they are sort of created in the first place. So like prioritizing the human input is the first principle that we follow in AI governance, and I think it has helped us effectively to not only improve the feedback, but I think it has helped us also with the traceability aspect of it.
I mean, as we said a few times, you've got to make sure that this type of technology always acts as a co-pilot and that people are in charge, as we mentioned before. Very quickly, I just wanted to quickly jump to Rodrigo very quickly on this, because Sambanova very much deploys state-of-the-art AI capabilities to customers to meet the demands of an AI-enabled world. So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing when it comes to governance and quality data then, and how organizations should balance the demands of data sovereignty with this global nature of a digital world.
So Sambanova, what we do is we're a full stack company. We build our chips, systems, and then software, and we deliver pre-trained models to organizations. And so what that does is we take 90% of the effort that would take you to actually build your own models, and we deliver it as a single package. And so that's where we start. Now, as you see, when it comes to model and model accuracy, bigger is better, right? A 70 billion parameter model is bigger than the 8. A 405 billion parameter model much better than the 70. And so we're very focused on driving accuracy to the results. There's no point in being fast if you're wrong all the time. And so we want to be very accurate in the model. But one of the things that people are now starting to go into production is to think about, how do I take my data and train it into these models? Because the relevance of your business, your relevance of your use case, significantly attached to the data you have. And so we've already pre-trained the models. 95% of the data that is required to train a model accurately is done through our partners, through the open source community, through other places. But we bring the platform to bring then your data into it to create your own custom model. As soon as you do that, as soon as that data, your private data, is turned into that model, the next question is governance. Who got to see it? Who got to own it? Who got to keep the model? And so one of the things that we are very focused at SalmonOva is, as soon as the data is trained, your private data is trained into the model, the ownership belongs to the client. The ownership of that model that started from SalmonOva belongs to the client, because you want to keep it, you want to own it, you don't want to know where it went, you want to be able to trace it, you want to delete it if you don't want it to be out there. And so a lot of it is just that life cycle of where the data went once it got trained into the model. And we're very focused on making sure that you have full control, whether that's an enterprise level or a national level. Those are really important things, because your data becomes the key to unlocking the value to your AI use case.
Very interesting indeed. Dr. Alla, I just wanted to quickly talk now. That leads us very nicely on, actually, to large language models and what's happening in that respect. As I was reading some statistics here, that 63% of CEOs say that their companies aren't using their data effectively, which is where LLMs come in quite nicely, I believe. So how can companies bring order to this type of chaos? And tell us a little bit about how NYC as well is using this type of model as well in everyday lives.
Yeah, thank you for that great question. So in terms of how NYC, I'll try to split this into two answers. How is NYC using this? I am the chief data scientist for the New York City Council, so I'm not associated with this chatbot that I'm going to share with you guys. But earlier this year, the administration under Eric Adams released a chatbot to try to help New Yorkers navigate the bureaucratic maze that New York City government processes are, without having to spend hours waiting for a response from somebody working, in a certain office in the government who can address that question. And how did that go? It went pretty bad. And why did it go pretty bad? Because there was poor data governance. And I think, there's many ways to address it. As Anusha said, have some way for humans to be able to influence what comes out of the model. But I just want to give you guys a few examples of what this model was saying. So this chatbot falsely suggested that it's legal for an employer to fire a worker who complains about sexual harassment, or fire a worker who doesn't disclose a pregnancy, or refuses to cut their dreadlocks. When it was asked if a restaurant could serve cheese nibbled on by a rodent, it responded, yes, you can still serve the cheese to customers if it has rat bites, before finally adding that it was important to assess the extent of the damage caused by the rat. And so you get the idea. This is very similar to the hallucinations that happen. This is not any reasonable, logical thinking on the part of the AI. And if you want to perform proper data governance, you're going to have some human input there at some point. And the second question, which I guess is about unstructured data. How do we deal with unstructured data? So I guess historically, the best way we've had to deal with unstructured data is indexing. It has nothing to do with AI. You index kind of like you do with a book, and then people can search through files. Usually when we're saying unstructured data, we're talking about files of data, text, and this is a great mechanism, but it has some downfalls. Some of the downfalls are when you have the answer to a certain question or the information that you're looking for spread over different files, very difficult to address. And that's really the power of RAG models. RAG models are essentially an extension of indexing, a generative AI machine learning extension to indexing, and it solved this problem where you have your solution dispersed over multiple documents, because the AI could then, synthesize the answer, bringing together everything you have in one place. And I think that's very beautiful.
Agreed. So, Sachin, back over to you. Or first of all, over to you. I beg your pardon. As we've heard, there's been a huge jump in LLMs of late. So, where would you say we are exactly on this evolution, and with generative AI in the loop as well?
I think it's a solid question, and maybe sort of just touch on sort of what data is. Data is not a commodity. Data is oxygen. And I think it's a really important change in how you value it. So what does that mean? A, it's ubiquitous. B, we all use it. We don't produce it, but we use it, and we need it. And in this case, we also produce it. And I think the third thing is it's unifying. Oxygen is the same oxygen everywhere. And I think that's really important when you then think about where we are in the state of play. We're really early. So the best example, and I think we touched on this in the plenary yesterday, is you remember when AOL launched the disk? And we all said, oh my God, the internet is here. But actually the internet had been here for 40 years before. We're in that moment in November 22 when ChatGPT was launched. We're like, oh my God, transformers are here, large language models are here, AI is here. Actually, computational conversation's been here since the 1930s. LLMs have been here for a decade. And they're still, at best, as we've just seen in the example, behave like an intern. And I think what that also shows you is we're really early. And what do I mean by really early? We keep using the words, it thinks. It doesn't think. We keep saying it's got cognitive abilities. Doesn't have cognitive abilities. And the reason is cognition and intelligence in itself is multifaceted, right? So a part of intelligence is your memory. You remember swimming as a child? You're not generating that memory. It happened. It was real. And your memory and your memories come together to create inference. The example I gave yesterday was, please complete my sentence. What do you think I'm going to say, right? Could have been thousands of words. Still not generating. And the reason I bring this up is we're getting so excited about an ability for something to basically be a glorified parrot. It just sounds like a human. It has no intelligence. What it's got, and which is why the bigger and bigger models do so well, is it's approximating intelligence. Right? It is not being intelligent. So yes, typically, if you gave every bit of information on the planet to a model and said, this person, I've written these 6 words, now predict the next one, it's likely to get it right. But it's not thinking. It's just saying, well, I've seen these words before, and the pattern says this is the next word. So the big evolution is going to be, it's going to become multidisciplinary. Right? And I loved our conversation yesterday when we were sort of chatting backstage, because a part of what you're doing is you're taking these large models and then saying, well, I'm going to change it for Korean. And I'm going to allow it to cascade into a new set of data using what I've learned in the old one. And that bleeding of models and that making it multidisciplinary. So one of the things that we do at Builder is, and why Natasha doesn't go AWOL when she's talking, every now and then she has a sense of humor, RAI, but generally she doesn't, is we govern her context window using a knowledge graph. And we're basically saying, thou shalt not go out of this window for this conversation. And this is your parameter. Now go wild with the LLM to help you sound like a human, because it does really good to sound like a human. But we're going to do the thinking. Thank you very much.
What an amazing explanation. I mean, it's so different to how the average everyday person thinks about it. And we always think about this type of technology as absolute perfection. It has to be absolute perfection. And of course, as you mentioned, it's still an ongoing process. It's always going to be, the evolution of this type of technology, basically.
You know, a really good analogy is you were just saying that I just thought about is like, you remember those mime artists in Paris? Like they'll do the, right? And they could mime anything, but they weren't speaking. So what you've got is a really good miming technology that still can't talk.
Yeah, so interesting. Right, so let's move on to Rodrigo. I wanted to continue with LLMs as well. So what are some of the viable solutions when it comes to improving data security then when building LLM models then?
Yeah, so I think, like I said, I do think that most organizations in the world, you have accumulated all of this data. You've stored it, you protected it, you check it regularly to make sure it's still compliant. You frankly don't know what it says. You have tons of data that says, and you've accumulated over decades, and you don't know what it says. And so, one of the things that we talk to people about, yes, I completely agree that the models basically are predicting what words it should be saying, but it does it really, really well. It's not one word; it's 10,000 words.
Yeah,
right. It's 10,000 words in the context of something you're asking. For example, we show up with these base models, and within a few weeks, we'll take your private data, and then now I can say, tell me what were the best contracts that I wrote, and what were the risks that came along with those. I mean, it would take me dozens of people crawling through 100,000 contracts, doing some sort of analysis and trying to figure out where the exposures were and where some of the terms that actually were most beneficial to me. But once I fine-tune that into a model, I can get that answer in 3 seconds. I can get that answer in 3 seconds of these are self-conflicting terms, these expose us in this way, right? And so these are things that are incredibly powerful. And again, I agree with kind of what the panel is saying. If you don't take it as absolute, if we don't take the answer as, oh, blindly, let's close my eye, print it, send it, submit it, right? That's not how we're thinking about it, but we think of it as a guiding start. Look at these things, consider these things, and from there, you then evaluate it. So the human's gonna still be here. And this is why when people are, is AI gonna remove jobs? I think AI is actually gonna create jobs. It's gonna make everybody more productive, and it's actually gonna allow us to actually take the human intuition, the human judgment, to apply it against a very productive tool that can generate the context. But in the end, somebody's gotta come back and say, does this all make sense? And maybe 90% makes sense. But there's still 10% that we got to go and judge as this is what we really want to do. Does it apply? But that 90% has already saved us tremendous amount of time and effort.
Yeah, because apparently it's not AI isn't going to take your job. It's the person that can master AI that's going to take your job. It was quite an interesting quote I heard the other day, actually, as well.
Also, I think just as 2 cents worth, but I think it's also, what is the question you're asking? If you're asking a backward-looking question, what happened in history and XYZ, it's pretty good. If you're asking a forward-looking question, you're actually going against the core thesis of the past is not an indicator of the future. This thing only has the past. So you can't ask it a forward-looking opinion of the future, because if it could do it, we should be able to do it. But actually, we know that the past never correlates with the future.
But it's like, as a journalist, you can't just go on Wikipedia and state that as fact. I've got to go out and speak to people and get the right information to make it a fact. So, yeah, it's interesting how the dynamic.
Right.
Sort of. Right, let's move on back to Anusha. In the context of innovation, how do we strike a balance then between leveraging Gen AI and maintaining stringent data quality controls then?
Yeah, I think when it comes to leveraging Gen AI, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Yeah, when it comes to using AI models to solve any of these problems that we are looking at, we follow this approach of making sure that we have a stakeholder engagement and a transparency baked in. What I mean by that is, we first understand the problem statement or the hypothesis that we are looking at for solving, and making sure that we are designing this problem statement with our stakeholders engaged. That kind of gives us the transparency and the accountability, and also setting the expectations right. See, end of the day, all these models can kind of promise. They have the promise of over-delivering, but when it comes to reality, especially in public sector, you got to keep your expectations of what you can get out of these AI models in check, yeah? So for example, when we are building out, for instance, a solution that has multi-stakeholders involved, so we make sure that, like, you know, from day zero, from designing these models and also before even sort of architecting these models, we make sure that we understand the risks, we understand the expectation of what is the accuracy that we will operate with, and what is the baseline that we are sort of coming to in terms with. So sort of a consensus-driven approach, because we are the UN, we make sure that we drive consensus-based approach with our stakeholders, but that doesn't mean that the understanding of the solution needs to come from only from the data scientists at the table. The stakeholders need to also sort of be brought in from day zero and giving them the sort of the wand to decide what is the risk and what is the accuracy level that we are comfortable with, gives us a big sort of a leverage because iteratively we can confirm the solutions that we are deploying in productions meets the data quality needs that they want. They completely understand that if it is a garbage data, we are going to get garbage data out. So this kind of transparency helps us from day zero in implementing solutions at scale, especially in a public sector context.
So, Dr. Alla, you know, the success of data-driven applications really does depend on input data quality, of course. So what about generative AI for efficient data use and access then? And yeah, why is data quality so important?
Yeah, I think kind of echoing what Sachin was saying, it's just mimicking the data, hence why it's so important. And as Anusha said, garbage in, garbage out. There's really no way around that. And so you have to have good data, and that's just a fundamental requirement. But I think one of the beauties of Gen AI is that even though it doesn't think, it has no cognitive abilities, again, as Sachin said, it's just not what it's trained for. It's just trained to mimic. It develops an ability to mimic very well and can almost fill in the gaps. So when you have missing data, usually you think of missing data in tabular data, not in the unstructured or text data, but you may have missing data in text data, and you often do. And it can sort of perform this quasi-reasoning that infers, and I think infers too strong of a word to be used because it's not thinking, but it kind of bridges the gaps. It's figured out based on the training data how to bridge the gaps and answer the question that needs to be answered. And that's pretty awesome, especially for something that can't even think.
So Sachin, back over to you. Can you give us maybe some an update on some of the best use cases for Gen AI, maybe future day Gen AI as well? And maybe, you know, some of the challenges, what have we got to be aware of when it comes to data quality? What are you most concerned about today?
So I'm going to say something really contrarian. I think with the current state of models, and especially with, you know, how Samba is deploying, and we're seeing more of this, the data quality issue is not such a big issue. And I'll give you an analogy. Imagine you have a swimming pool full of water, and now I drop a pen full of red ink. Does the whole pool become red? No. And so the point is, depending on what stage of the evolution and how you are building it, the input data can have a very small impact or a very large impact. I think that's one. I think the second is, what we have found is most data is not unique. So actually, when you reduce, imagine you have a call center for an insurance company, really good use case. People call up, I want to know about my policy. I hurt my leg. I need to go see the doctor. Can you give me a... So if you took the superset of every conversation that the insurance company had with its policyholders over a year, from the homework we did, and we just did this actually for an insurance company, 98% reduction in conversations, meaning only 2% is unique. And here everyone's thinking, I got 100 million of call center transcripts, I got 1 billion minutes of this. I'm like, it's irrelevant. What's really relevant is in 1 billion minutes, the 2 million minutes. And actually, the percentage continues to drop. So when you think about data quality, it only really matters for the 2 million. You kind of don't care about the rest of it. And I'll give you a third analogy, which is, when you're reading, and I learned this a year ago, you actually don't read every word. When we read, you can have certain letters and words hidden, and you will still read the whole page, because your mind is filling in the blanks. And we're starting to get to an evolution of the models that can fill in the blanks so effectively. We call it cleaning of the data using a large language model, that it can actually say, you know what, it was garbage, it's okay, but I'll make it really nice garbage to be able to use. And so when you then start to think about that use case, for me, it's really a 2-point index, right? So 1 point is I remove variability, human variability. And we sort of touched on this yesterday, which is, I'm not sure about you, I hate doing the same thing the whole day. So if someone asked me to do the same thing every minute the whole day, by the 20th time I do it, I'll start making mistakes because of boredom. The beauty is AI, large language or not, doesn't get bored. So it's very good at doing a repetitive task, which is why I think to the point of jobs, it will remove tasks, not jobs, which to your point earlier on means every human being becomes superhuman. And I think the second is, the variability is actually really important, because when you imagine someone starting a new job, so I remember when I was an intern at Deutsche Bank, the first 3 months, it was like drinking from the fire hose. Everything was new, and like your big, bushy eyes looking at everything. And it's really hard. Like by the time we call it ramped up, you're actually productive, whether you're a journalist or computer science. It's like 6 months to 9 months to a year. Well, now you could actually ramp up in a week, because it can start helping you fill in the gaps. And actually you're learning by doing, which is much more effective than learning by reading.
So interesting. So Rodrigo, that leads quite nicely onto you. How do you think we can unlock the power of the data that we have? Especially, as we mentioned, there's so much information, there's so much data. A lot of these CEOs don't know what to do with it. How do we unlock that power?
Yeah, I think, look, we've talked a lot about some of the security and data concerns, some privacy, ownership. These are things that we're all thinking about. And we have all this data that we want to unlock and try to figure out how to access and get more value out of it. We've spent so much time accumulating it, storing it, and securing it. And so one of the things that we thought about is just starting from the perspective of it's a journey, right? We haven't figured out all the governance and security things across the board so that all the guardrails are there. But one thing we can do is we can give you a private version of these models that people are using. Well, we have our models, other people have their models, but the simple way that I describe to people is you have all this data, you don't want it out of your sight. If you like ChatGPT, we can give you your private version of it. We'll roll in infrastructure and read it and unlock it. And what that does is very quickly that decades of data that you have can be interacted with. Your entire organization can chat to it, talk to it, start generating use cases. I'll say, look, where are we today? There are two. I'll talk about some of the use cases that the team's already talked about here. But look, just summarize what happened yesterday, right? There are dozens and dozens of reports that my organization created. I can't read them all, right? Just summarize what happened. Right, give me the top 10 points. Right, that's today. That's something that will improve all of our productivities, whether my first level manager or the CEO of a company. That happens every day, or summarize it in all these different reports in all these different languages and give you in my language so that I can understand. That's where we are today. That you can have tomorrow or by this afternoon. You can have this, but what happens is, where are we going? That information is, to me, kind of level 1. If you want to go to level 2, level 3, you're starting to now figure out, how do I make reasoning decisions for it? And this is where I was talking before, in the back room, about the example that we give. If you look at the large models, the 400B models from Meta, And we do this. You can go on the Summit website and try this. You can ask a question, a theoretical question. Between a bear, who would win if you had a bear and a shark fighting in shallow waters? Okay, there's no Wikipedia webpage that will answer that question. It's a reasoning question. And so if you ask the small models, it gets it wrong. It gives you all sorts of garbage. If you give the bigger models, it's still not entirely right. But it starts helping you think, okay, these are the strengths and weaknesses of the bear, these are the strengths and weaknesses of the shark, the conditions are shallow waters and it's not on the ground, and then if you actually play out the scenario, this is what would happen. Now imagine if you had that in the context of your business. What would happen if I merged this division with that division? What would happen if I actually took this product and removed it from the market? What would happen if I doubled down and invested and moved this business over to Asia? Like, these are scenarios that, again, we wouldn't take it as black box, assume that the model's perfect. But the walkthrough of the reason is right in front of you, and you can judge for yourself. Does that make sense or not? That is, the capabilities are here today, and we're starting to see people use that. And if you pile your private data into it, the more private information, the more pertinent that answer is going to be.
It's interesting because it's, do you speak to your boardroom about this, or are you going to sort of type it into the machine? It's one of those things. Or do you basically combine them both together? Because obviously human background, human, education, where you're from, your culture, everything else, is that going to be sort of a better value than the machine? Or
Right, yeah, our opinions are all biased, right? What is the alternative today? Without the machine kind of writing out a reasoning, I'm just asking the people I trust around me. Well, they're biased too.
Exactly.
Right? This person has this background, that person. So you, as a leader, you're asking different opinions and formulating an opinion. Well, here's a different opinion that's aggregated over whatever knowledge you've accumulated with your data over the number of years, and is trying to give you another opinion. That's how we see AI being in the near term a very helpful assistant that the people who don't have a boardroom full of people to give you advice, now you have somebody that gives you another point of view of things that you should think through.
So
Perhaps
Alicia,
I would add 2 cents
please
to
add.
what Rodrigo mentioned. I think we did discuss this in the background. We definitely think that AI advisor is something that we all will have. But that is where the responsible AI comes into play, where we have the human to think through what are those use cases that we are going to use these AI for is very, very important. The AI advisor needs to have this sort of parental control checks and also sort of the guardrails built around these decision-making algorithms to make sure the decisions or the scenarios that the AI model suggests are relevant enough for the context of why you're asking these questions to an AI model. That is something that we need to bake in. It doesn't matter who we are building these models for.
Did you want to add something?
I think so I was thinking about what was just being said, and it's really interesting because I've tried to be figuring out why are we so reliant on it gave an answer, it must be right. Right. And I think a part of it is twofold. When you search in Google, you get a finite answer. And so we're used to asking and getting a finite answer, and we just assume it is correct, with the exception it might be misinformation. But if we ignore that for a second, it's not made it up. It's pulled out something that was written by a human. So source is human. When we have a WhatsApp conversation with someone or a Zoom conversation with someone, we're talking to a human, they're replying back. We've asked a question, we've got an answer, we've assumed it's correct, we move ahead. I think what we're starting to see with large language models, and which is where I think the technology and the design interface are really poles apart. The design interface is way ahead of its time in some respects, whereas the technology has no logic. As I said, we've called it a parrot, a mimicker, all sorts of things, but it doesn't have reasoning, doesn't have logic. And I think what's happening is, and why, for example, if the intern gave me something, I would read it. I wouldn't just take what the intern gave me and give it to the board member. But I've seen people take an output from ChatGPT and literally just pass it forward. And going through the second paragraph, I'm like, that never happened. And so I think it's because the way it sounds, the interface it sits in, feels like a more mature interface than it is. Like, if my mom says something to me on WhatsApp, I take it at face value and I will forward it, unless it's a forward. I will forward it to say, she said this, and I'll forward it to my cousin or something or the other. But we're not having that human above the loop or human in the loop gateway door because we just think, oh, it must be correct because it sounds like a human.
No, completely. That's why, you've got to avoid that type of confusion. So, Dr. Alla, as we've heard, Gen AI is very much a game changer in some situations. It falls short in other situations as well. So, would you say that Gen AI is, a silver bullet, or is it more of a tool in a toolbox? What's your thoughts on that?
So I'm going to echo a lot of what Sachin has been saying and try to give a little more motivation. So looking at the architecture of these large language models, I would say the last time they had a very significant or the most significant development in terms of the fundamentals of how they work was a very long time ago. I'd say in the 90s with LSTMs, where they started being able to look at previous words in the sequence as they're trying to predict the next word. And we got to remember that these models are just predicting the next word in a sequence. That is all they're doing, and that is why they don't have logic. So LSTMs, we developed a way where they could remember the words prior in the sequence, and then in 2015 we got the attention mechanism where they could weight the importance of those words in the sequence, and then you got transformers where we made the process even more efficient, where it could process all of the words while weighting them simultaneously in one run as it's training the model. And then in 2020, we realized through some scientific research that we could just pump more compute, more data, more training data, make the systems bigger, 405 billion parameter model. And we just keep getting better and better results. But it's the same fundamental architecture that we've had for a very long time, and it was giving us really poor results in the past. And then we kept working, pumping more energy, more data, more and more into this, and it started getting better and better and better. And then it got to the point where it was so good that it just speaks so eloquently and so convincingly that people are trusting it. And as much as you keep warning people to stop trusting these machines and their outputs, they keep trusting it. You cannot listen to a decision made by an LLM. It is not reasoning. It is not thinking. It has no cognitive abilities. I think the best analog I can think of is a child who has an extremely strong memory. And you've told this child many things. You've read them many Wikipedia articles as you put them to sleep. And so when you ask them a new question, they put together all of the Wikipedia articles that they thought of. Let's assume the child has no great reasoning ability. They would have developed that had you actually read the Wikipedia articles. But then they're able to spit out really convincing stuff. But is it going to be able to perform new research and come up with novel insights on its own? I personally would argue that it is not able to do so. And for that reason, if we are expecting Gen AI to make decisions, then we absolutely do not have the silver bullet. But if we want a fantastic assistant that makes us way more productive on a daily basis and even makes our decision-making process a lot stronger by potentially helping us reason through things, it can absolutely help with that.
Very, very well said. We have literally a minute and a half to go, so I just wanted to get a couple of sentences from each of you in terms of your key message to our audience. What would you like our audience to go away with today when it comes to data quality and governance? Sachin, your final word.
Could you come back to me last?
Yeah, of course. Anusha, why don't you start us off?
Sure. Perhaps protecting your private information is the top priority. I think that is the sort of the 2 cents that I would leave everyone with, because see, in end of the day, the data governance policies only helps, but it doesn't sort of support you in thinking through the context of where you need to implement access to your sensitive information versus not. So that is one thing. And hey, we are a part of this AI revolution, and going along in this journey is important, but also being responsible in how we are using AI for what problems that we are trying to solve for is very important. Hey, it's like, I would say AI is like a sword. You can slice an apple and also kill a person.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alla.
I would say that data governance is crucial because we understand that these systems are not intelligent in terms of cognitive reasoning on the human level. And so we have to be very wary and either limit our expectations of these systems or have human input in the loop when thinking about data governance.
Thank you so much. Rodrigo.
Well, for most organizations, I would say your data is your most valuable asset. It's important to protect it. It's important to make it secure, but it's also important for you to leverage it, right? If you're not leveraging it, that data is just sitting there. And so finding a way that you can actually take these AI models that today we've proven that you can unlock and actually do it safely, securely, and still leveraging and making value, turning that data into value for you is ultimately the journey that we're on.
Very well said, Sachin. The final word.
I'd say that the really big evolution that we should all take away is that human beings like to have a conversation. And that is their preferred interface of choice. And if anything we've seen with ChatGPT, Claude, or any of the others, is the technology is still really basic in the grand scheme of things, but the interface design has become so profound that we've all become gullible. And so maybe the takeaway is actually, as you think about your own businesses, how can you take this interface of design, interface of choice, and embed it into how you build software, whether it's AI or not?
Very well said. 4 brilliant minds there helping us navigate governance and data quality in the age of generative AI. We cannot thank you enough for being with us. Let's hear it for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers for that insight. It certainly left an impact. Up next, we will be discussing getting value from data in AI. Our next speakers, Abhinav Shashank, co-founder and CEO, Innovasor, sorry, that may not be exactly how you pronounce it, but it's close. Lydia Lumovic, Director General, Ministry of Public Administration from Montenegro. Quentin Reyes, founder and CEO of Hyperfusion. Frederico Andrade, co-founder and CEO, Indigo Hive. And our moderator, Jane Witherspoon. Please welcome our guests to the stage.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having us back on stage. I feel like I just went off and it's back on time for another panel. Getting value from data in AI is the subject of our next discussion. And I would like each of my esteemed panelists to once again just go through who they are and tell you a little bit about their role to give a bit of background context before we get down to business and have our conversation. So, Abhinav, welcome back. We were here yesterday. Good to have you back on stage.
Thank you so much. My name is Abhinav Shashank, co-founder and CEO at Innovator. We are a healthcare intelligence cloud working with provider, payer, and government groups like across like the country and now more globally as well, and serving basically like data and intelligence into workflows to improve like healthcare outcomes more globally.
Lydia.
Hi to everyone. You can hear me. It's my really big pleasure to be here. So I will repeat my name, Lidia Ljumovic, representing the Ministry of Public Administration. I can say presenting the government of Montenegro, but especially our Ministry of Public Administration, which is responsible for the digital transformation and for the data system in the government of Montenegro. So it's my big pleasure and honor to be here.
Thank you for being here. Quentin.
Hi, so I'm the founder of CEO of HyperFusion. So HyperFusion, we specialize in high performance computing, especially for Gen AI computation. We're one of the largest cluster for high performance computing in the whole of the GCC. Basically, we take care, of course, of these high density clusters computation onshore, as well as doing R&D for ASICs, etc. So we take care of the ugly side of AI, which is the computing aspect.
And at the end of our very international, I've just been looking on the screen, our very international panel here, we have Federico.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Indigo Hive. Indigo Hive is a vertical AI company. We're based in Brazil, but nowadays we are a global company. And we just launched our AI orchestration platform called Cogfi. It's a neurosymbolic approach when we can make more complex and cognitive process automation. I think the last panel spoke a lot about it, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Quentin, I'm going to bring you straight in at the top. What are the biggest challenges in creating value with AI?
So I think this is the biggest question people ask us, which is the question of ultimately the ROI. Is it worth it? People, when they start understanding the bill, they're like, wait, this starts to be, is it worth it for us to get in? Computation on the AI is extremely expensive today. It's way better than it used to be a year ago, but it's still very expensive because you have limited supplies in terms of hardware. And today, to creating value, there needs to be what I call easy wins, which is CIOs and CTOs needs to feel comfortable putting in solutions out of a toolbox, which is easy application, step-by-step little product. I think in the business transformation, people need to be comfortable seeing that these are not operating expenditures, but actually CapEx, and they could generate some ROI pretty much fast if it's done in an appropriate way. I think the key we've seen in the success stories is when the use cases are very well identified from the management, and they try to buy but not build products. So it's on the shelf ready to use. I think that's where you come in.
Over to you, Federico. I think you can add into this one.
Yeah. So I think Quentin said wonderful things about it. Basically, what we try to understand related to the challenges in AI, they're very linked to the challenges in the process they're trying to automate. So we tend to say the automation will be as clever as the one who is doing the process automation itself. So as a company, we still have a huge dependency as the consultation side because we try to extract most of the value from the human interaction. That's the way we can calculate return over AI investment in a very pragmatic way. And the process of getting it amplified as an automation depends on how well and discrete the process is distilled. So that's why it's so important to do a really nice consultation before starting to deploy AI in everywhere.
Abhinav, how would you say that AI can reshape the way that companies innovate?
I think I'm like a incredible optimist about the way like AI is going to reshape businesses generally. It's so early. Like I don't think there has been any other technology that's 1 to 2 years is all it's been since like I think like ChatGPT launched, right? We are sitting here like 1 year after like one of the most major releases like in generative AI, and almost every company is using it in some way or form. Like I don't know if it's basically embedded in strategy yet, or if it's basically changed things like more meaningfully or not, but there is no way that over the next 3 to 5 years, like this does not change like everything that we do like very, very fundamentally. For a company like us, which is very focused on like technology and building like software applications, etc., we've seen changes in our developers using it to develop code like much more faster, our throughput like on the lines of code, or like I think the amount of data, like software that we are shipping has increased maybe like by 40% or so. And I think like if we've asked our teams, they are saying that we are just scratching the surface right now. So effectively with the same number of developers, we would be doing 2x more like over just a period of 2 years. Similarly, like I think like marketing campaigns automation, and like thinking through like how sales processes are done, thinking through how RFP fills are done, like a lot of things that used to be manually intensive are just changing on its head like quite dramatically. So this is just internal. And then like I think like as we work with our customers, large enterprises, Fortune 500 companies, we are seeing massive contact center operations. Like there are like organizations that have gone from having like 600 odd sort of like people in one of their contact centers to now 30 people basically running that. Now I think like it is to be balanced somewhere, but the amount of reshaping that people are able to do of their businesses is just like very, very large. And whoever sort of like I think like is in the driving seat of this is just going to win like very, very big.
Lydia, you're coming from this from much more of a data perspective. You know, how is the government in Montenegro integrating AI into its public administration processes?
Yes, first, before I give the answer, I have to go back in the 2008. So when we start our EU journey integration, so since the 2008, since we want and trying to be a member of EU, during that journey we faced with a lot of challenges. So one of challenges, it's necessary to provide the reform of the public administration, I mean reform of the government. And the second thing, which is really important for us, is digital transformation. So according to that two facts, we really struggling and really do our best to provide the new technologies, artificial intelligence, and to do more to protect data. So we adopted two strategies. One is for the reform of the public administration, and the second reform is for the digital transformation. So that part also including the artificial intelligence. So honestly, I have to say that now we are facing with lack of the strategical things for the digital transfer, for the artificial intelligence, and the lack of the legal framework. So as a country which is a candidate for the European Union, we cannot adopt and we cannot create by ourselves the legal framework. We have to be aligned with the European Union. That's why now we are softly and with a small step trying to go to the topic. So we bring a lot of NGOs knowledge, private companies, startups project, and we are using research and knowledge from them together, so making the bridge of cooperation with all of these entities together with the government to bring new application and to the jump in the world of artificial intelligence. So for now, I can say that we are in the process of creating the hub, regional hub for the artificial intelligence, and also, which I can explain later, we are establishing the Digital Academy, but I can give it more details in the second question.
As as a country who has seen that collaboration and seen the impact and the importance of that, would you say we need more global collaboration rolled out around the world?
That's for sure necessary. That's why I'm here, because we really recognize that representatives of the public administration and the government of Montenegro really have to be more involved to the happens like this, to learn, to listen what happens around the world about artificial intelligence, and to pick essential information and bring that to our community.
Federico, what would you say are the most exciting, the most promising emerging technologies that we're seeing out there now?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. So I think there is this, I will stay in AI, because if I start talking about other techs, we're going to be for too long in here. But in terms of AI, there are some very interesting technologies being developed. And there is this very strong paradigm for everybody here hearing us out, that we're still in a kind of AI we call weak AI. So weak AI is only able to perform as good as humans in very specific procedures, very specific pipelines of routines. And we're still to get to AGI and then super AI, which is the most scary part of it. And while we are transitioning from weak AI to AGI, there is a huge value to be unlocked as new technologies oriented to hybrid intelligence. And I'm a MD, I'm a medical doctor by my graduation, and that's very interesting because neuroscience was always my area of focus. And nowadays we see a very interesting trend in understanding more capabilities of the human mind, that is a more logical one, with neural networks that do a more probabilistic approach around decision making. So this framework called hybrid intelligence is, by the way, the focus of our company. We've been 8 years in the market, almost a decade, and we saw many interesting trends around AI. And we are very excited in this very moment to announce that we see a huge partnership between humans and machines in a way we've never seen before. And this allows us to make cognitive automations. This allows us to make a very intricate combination between what humans do best, which is logical reasoning with fewer data, and what machines do best, which is abstraction from large data sets. And that's, I would say, is the most exciting tech in terms of value to be unlocked to the whole society.
I'm going to bring Abhinav back in here because obviously we're talking a little bit there about your background in healthcare medicine. How can AI overcome the challenges of data fragmentation in healthcare in terms of delivering, improving patient outcomes, delivering better insights into treatments?
Right. I think it's just so needed, right? If we just talk about, for example, the US spent like $32 billion in digitizing health record. That is just the US, right? Globally, the amount of money that has gone in digitizing healthcare over the last 20-25 years is just through the roof in some way or form. Now, because there was this much capital that was being deployed, everyone built their own thing. And therefore, there was no data standardization, almost everything was built fairly custom. And yes, we are digitized today, but there are no one's on a common standard. The data is a mess. If you really wanted to understand who a person is and wanted to pull from the 5 doctors that they've gone to, it's just mind-numbingly hard right now. And so I think what we had really started out I think 8-9 years ago, we've now invested more than $400 million to basically just write standardization algorithms, right? How do you bring all of this data together and in a common format that this is who the patient is. Now you have all of the data, 10 years basically, what are all of the diseases that this person sort of really had, how did their weight vary, what are all of the things that are happening with this. Once you have that treasure trove of data, there is so much magic to be done. Now you can be preventative about care. You can't, like every time you don't have to be reactive, like that I've fallen sick and this is where like my healthcare provider is going to intervene. You could have intervened in a person's diet a year before they actually had a heart attack and prevented that heart attack. Like, but is the data infrastructure and everything ready to sort of really do that? Probably not today, but I think like there has to be so much more effort as enterprises of any kind, like really think about like AI practices, that spending this time and effort to get your data in a place where your AI can be useful. And we're doing that, like I think like for healthcare, our healthcare customers, and the kind of outcomes that we've been able to see. Last year, all of the customers that we worked with were able to make healthcare more affordable by $2.5 billion. Just like making it more preventative, things did not sort of like happen, you're managing diabetes better, someone is not coming to the doctor like 20 times a year, but coming to them like 5 times a year because like so much is getting managed. So much application is there, like affordability is one part of it, but the quality of life improvement for that person itself is just like magical. So I think so much can happen.
With that, there's a lot of personal information that you are drawing on, which brings us into the data privacy realms and the concerns around that. You know, how can industries make sure, especially the healthcare industry, make sure that that information and insights are confidential, ethical,
right,
and compliant with the international regulations that are in place around the world?
I think healthcare data is probably like the most regulated data space like in the world, right? Like, and it's sad, like we had discussed this yesterday, right? Like that your retailer and the person with, or the company that with which you basically like, I think like search, all of these people know more about you than your doctor does. Like you really don't want that. Like you want your doctor to know more about you than any other person. Like, and somehow we've basically created like impediments to the one place where actual data should be shared with the person for caregiving per se. So I just feel like, I think like we have to obviously think about like data regulations and privacy in very, very meaningful ways, that none of this could be used for commercial purposes. Like, but for your caregiving, we need to sort of like come to a point where this data sharing and interoperability of information needs to get like opened up. And if it does, like I think like outcomes for each one of them on like how healthy we are, like how we live our lives, are just going to be so much better, rather than just figuring out like which button to click and how much money to basically like spend on things.
Lydia, from a perspective, I'll come down to you, Quentin, in just a moment, but from your perspective, what have you seen in terms of the main challenges that you've encountered in the implementation and maintenance of the open data portal? You know, how are you guys addressing this issue of data privacy?
Thanks for this question. So before I give the concrete answer, I have to go back in the 2022 because I'm sure many of you it's not familiar with that information. So in 2022, government of Montenegro received a very strong and sophisticated cyber attack. Mm-hmm. So we were really not prepared for that situation, and we noticed during that time that we really need to protect our datas, not just personal data, I mean whole data which the government contain and have. So after that cyber attack, one of consequences was directly goes to the open data portal. So we noticed that all data sets which we had in that moment, it was close to 300 data sets during the cyber attack. We lost literally everything. So the model of the uploading the new data sets was really not possible to recover. So what we decide to establish the new open data portal because, as I say at the beginning, government of Montenegro, it's fully focused on transparency openness and inclusiveness. So we cannot be a part of the European Union, and our process of negotiation, it's impossible if we don't make the transparency, openness and inclusiveness in our system. So Open Data Portal, it's establishing right now. We are providing that as a Ministry of Public Administration. We are collecting whole data from the government institutions. So I hope during the end of October, we will have the new Open Data Portal. So the old one, it's destroyed by the cyber attack. So now we are of the process of establishing, selecting high-value data sets. And I hope next year, if I come here, I can present it more clear and more optimistic than this moment.
Thank you. Quentin, I think you wanted to add on, and maybe I may be backtracking here, but when Abhinav was talking.
But I think, it's the 90% of the conversations are around data privacy. Now, the ugly truth is that data protection was the most boring topic in tech for the past 15 years. Nobody really cared. Only people who cared are the ones who were hacked, I realized that with my parents. I told them, don't put your birthday as a password for years until they got hacked, and then they start listening and using, password managers. That's just the ugly truth before. Now, in AI, it's a bit different because it's not, people need to understand that the data is proprietary, technology. They should see it at that, say, it's like an asset. It's like, whatever you know on the proprietary data that is not publicly available is your understanding of your market. So you're talking about healthcare. Well, actually, you want a country to make sure that all of this healthcare data stays because how people actually live, the state of the population, etc., is national security concern. Like, this needs to be very well protected and very well understood. Now, this is in the state of healthcare, but if you're going to put really, I struggle to find an industry where your data is not critical. Because let's say you're going to have another AI company who can have access to your data. They just build a more competitive, more comprehensive solution to come after you. And that's what people really should see, is that data protection is not of a, we need to make sure because if it leaks, it could be a problem. No, this is just your defense of your, market share, relevancy, sovereignty at the end of the day. And I think that's why I spend so much time really talking about data protection. And people ask me, oh, Quentin, but we encrypt our data. Okay, that's nice, but an LLM training doesn't care if it's encrypted, frankly, because it ponderates the causality between data sets mostly. So you can, instead of talking about patients, talk about Apple, but the model is smart enough to know that you're talking about patients.
Where does the responsibility lie?
100%. It needs to be, I think, it's a bit like speeding on the road. If there's no speed cameras, what is the real incentive to respect the speed unless you had a speeding accident before and now it's conscious for you? But if there's speed cameras regularly, well, then you are careful, right? And I think it needs to be a top-down approach where, a bit like KYC in banking, where we need to prove to the regulators or to the government or whoever body that our data is managed the proper way. Because if there's not, and I believe so, if there's not active regulation, it's a cost, Unless you have been hacked yourself and you know the cost of it, you don't really take it seriously on a company level. Yeah.
Federico, how can companies position themselves to capture value with AI in the coming years?
So that's a very interesting question also. And I'd say there are two main paradigms in which companies, they can establish themselves in AI in a powerful way. The first is understanding the data asymmetry they rely on. So all we've been talking about related to data protection, data encryption, and data usage relates to a topic called synthetic data and the non-synthetic real-world data. And in this specific topic, what we see is a huge trend of increasing the value of proprietary data. Data, LLMs won't have access unless you train or fine-tune or do any kind of transfer learning technique to this specific data that you own. So many companies that are here right now, they are seated in tons of gold in terms of the data they can mine, and with this data, they can create data products. LLMs are one of the many ways to transform this data into proprietary products. So that's one thing. And the other thing is related to, again, to the neurosymbolic approach. Sorry for emphasizing this so hard, but I do really think that's a very powerful thing for everybody. So what is an organization from the philosophic perspective? Nothing less than a way to organize entropy. So you're organizing processes, you're creating areas, you create departments. Departments have people that have roles, and roles do tasks. So it's a kind of organization. That's the name of it, by the way. And this is one of the many different forms of storing human knowledge, processes. Nowadays, we think knowledge usually is inside books, videos, audiocasts, I don't know. Like processes, they are a very strong data storage paradigm. So when you try to do RPA, like robotic process automation inside a company, the way the company breaks down these specific processes is also a very valuable thing. And understanding how this can become a standard inside a scalable process is also another source of value from the companies. In regards to how can you prevent all the problems related to LLM, there is a very easy paradigm everybody can understand, which is the less friction you put into a process, easier it is to be not secure or not compliant. So conversational user interfaces, which is the alternative to graphic user interfaces, the mobile apps we are very used to, increases the exposure to this kind of problem. So having chatbots, copilots, assistants everywhere creates a huge breach in terms of data, in terms of your company compliance, and the way you structure the access, the identity access management inside the company. So the very best way, again, relies on processes. Creating guardrails around LLMs, around these Gen AI technologies, is something that companies have to adapt in a very strong way so that they can explore data and processes in a better fashion.
What sectors are most being impacted by AI?
That's a very good question. There is a concept called leapfrogging, and leapfrogging basically stands for bypassing natural ways of doing evolutive cycles. So people say in Africa, you got from cash to mobile phone payment without passing through like cards and other kinds of technologies. So the sectors I think AI most impacts are the ones that we can see leapfrogging. Education is one of them. So imagine now you have a personal professor, a personal teacher, 24/7 that knows everything and can personalize the delivery for you. So this is really related to communication. And again, healthcare. And why healthcare? I think that increasing the importance of primary healthcare, preventing diseases, yeah, that's pretty given. Value-based healthcare must be the thing. I don't think that there are many ideas on top of that. But communication is something that people forget a lot. I'm tired of seeing patients have amazing diagnostic techniques, amazing treatments, and they just forget to take the pills. They just forget to be compliant to treatments. So communication is a thing that AI can not only personalize, but also can nudge. So they can do behavioral influence so that you can become a better human being. So I would say education and healthcare are two very disruptive sectors AI can stand for.
So those two sectors aside, Abhinav, what would you say are the new types of businesses that we're seeing emerging from AI adoption?
I think like there's going to be all kind of new businesses, like just in healthcare, right? Like I think the diagnostics is like I think like a big theme that's going to change. Today, like a lot of mental health diagnostics is basically you go to a psychiatrist, like, and they would sort of PHQ-9 and like there is a ton of like questionnaires that they would sort of really ask you to like fill up, and based on that there is like I think like a diagnosis whether like you have like schizophrenia, like, or like I think a depression, or like all of these sort of like things, and a lot of that is basically going to get converted into like conversational sort of like forms, where you now will have therapeutic like areas where, or like bots that will have conversations with people, and it would be like more personable conversations rather than filling up a form, and through that like there will be like different kind of diagnostics. There is going to be all kind of co-pilot assisted products that are going to be launched as well. Like I think this developer metric that we sort of like, I think like talked about, 35% of like the code base in GitHub last year, like as we was not generated by a human but generated by AI, right? Like so there is new business models that are going to get launched because of like the AI intrusion that is basically like happening, and then there is going to be a lot of like business models like that will disappear too, right? Like all of this like support functions that were being like provided, which were not very complicated like themes, but and could have been automated, was very hard to do like through RPA and decision making like frameworks, but can be done through like inference engines as well. So that evolution on business models is going to happen like very rapidly, and we are going to see some companies become incredibly wildly profitable because of this, and some companies that have not been able to really adopt some of these things that will then sort of like take a little bit of a backseat and disappear because of lack of competitiveness per se. So there's so much business model innovation that is going to happen over the next 3 to 5 years like every business should be thinking that what is the disruptive threat that AI sort of like I think like brings to our business, and if we are not going to be in front of that, we risk disappearing altogether.
Quentin, I think you want to add on to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the examples he gave were a lot about productivity increase, which I think this is where we touch AI. I think who hasn't, answered an email by being too lazy and just, copy pasting it in ChatGPT and say in a polite way, no. I think that's the immediate use case of increase of productivity. In terms of new businesses, the problem in tech was the entry barrier. Let's say you were a non-tech person and you had an idea. Well, then you had to find a CTO, devs, etc. The cost of MVP was $250,000 to $500,000 on average. So the entry barrier was pretty high, which kind of created this, cognitive difference that you have between the creator and the actual person who can execute. Today, today, basically the entry barriers don't exist anymore. You can go on many LLMs and then like build me this simple app, web app with my idea, test it with some friends. Does it make sense? And so then the entry barrier for value creation just dramatically decreased. And that's where we're so bullish about it, because we think everybody, all these, should I be an entrepreneur? Should I start my thing? Now you can start to have more and more less excuses to not to do it. More and more accessibility. I think it's now getting easier than ever. The cost is going down as well. And we're talking about new businesses, etc. I think we're in a very Schumpeterian kind of cycle of mostly destructive phases first before seeing some long legacy creation. I think everybody here who spends a lot of money on lawyers is very happy about all of these LLMs. I mean, we saw our retainer go down. I'm sure a lot of people did. But we're talking about healthcare as well, naturally. But look at what's happening with video creation. There was a whole segment. I was reading an article about these people who sub their movies in different languages. That doesn't exist anymore. I can have the voice of George Clooney in every single voice in a super niche dialect that maybe 500 people talk. That's happening. And they say like, oh, but
we're not
this
quite there at Euronews. We do 12 languages.
All right. So yeah. All right. So, or these instant translators that you have in every diplomatic conferences. All of this stuff is gone, right? So I guess first of all, we're gonna have to see a big wave of destruction before creation and ultimately new use cases. But what everybody should rejoice is that today 80% of jobs that exist in tech would not exist in 20 years ago, right? As I said before, like we have people who have new jobs as like chief meme officer or whatever.
that could be a wizard.
Exactly.
Chief wizard here yesterday.
Some of the highest paying jobs in Silicon Valley is prompt engineers, which is very interesting. Right. We had an armies of people who do data labeling, who were usually people who were not educated enough, that were usually in very poor countries. So there's kind of a degree of inclusion in that sense. Especially, I know, like OpenAI used a lot in Africa, or there's some organization using some of the refugees to include them back into an economic cycle to some degree. And I think that's how we should also see, it brings new opportunities, and it's all going to be about flexibility.
We've heard there, Lydia, about some of the sectors that are benefiting and how that's happening. What are some of the more impactful tools and programs that your Ministry of Public Administration has introduced recently, and how have they improved not just public services, but also internal operations at the same time?
Yes, as I said at the beginning, we established first the Digital Academy. So we provide a lot of expertise from the Europe and from the countries from the region to give to our citizens and to our employees lessons, curriculums, and sessions, not just about artificial intelligence, it's also about technological innovation and possibilities from the artificial intelligence. So that's one of our projects. There is another project which we also implement from the Europe Union. It's a smart cities, so all our municipalities are covered by the smart system programs. So even the smallest municipality in Montenegro is also covered. So we do it by the Ministry of Government, Public Administration, and the other parts of the government. So we also provide now the legislation for the digital nomads. So together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we are bringing together the legal framework for the digital nomads. So I hope if people here from this room will recognize Montenegro also as a second country. So there is also other tools and digital tools which we provide. There is digital ID, digital signature. So we are establishing now also the data center. We are establishing the way of the cooperation and interoperability of the all our system and all our softwares connecting. So now we are also establishing the registration for the NGO. So we are providing the digital registration for the all NGOs in Montenegro. So we are in the process, and I hope next year when I come here, I will provide more information about all the digital tools.
We look forward to it. Federico, looking to the future, how can AI align with companies' long-term strategies?
Yeah, so I think the term align is the correct one, because AI alignment stands for many different things. There is a side which is the ethical side, so how can AI not be harmful for humans? And this is a huge concern we must have. We've been speaking about neurosymbolic approach, and one of the many interesting things we've been doing is actually having AIs to code another AIs. So this creates a very dangerous emergent property, and we don't know when and how this is going to get some bad things for us. So that's the very first side. How can you really restrict and guardrail AI systems not to harm? And that's a very important thing. And the other thing is understanding how AI rethinks the way unit economics around business operate. So when I told about having data and processes as a new source of revenue for companies, because they can explore this as products, there is also a very, very important thing in here, which is reconsidering how do you operate because of this variable. So there is this innovator's dilemma in which you have to put some Paretos, like 80% in what you are actually doing and 20% in new ideas, new ventures you can pursue. And I think AI, again, leapfrogs the possibility of exploring this 20% with much more breadth and much more amplitude, because it decreases the cost to innovate. It decreases the human resources, it decreases the process of getting to an MVP, an idea. So that's a huge invite to be more curious, to innovate more. And that, I think, it's a philosophic standpoint for AI.
Thank you so much. Quentin, Federico, Lydia, and Abhinav, thank you so much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, please put your hands together for our fantastic panel.
Thank you to our speakers for sharing their information in that brilliant session. Up next, we will be discussing artificial intelligence in tourism. Our speaker, His Excellency Issam Kazim, Chief Executive Officer, Dubai Corporation for Tourism and Commerce Marketing, and our moderator, Jane Witherspoon. Please help me welcome our guests.
Your Excellency, what an absolute honor to have you with us here today.
Pleasure's all mine.
Such an interesting topic, this. So we're going to get straight into business and into the questions. I wanted you to begin by explaining to us what the key initiatives and projects that DET is currently undertaking to integrate artificial intelligence.
I think, well, first of all, I want to welcome all our guests here today and thank you for being here to listen to our conversation. Obviously, tourism is something that's quite core to Dubai, and there's a lot of work that has happened over the recent years. We've been able to get numbers growing, especially post the COVID period. We're back again to record numbers again last year with 17.2 million visitors coming to the city. And of course, what's important is the way that we look at AI, and we've always been quick as a city to adapt to the changes and new technologies and making sure that we're at the forefront of everything that's happening around the world. And even to show you how quickly Dubai adapts to these things, there was a huge initiative that was announced on centering around AI. We had the first actual minister of AI, His Excellency Umar al-Ulama, who took on that role, and this shows you the importance that we pay attention to AI in general. And when it comes to tourism, we've looked at it from two different angles. So we've got the angle where it's internal, how we run our day-to-day business, and I heard the guests earlier speaking about it as well, and mentioning how people used to fear AI coming in and taking over jobs. And I think we've seen this over time when computers were first introduced and Google came around and people thought about how students would use it for the wrong reasons. But I think if it's best put to use, it actually will remove the unnecessary time that takes to overcome some mundane tasks on a day-to-day basis, and it immediately allows the individual to focus on more important tasks at hand. And we've already seen that implemented in our day-to-day. In fact, we encouraged the team to do it right from day one. In fact, to come up to us and explain to us how they're best utilizing AI in their day-to-day work. And that's been proven quite successful for us, and we continue to do that. But when you look at it from an overall perspective, technology and the role that it plays in terms of guest experiences, right? So from one side, you've got, from the time that they land, immigration, using facial recognition and so on, all the way through to check-ins, making sure that you have personalized experiences along the way as well, better understanding the dynamics of every individual and their travel behaviors and their travel patterns, and then also integrating it within the app that we have within Visit Dubai to make sure that the itineraries that we're creating, because it's an ever-changing landscape of offerings that Dubai has. So how do we make sure that we keep them abreast of what's important to them? We've seen this happen on many tools in the past, whether it's with Spotify or anything else. So the technology in terms of its use was there, but now it's got a lot more intelligence to back it up, which gives us a lot more opportunity to expand on it and really learn and adapt even from our marketing campaigns and our messaging all the way through to delivery.
We're in a very unique position here. I mean, it's in the very DNA of who we are, Dubai. It's in our name.
Yes.
So, why and how are we pioneering it? We really are showcasing the world how it can be done.
Of course, and I think what again really helps us, if you look at Dubai from a strategic perspective, right? Dubai has always had plans that sets goals 5, 10 years, 15 years ahead, right? And before we even reach that milestone, we're already looking forward to the next. So when D33 was announced recently, right, it's the next decade in Dubai's roadmap. We also maintain the role of exactly where AI will play across the board, right? When it comes to the kind of expertise that we want to bring in, the kind of education programs that we want to put in place to accommodate this. And alongside that, we've also looked at creating new events, new platforms, new forums to be able to attract. And a festival such as this one, it kind of like goes hand in hand with that offering and that opportunity.
I think one of the things that works here is there's a very clear vision. And I think the overall strategy of the future of Dubai, how does the implementation of artificial intelligence in DET play into that bigger arena?
I think if you look at the stats and the data that was released last year in 2023, so Dubai was #1 in the Greenfield FDI into AI, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's really working in it from that perspective. And then we also talk about nurturing SMEs and providing them, therefore, with the right tools that AI can provide and help them in terms of financing and funding. And there's a lot of these things that are really already put into play, right? And the best part about this is that with technology and with AI specifically, it's an ever-changing and ever-evolving game. So we need to make sure that we are constantly working with the best of the best and making sure that we are agile enough to be able to implement the changes that are needed and necessary. And if there's any place in the world that can do that, it is Dubai, because we never thought of ourselves as a government with these regulations that are very difficult to change. We are nimble by nature. We are entrepreneurial as a city, as a startup things.
You touched on, I'm bringing it back to the travel side of things, when visitors arrive in our city, you talk about those bespoke ideals that make the experience difference. Can you go into some of them for us?
Yes, absolutely. I think now this has been a fundamental issue for us for a long time, because if you look at the propositions that we highlighted early on from the strategy of Dubai, it was very difficult for us to really show people that, yes, we talk about Dubai having all of these things offerings to different peoples at different times of the year. So saying it is one thing, but everyone assumes, unless they've been to Dubai, that we might be touching or barely scraping the surface of these experiences. It's only when they visit Dubai the first time that they understand the depth of the offering and the quality of the offering. And we've seen the trend now of people actually moving to Dubai. So initially we talked about transit visitors to stopover visitors to actual destination visitors, and now repeat visitors. So 25% of the visitors who come to Dubai are actually repeat, and by repeat I mean within 12 months. And so that shows you that they're happy with the product and they come back again and again. But now with the tools that we have at our disposal, we don't have to inundate them with information that might not be relevant to them. It becomes more and more personalized, right? So we know exactly what are the key hooks to engage the potential tourist and visitor for the first time and reel them in, and then let them experience, as they're on the ground, with all of the new things that we keep popping up around them, to really explain that itinerary and that journey for them based on their interests. And all of a sudden, you will see that that depth of knowledge of Dubai becomes very, very different. And it becomes also individual per visitor. So even if they're coming a family of 4, each one will have their own bespoke reason as to why Dubai is a must-visit destination.
Talking on our previous panel, Abhinav, we were talking about healthcare in terms of the technology knows more about you than your doctor these days. So I guess that's the same implementing it throughout various other sectors.
100%. And I think, again, very important to make sure that you're plugged in across the board with all of the key stakeholders within the city. So you have the tourists on one side, yes, but the ones who feed in the information into that platform needs to be every single player in your stakeholder around town.
What sort of business impact and potential is there for AI here in Dubai?
I think, look, if you look at it from 2 different angles, again, if I focus purely from a tourism perspective, today we're talking about a city that's still growing, right? Today we're a far more mature city than we were. So that's why now it's becoming not just a must-visit destination, but it's becoming a city that is the best to work in and the best city to live in. So at the same time, we need to also understand, with that landscape changing, meaning that the demographics within the city is changing and evolving, the different destinations within the city needs to evolve as well. So who congregates where? What kind of communities are developing where? How can we make sure that we have the right level of information to be able to cater to the needs and demands of those different locations and destinations and the people living in the city as well? So when it comes to normal services, whether it's public services and others, and at the same time, the kind of offerings that need to be there in order for us to keep on attracting people and making a community far more engaging for the individuals who are living or visiting there as well. So there's a massive role from that side of town to ensure that we are also creating the right workshops, the right opportunities to engage with the community and utilizing the right platforms to be able to reflect that across everything that we do.
What kind of challenges have you experienced in terms of the technology and the pace that it's advancing?
To be honest with you, I think if I look at it from a Dubai perspective, we're lucky that we don't face the challenges of keeping up. I think it's the pace of how quickly we can actually keep up with the demands of the city itself, if anything, right? Because if anything, the leadership expect us to be ahead of the curve all the time. And I think that's what's been exciting for us in this city, from a private sector and a public sector. And I hear this in all confidence from the private sector saying, look, we're trying to keep up and can we assist? And that's where we come in as a government department to help facilitate and guide the dialogue, and also understand if there needs to be any changes in regulations to accommodate and adapt to the requirements of this ever-changing landscape.
What are your thoughts on the regulation of it? You know, because it's such a minefield out there. You know, where does the responsibility lie when it comes to AI globally, not just here in Dubai?
I think we need to be a lot more open to it rather than fearful of it, right? And I think anything that's new in the beginning might be a little bit of a, okay, how do we treat it? But I think it's only when we engage with it and give it the time, the opportunity, like anything else that's available to you. There is good and there is bad, right? But it's about creating the right parameters, explaining the best use cases of it, making sure that we're there to handhold the process and make sure that we are getting the best expertise and experiences to help us bridge the gap of understanding and learning as and when needed. And then also giving the people a chance and opportunity to learn, make mistakes and learn as well, because that's the only way you can quickly develop and move on.
How are DET adopting, I guess, the element of education? You know, we're constantly learning about the technology. You know, what is in place to make sure, as you said, our leadership likes us to be ahead of the curve. So what is, you know, how are you taking from that in terms of making sure people are educated about it, and for the next generation as well?
So there's something from the schooling aspect of things and the universities, right? So as part of the D33 strategy, we talked about getting the best universities or raising the profile of the university that exists in Dubai. So there's a lot that's going into the programming of those curriculums as we speak. But at the same time, it's platforms like this where we bring experts from all over the world. We try to create workshops and understand there might be best-in-class niche organizations, boutique firms that are really working in depth, whether it comes to from a security basis all the way through to the most creative and forward-looking programs as well. And really finding out which ones we need to be engaging with, which one we need to invite over here, create the right environment for people to come in and learn, and ensure that that learning is then passed on from the organizations to their relevant stakeholders and partners within that space as well. Because for us, that has always been, the private public sector partnership has always been the backbone of Dubai's success. And going forward, that private public partnership is global today. And we need to make sure that we're leveraging it to our best.
What are your long-term goals for AI integration?
Ideal scenario for us would be that from engaging with, whether it's the briefing that is done to agencies that go out, the campaigns that are created that reflect exactly where we have left off and the evolution of the consumers as and when we're trying to reach out and communicate to them, the platform that we use to communicate with them, then engaging with from the carriers to the airport, immigration services, all the way through to the hotel experiences that they have. Everything to be so well integrated that when somebody comes into Dubai, that experience has been so seamless all the way through. Because if we have worked already on the hard infrastructure side of things, including the visa policies and everything else, that it becomes a simple decision for them to decide on their next vacation. If we take care of all of these things, we leave no margin for error, meaning that they come in and go out having such an amazing experience that Dubai will always be top of mind for them to come back again.
Do you ever think that the opportunities with AI are limitless? You know, we talk about new jobs that have been created within the sphere. I mean, our children are going to go into jobs that, you know, haven't even been invented yet.
Yeah. I think, look, it definitely is. And I think the people who adapt that with an open mind can actually create a lot more opportunities for themselves. And that's why from our side, what we've done is we've made sure that we're going to retraining and redeveloping even our own team members. So we're constantly putting them into programs as and when these things are changing. And as you said, it's very fast paced. So every 6 months to a year, we have experts who come in and really update the information that's available to our team members and really show them at the most basic level on how they can really adapt this and really create a lot more time for themselves. From one side is becoming a lot better at what they do, a lot more efficient at what they do, so that they can focus their energy and their efforts on the more important things. But at the same time, it's also helpful to find that perfect work-life balance, which is extremely important in such a demanding time.
What would you say has been DET's greatest achievement in terms of implementing AI and incorporating it into your, the day-to-day life that we have here?
I think the simplest example, I can say it, it's closer to this region as well. So one of our partners, Jumeirah, has already included things like facial recognition as soon as guests come in for the check-in services as well. When you look at every single person raves about the experience of coming through the immigration in Dubai, and again, the technology that's used over there, that it becomes seamless, where you're asked how come others aren't doing the same thing as well. So for me, it makes me proud, of course, because it is always putting us ahead of the game on these things. And those are part of the teams that we're working with constantly to ensure that it becomes a seamless service across the board. But like I said, when it comes to FDI, when it comes to SME, it's again, working with the right partners. We have an interlock program, which is literally working with SMEs within the travel tourism space and also enabling them to make sure that they're using AI and technology in the best way possible for the industry.
How important is that element of business tourism to us as a city? You talked about the many people who are coming to visit, and the majority are repeat visitors.
Yes.
But from a business perspective, how does that contribute to our economy and our business landscape here?
If you look at it from, again, just high level, I would say maybe it's a 20-80 split. So 20% of our visitors, roughly, would be business tourists. And those business tourists, a lot of time, come to Dubai not knowing what to expect. And it's their first time to visit. And for us, again, it's an opportunity to reel them in and make sure that they come back again and again. And that has been the case over the past few years. But also from a spending power aspect, they have a much bigger dollar sign, right? So for us, obviously, it becomes hugely important. But more importantly is when you look at any agenda that Dubai announces for the next 10 years or 15 years as part of their strategy, you will start to see that events start popping up that are completely aligned with what Dubai's vision is going forward. And I think that synergy is also important. So business absolutely plays a crucial role. And also for me, from another side, it helps me on the perception change and perception building aspect of things. Because Dubai is not only a luxury destination or a tourism destination. There's a lot more to it. There's depth to Dubai. And I think business gives me a chance to speak about that.
We did a little experiment earlier with our audience, and we were asking them, how much AI they actually use on a day-to-day basis. What about yourself? Do you use it?
I do, yes, I must say I do. I do for a lot of things that are sent across to me. So in terms of reviewing and stuff like that, it makes my life much easier in that sense. And to be very honest with you, nowadays that's being integrated into all the new mobile phones and the new updates that are coming up. I'm looking forward to that as well, because I do use the mobile assistant, and I'm pretty sure this is going to become a lot smarter going forward.
So where are we going to be here in Dubai in 5 years from now with regards to AI?
I think in terms of the integration, because it's become mainstay and it's become mainstream in the sense that people do use it regularly, and now that it's being integrated into your handhelds, we want to be a destination where you can ask your assistant anything you need, because the new generation, more so than ever, they're interacting probably less and less with travel agents and sales reps. Their interactions with technology a lot more. And I want to make sure that they genuinely get the best experiences available to them at their fingertips with anything that they interact and use.
How important is it for us here in terms of data sharing? It was something that's come up on many panels, in that collaboratively as a world, we can learn from each other. Where do we sit on that global sphere?
I think, look, definitely there's merit to data sharing, because the more data that the back end has, the more refined and the richer the selection of varied options can be. However, I also have to say that there's a method to the madness, and everyone has got their own secret recipe, that sometimes keeping things within the within our own fences to a certain degree is also important, because it's a competitive advantage that you have. But that doesn't mean that it has to be closed wall from everyone else as well. There has to be a perfect middle ground for us to play in.
I think we stand out from the crowd very well. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Issam Kazim, what a pleasure to have you here talking to us today. Thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure's all mine. Thank you.
thank you to His Excellency for that deeply insightful conversation. Up next, we will be discussing super apps and artificial intelligence, a new era in the digital ecosystem. Our speakers, Faraz Khalid, CEO at Noon, Abdullah Abu Sheikh, founder of AstraTech, CEO of Bodum, and our moderator, Laura Buckwell. Please help me welcome our guests.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I thought we'd start this off with a bit of a statistic for you. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, experts here. Did you know, according to a report, that over 50% of the world's population will be using super apps on a daily basis by 2027? So that leads us very nicely into our next discussion on how super apps and AI are revolutionizing user experiences. And who better to fill us in than the legends in this field, pretty much. So thank you so much for joining us. Really fantastic to have you here. You need no sort of introduction, but Faraz, I wanted to start off with you, if I may, just very quickly. Now, Noon was founded back in 2017, I believe, yeah. And you are obviously one of the most sort of leading online retail platforms in the MENA region for any of our international audience that aren't aware. You cover everything from electronics to fashion, beauty, furnishings. Now, I was also reading that you've integrated gaming into the platform, and you also live streamed Hajj and the Indian Premier League, is that right? So how have you managed to sort of gain such quick momentum from 2017 and integrate everything into your app?
Thank you for having us, first of all. Really great to be here. Yeah, I mean, Noon's had quite a journey. We like to think of ourselves as a really young company, day zero, all that stuff, but like we're almost 8 years old. It's a long time, it's a lifetime. And I'm still trying to grapple with that fact. But yeah, we've done a bit of stuff. I think in a market like ours, which is this deep digital engagement where most people use phones 17 to 20 times a day, engage with that many apps a day. We've always thought of ourselves as a convenience platform, and we'll go wherever we can make people's lives a little bit easier. We can provide value. We can serve folks. But ours is also a very small market. There aren't that many people compared to sort of other global large consumer markets. So we've had to build things that bring customers in every day and more frequently than they otherwise would on an e-commerce platform. So we've done streaming of large cricket tournaments. We've built some gaming stuff. But at the heart of it, we really are a commerce super app. So we deliver everything from, I mean, the joke is that we deliver ice creams in 8 minutes, and we also deliver your sofa set. So, but really the idea, the baseline that we try to sort of achieve is that we're a convenience platform. We want to serve people with digital services that hopefully improve their lives and bring value. And some of the stuff that we've done around engagement is largely to bring them in.
Yes, because customer service, customer engagement is very much at the heart of this, and the consumer's changing, the desires, the needs, the wants. People want things now, which we're going to get to in just a moment. But Abdullah, really fantastic to have you here. Now, you have built the MENA region's first ultra app, Botim, with a very significant user base, aiming to create the largest tech ecosystem here in the region. So, what differentiates the Botim Ultra app and platform to other super apps? And maybe you could tell us a little bit about the difference between an Ultra app and a super app.
So to Faraz's point, I think we've all started with the same problem statement, which is users have so many touch points daily, and people don't really want to use a different app for every touch point. So Faraz did the hard stuff. They built, massive warehouses, massive infrastructure. That's very expensive and that's very time-consuming and so on. So we let the old guys do what the old guys do. And what we do is a lot more on the softer end of things. So we don't own that kind of massive infrastructure or on-ground operation. We went at it from a communications angle. I believe that the most frequent touch point on a person's handheld is their communications angle, and we went at it from there, and we picked up basically the most needed soft service that people need with their handhelds, and eventually expanded deeper into their financial needs, their everyday needs, and so on and so forth.
And this caters to absolutely everyone. There's not any sort of price bracket or it's every person, you know, it caters to everyone in society basically, isn't that right?
It's whoever needs to make a call or connect financially with their environment, which is everyone. We've all made calls today. We've all sent messages, and we've all communicated with the people that we know. So I think that's a lot of where we coined the term ultra, because we believe there is very high frequency use cases like food and taxi and so on, but there is also an ultra high frequency use case where you don't go a day without communicating on your platform, and that's where we are.
Really interesting. Faraz, I wanted to touch on personalization for a moment, which has a big impact on user and customer experience and customer loyalty. So how are you using personalization, and why do you think it's so important, and what sort of impact have you seen to date?
Yeah, I mean, our lives changed over the last 24 months in a very deep and dramatic way. I think with everything that's happened with sort of transformer models and the consumerization of that stuff. Actually, a lot of this stuff has always lived in the back end. You know, like sort of the old joke is that a SQL query is a SQL query, and it is, but it becomes like ML on PowerPoint. It's kind of true, but I think a lot of the application of sort of AI is really in the back. It's driving efficiency. It's driving sort of throughput. So a lot of stuff that used to take a lot of time can get done very quickly. Customer service is very obvious, but also content, like you can't sell what you don't have live, and what often like our job is to take whatever exists in the world live. It is to describe it with words, it is to translate it into many languages, it is to take photos. All of those workflows have been greatly automated, but when you present this stuff to the customer, it should all be relevant. And I think perhaps the biggest leap that I've seen in e-commerce over the past, I'm old now, so like 12 years of building stuff here, was vector search. You know, vector AI, AI-based vector search has transformed our business, where we can now, instead of sort of linear meta search type situations, we can now infer who you are, what you're looking for. Are you looking for red apples or green apples? And this is not like a fancy thing you say, but like that's actually how things are implemented now. It's unlocked a lot of revenue streams for us, frankly. So search is now more relevant. We can talk to our partners and say, hey, this person is looking for a bottle of this aerated drink. You happen to be their largest competitor. This person comes from this country, and the provenance of consumption is high, etc. So the ad load has gone up, but we see people clicking on those ads in a much more frequent and assistive way. So ads have actually become shopping aids because of sort of personalization and how hyper-focused the platform is and being relevant to you. Back in the day, you'd need thousands of engineers working, decades to build that kind of capability, but now it's available off the shelf on most sort of platforms. You need to train it and tweak it and sort of like convert it into your own like view of what the world looks like, and that personalization is more relevant. But really, like I think we're at an inflection point as far as personalization and relevance is concerned. And yeah, I mean, you see it on the platform, and just it's phenomenal what's happening.
So I was hosting another conference a couple of weeks ago, and they were speaking about hyper-personalization, and they were trying to explain it that if you, let's say, order a pizza, and you say, oh, I want some extra pepperoni, or I want some extra cheese, or whatever it is, and then the app will say, oh, your blood pressure is a little bit too high, you sure you want to order that? So it's like the next stage of personalization and what it could be as well. Have you both come across that at all?
100%. I mean, I'll take that first. In sort of machine learning and AI, there's this concept of ground truth, which is like, how does your inference compare to the real world? And we often check, like, this customer this is the background of this person, and what does our sort of model think this person is? I happen to be an Indian woman on our platform, so that's just how I consume our platform. But yeah, like it's endless, right? And then the world's your oyster. You could predict when someone would eat what they want to eat, and hopefully you have the services to kind of support that. But I think we're just getting started.
Yeah. No, it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. Abdullah, now fintech plays a very crucial role in your strategy, and I recently saw an announcement that your subsidiary, Quantix, became the first fintech to receive the UAE Central Bank Finance Company license. So first of all, congratulations. And how does this milestone then enable you to expand your lending, your credit, microfinancing services, for example, and sort of what impact is that going to have then on your digital platforms?
So I think our vision has been very clear since the beginning, but the license coming in from the central bank is a big vote of confidence to what we're doing. It's also a big responsibility on us to basically tread with care when we're dealing with users' financials. But what we will be able to do right now is sort of integrate people's communications and financial needs completely. So we now have the full cycle from the moment you receive your salary. It comes down onto your wallet. You can text it to people that you want to transfer money to. And now the platform will be able to provide you credit. So a bunch of the products that we're thinking around are things like rent. Who just moved to Dubai recently, like in the past year? No one?
Quite a
okay,
few,
so all of us suffer those problems. Is once you move in, you need to pay rent, and it's one check or two checks and so on. But with Bottom, we're going to be able to finance that over a year worth of payments. Same with school tuitions, same with down payments for people who want to get mortgages and so on and so forth. I believe here we have a lot of big banks, and like Faraz said, we're a very small population, so maybe competition did not drive the best quality out of the banking world, but I believe there's a lot of things that can be done better and faster, and our ability to extend credit to our users becomes very critical.
Yeah, I mean, that just changes the whole dynamic, doesn't it? And it's disruptive as well at the same time, which is what we want at the end of the day as well, isn't it? Brilliant. So Faraz, going back to sort of customer service and the different type of customer that we've got right now, you also launched Noon Minutes, Noon 15 Minutes, is that right?
Like 8 to 9 minutes now.
8 to 9 minutes, there you go. It's a quick commerce model, really changing the dynamic and the experience, as we mentioned. So what impact is AI having on your operations then, from inventory management to the last mile delivery, and what sort of learning curves? I mean, there must have been so many learning curves that you've had to deal with throughout all of this. It's never plain sailing, I know that.
Yeah, look, I mean, there are sort of hardware problems and sort of like idea problems, and we happen to have both in Minutes. So a typical Minutes dark store is not bigger than a typical 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. So it's very small space. It serves, the blast radius is something like a 3 kilometer sort of, as the bird flies distance. And that store, we'd probably have 10,000 items. So there's not a lot of space. So a typical store turns about 2 or 3 times a day, right? So it's very important for us to keep what is relevant to that polygon, to that sort of general population. And we have lots of stores now. So yeah, I mean, if you had a store in Dubai, it would have very different inventory from a store in downtown Dubai. And for us, that turn and yield management is very important. And a lot of like what I talked about, like the boring sort of ML AI stuff that kind of maintains that inventory. But also on the consumer stuff, this really is I really truly believe that the future of e-commerce, and I really truly believe that our cities are the very cutting edge of what is happening in the world on e-commerce. So I think, I mean, try ordering a shipment to Austin and wait for 3 days, and that's median. But in Dubai, you deliver tomorrow and you're the slowest guy in the race. But I really believe that something transformational is happening. We're at the very start of it. Minutes is a day zero company. It is just very, very early. And I really truly believe it'll be 20 times larger in 18 months. So, and for that, it's very important for us to turn those stores very quickly. And I mean, there's lots of physical problems and lots of like people yelling at each other, but there's also like very fancy and shiny AI in there.
Because I suppose you raise the bar when it comes to consumer expectation at the end of the day as well, don't you? So, I mean, it's got to be perfection. And if you don't get something in time or within the 15 minutes, there's quite a lot of pressure as well. So the business model has got to be absolute perfection, hasn't it?
Look, I think it's when you felt that an experience was magical, then a service becomes indispensable. It really, and I think we're not there yet. We want to build that, and I think very rarely do you stumble on a service that like sort of makes you feel like that. So I think we're very, very lucky that we get to do all this. But we're all very lucky, you know. We split time and to build the kind of services that Abdullah is building, and my family talks on Votem. That's the only way we communicate, and I think that's a magical experience. Yeah, you could see your parents many times a day, and I think there's so much that can be built around these magical experiences that we're all at the very start of what I think we're very fortunate to have the opportunity to build.
Well, some of the topics that you frequently talk about, Abdullah, are generative AI, LLMs, and long action models as well. So how are you seeing these types of technologies powering your offering and impacting user engagement at the same time? And how are they transforming the Ultra app experience?
I want to just pivot on Faraz's point first about magical services, and maybe this is more to the room. I know a lot of the time we're here, there's a lot of consumerism going in around this part of the world. We haven't really built a lot of stuff when you come to think about the quantum of technologies that we use. So if any of you looks at their phone now, 98% of whatever you've used today was not built around here. And not to give us any credit, but building here is a lot more difficult than building any of the exported stuff that are being used. So a lot of the time, I understand it becomes, the bar is set so high where in the US, it's fine if you receive it at the end of the day, the package, but in here, if you don't receive it within the next 2 hours, you're phoning in customer service and you're angry and what is this? And I think, all of us probably here in this conference are early technology adopters or are in the sphere. I feel like we always should promote a message of this magical experience or this kind of experience really took a lot of hard work to do. And sometimes it might not match up to whatever you're used to or whatever other platform is offering. That doesn't mean it's a complacent service, or that doesn't mean there's something bad or vindictive happening. It just means that the teams are still catching up. And until we get to a point where we completely believe in what we are building and what your colleagues and your families are actually building in this part of the world, and we use it, even if it has its shortcomings, we're probably never going to hit the scale or never going to hit the kind of technologies that we see elsewhere in the world. Wherever you go, I was just in China and I was telling Faraz, you don't see them using US technology or UAE technology in China. It's all built by Chinese. It's all Chinese technology, and they're very proud of it. Although we might look at it and feel like this is not the best thing in the world, but they believe like if we stick to it as much as possible, if it's built by us, then it's very good. So I think my point is, we always have to set the bar really high, but again, we always have to be as users of those technologies also, to a certain extent, understanding of the effort it takes to build that up before we start drawing comparisons and benchmarks to things that were built elsewhere. And on your point with generative AI and the space, I think Faraz said it really well. A lot of people are using AI now as a salt and pepper excuse on pitch decks and PowerPoints, but the truth of the matter is AI is completely out of the lab. It's a fact of life. Generative AI, as we see it today, is within the next 2 to 3 years is going to be in every single aspect of our work and in every single thing that we do. Is it the nemesis that a lot of people try to promote and say we're all gonna, AI is going to take all our jobs, and AI is going to take a lot of people's jobs? So yes, something that I always try to say to people in the workplace is nobody's job to protect your job. It's it's your job to remain like back in the day when our grand ancestors were hunter-gatherers in some savannah. They were not waiting on some policy to come in to protect them from whatever. They were hunter-gatherers and they had to remain competitive and they had to run faster than the fastest lion to make it that day. It's still very much the same. You still have to be very competitive. You still have to be very competent. Otherwise, you will probably not land very well with the new world where computers can do a lot of tasks. I think there's going to be a bit of an escalation. So AI is going to start by doing things that are the most repetitive, that don't really require a lot of intellect to do. So if anybody thinks about their day, we do things like driving, we do things like putting the laundry in a basket. Those are very repetitive tasks that don't really take a lot of intellect from you to do. And computers are generally better at repetition. So I think that's where the first layer of change will happen and eventually build up into cognition and, you know, proper thought processes and so on and so forth. So I think that's how I look at it.
At the end of the day, this is the natural evolution of this type of technology, and you've got to stay ahead of the curve and learn as it's sort of, you know, presented to us, so that we can all, you know, master this type of technology and get ahead, really.
I think that we've seen this many times before. Anybody who's lived before the .com has seen that big change where there was always this doomsday story of the internet is going to take over the world and is going to ruin all our lives and so on. And those industrial changes and shifts happen. And what happens is it sort of comes in the middle and creates two more layers. If you think about mail, 100 years ago, the mailman was extremely important and extremely well paid. There are still mailmen today. Some of them became email men, if you will, and they are the people more operating email infrastructure, and so they evolved and they grew their competency to the digital world, and some of them decided not to. And we can't argue that a mailman today is still very important, but it's not as important as maybe 100 years ago where it was impossible to do the job if not for that person. So this is going to happen again. If you're a lawyer, AI is going to come and take a big layer. You're either going to elevate and become an AI-enabled lawyer, or you're going to come down and become a less enabled lawyer. And that I think is what the curve would look like.
Abdullah, I'm the new mailman. That's what happened. The mailman is bringing more than post, is bringing coke. So that's what happened.
100%.
Just to quickly shift gears a little bit, Faraz, I mean, we've only got about 8 minutes left, and I've still got a couple of questions. But Faraz, I wanted to talk about AI and fraud detection and risk as well within your company, and how you're integrating that from fake products to sellers with incorrect documentation. How are you integrating that?
Look, I think Abdullah said something to this, and it was exactly what's happening, where a lot of the grunt work is getting automated. So if you're a really diligent fraud analyst 5 years ago, they would essentially like take all this data, dump it in an Excel file, like look at trends and find the guys who were trying to sort of like, you know, do something that is not above board. Now, like, you can automate this, you can create agents, you can look at a lot of pattern recognition stuff. I said, you know, there are lots of ways in embedding that signal and then essentially looking for trends proactively. So that's happening, I mean, as we speak. There's a lot of changes in the world as well, like the large payment processors, the two large payment processors of the world. You know, the tyranny of the OTP is going away soon, hopefully. So, and that's kind of like being replaced by like a cryptographic sort of key that everyone will have a pass key. And that sort of can be detected and parsed in a much more sort of dynamic way. There's a lot happening on payments that sort of controls fraud. There are sort of behaviors on the platform. I mean, I'll tell you this, like, I mean, my co-founder, Hisham, always says this. He's like, you know, you're always chasing, when you're trying to catch people committing fraud, you're always in a race against people who are a lot smarter than you and a lot more motivated than you, right? And so, and for no, like fraud detection, for no like retail company or comms company, outside of finance is a primary kind of like task. You're kind of thinking about those magical experiences, you're not thinking about fraud as much. So if you can automate some of this stuff, if you can sort of like work around heuristics and sort of changes to those heuristics and build systems that kind of work in a somewhat autonomous way, then a lot of fraud gets throttled. And I think that's happening. Also, like, I mean, just reviews, right? Like moderation is a huge problem in our business, and people leaving millions of reviews on products, and sometimes there's like a parallel economy in the comment thread. It's very hard to read this stuff manually, but now you can like kind of there's sort of tons of use cases for where we can automate the grunt work, as it were. But yeah, I'm super optimistic. I think our business will be a lot easier to run in the next 5 years, and that's the gift of AI.
Astrotech. We've spoken about Botan, but I want to speak a bit about Astrotech. You're a unicorn that's come out of the MENA region. I wanted to talk a little bit about your main objectives in driving innovation. What example are you hoping to sort of set for this region in particular? And how do you think this type of technology is going to reshape the landscape here in the MENA region as well, the future of tech?
So I think we're very simplistic as a business, or maybe it's me as a person. We try and really be very, very. We never use the word unicorn around the office, or we never use. We still believe we do want to create something that people use, and that is important to them to continue using, and it's as simple as that for us. We don't really obsess about, if we build this, we're going to be a unicorn, and if we don't build this, we're going to be a squirrel, and if we do, like, we're going to be like a fast horse. Like, very cool, but I understand there are some businesses that are run with that at their core, and that's what they aim towards every day. I'm happy if I talk to a room and say, how many people use bottom here? Yeah, so that tells me we're good at what we do, and hopefully we'll try and do better of what we do. But that's always our target. Our target is to just make sure we're serving people where they need us. We're trying to provide whatever they need as well as we can. And that's it. Whether we become a unicorn or any other kind of animal, we don't discriminate, right? It's all right for us.
Staying humble, I like it. It's very nice. So my last question to both of you before we move to our key takeaway. What is next for both of you? Is there anything exciting that you can tell us at the moment? Also, I mean, we're at the Dubai AI and Web3 Festival. We've spoken about AI quite extensively over the past 2 days. What about Web3? We are on the cusp, I gather, of this new era of the web. So what are your sort of forecasts for that? Where are you going to go with your product?
I'll give you the simpler answer. So I asked how many people use bottom, but let me ask another question. How many people sent a message today on their phone? How many people used Web3 today? I don't know what you did with Web3, but you're the only one. I don't know what Web3 is, to be honest. I've been hearing about it for the past, I don't know how long. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it does. And it's not a lot of my focus. If it's needed by our user, we're there, we're using it. If it's not, then it's not. And so far, we haven't needed it, so I don't know.
It's us pretty much going into the internet, basically, isn't it? It's the whole immersive experience is completely going to change. And I've got a 10-year-old, he plays Fortnite and Minecraft, and that's the only comparison that I can sort of have on it, visually, anyway.
Maybe.
Yeah, look, I mean, we have a roster of problems that is already making us very anxious. So we've been gifted with a lot of problems to solve. So we pick the problems that, and we're barely solving them, right? Like every day we go to sleep feeling defeated and not having done a good job, and like you want to wake up with energy and kind of attack the same problem again. So to Abdullah's point, like, we've all been given missions in life, and I feel like the ones we're on right now are pretty large and deep, and we kind of and we'll be guided by our customers, whatever they want. And I think if time will tell. And I think for now, like, heads down, like sort of super mission focused, and we just do what we've been doing, and hopefully we land on our feet. And yeah, I remember him saying exactly what he said at Hajj last year, and I was like, so yeah, I could have answered that for him.
I mean, I mean, look, if anybody here is trying to build their business, or if anybody is on that route, it's always, technology never ends, and there's always this new hot thing that's coming, and it was like NFTs like 2 hours ago, and then it was like blockchain this and blockchain that. And it's very easy to get persuaded and start chasing the hot new valuation, and that doesn't really build solutions to any problems. Like if the guys building Burj Khalifa suddenly decided it's much cooler to build a theme park and just left it half built, we wouldn't have the city we have today. So I think focus is a blessing. Appreciating your problem, and like Faraz said, just keeping at it for a long time is a very big, persisting is a very big part of things. And I think, we see companies, sometimes divert. I don't know who watched the Apple release lately, and they just I think they forgot their phone business, they just released the camera. So sometimes, and people are just disappointed, we just want like better call quality and that, and then you go release a better camera. Like it's that kind of like, I feel, divergence that sometimes where businesses just lose their identity and they don't know what they do anymore. I'm not saying Apple doesn't, but just an example. So yeah.
So in the last 10 seconds, what is your final key takeaway? What would you like our audience to go away with? What's your key message to our audience when it comes to super apps, to ultra apps, and the integration of AI?
I think it's important to appreciate that we're at a seminal moment in this space. The world is going to change. Whatever, we don't have a God-given right to remain relevant. So we believe this technology shift makes the world sort of like a little bit more competitive, a little bit more interesting. So yeah, we're going to work harder and keep building what we're building with the technology that's now come, and hopefully serve customers better. And really, this is day zero. We're just starting. This is the start of whatever we're doing. So that's what we feel.
I think I'd say just support local platforms. Support local platforms, yeah.
Very, very well said. We cannot thank you enough for your insights, for your time. Abdullah, Faraz, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you so much.
Testing. There it is. Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your wisdom and insight. Next up, we will be discussing data and the future economy. Our speakers, Juan Bennett, founder and CEO at Protocol Labs, Michael Clark, data scholar, industry advisor, and Holan evangelist, and our moderator, Heath Banky, founder and managing director at Holan. Please welcome our guests.
Great. Everybody can hear me? All good? All good? Cool, cool, cool. Well, guys, I have the pleasure here today. I think if you've walked through the hall, you've seen that we're running data storage and compute in a verifiable way, which we think is very exciting. I have the founder here today, Juan, of Protocol Labs, who's responsible for actually creating the world that I'm actually building around in terms from the protocols. So I think Juan is probably one of the probably recognized as one of the premier thought leaders in Web3 globally. He's been doing this for some time. So it's actually fantastic to actually have him here today. He's flown in especially for this event, which is wonderful. Michael Clark, on the other hand, is, again, someone I've met along the journey who's very committed to really explaining to people the why around data. It's quite it's sort of funny how these connections have actually come about over time, but Michael's writing a book, and which I think is going to be very insightful on where things are actually heading for the future of the data as we move forward. Now, one of the big conversations that we're having here with the leadership is really around creating the Switzerland of data. We really feel there's like a great opportunity in the UAE to actually do do this. This is for us is like, and for many, I remember when I started reading about what Juan was doing, I could see where this could actually go in that way. So I think we're going to kind of work on some of this conversation today, have a pretty open conversation about where things can head from this regard. And I think, like, you know, we're really sitting here in a place in the world where these things can happen. But look, how about I'll start with Juan, and of course, interestingly on the prior panel, of course, the question coming, you know, what is this Web3? Juan, maybe I'll throw it over to you, and you can really kind of like define what Web3 is and take it from there.
Yeah, so Web3 is a technique of using structures like verifiability and cryptographic proofs to give us a different transactional structure in which to run transactions on the internet. Meaning, you know, before Web3, the computing revolution and the emergence of the internet and then the web and then Web 2.0 gave us this highly dynamic medium where different companies and groups can create applications, data streams, all of this kind of stuff. But what was missing there is some way to do verifiable transactions that couldn't be rolled back unilaterally. So today, most of the data is controlled by centralized parties who are effectively the arbiters of what's true on the internet, which means they have an enormous amount of power in changing how those transactions end up. So the idea of Web3 and, you know, the crypto technologies is to introduce strong mathematical guarantees into the transactional ledgers that we use to run transactions on the internet. Now, of course, like financial applications are one of the building blocks of that. With verifiability, you can do things like represent currencies, represent different kinds of financial instruments, and so on. But this opens up a much larger space for many different kinds of things. So for example, you can build new kinds of infrastructure networks. So think of large-scale physical infrastructure networks, everything from cloud data center type systems to solar farms to sharing economy type networks. Different kinds of structures like that can be built with these verifiability primitives, which give you a much more fair protocol in which to build. So it's no longer controlled and run by a single company, but it's rather a fair protocol that enables many institutions and many groups to transact according to the rules of those protocols. So Web3 is entirely about bringing verifiability into the transactional flows of the entire internet to create those decentralized style protocols.
So maybe, Juan, do you want to touch on some of the applications and business models, and I'll get actually Michael also to follow up on that.
Yeah, so we've seen over the last 10, 15 years, we've seen the basic financial building blocks. So again, currencies, basic financial instruments, things like loan structures, things like mortgages, things like basic property registries, and so on. We've also seen a large-scale group of applications outside financial sector, more in building out large-scale infrastructure systems, so cloud computing type environments. So Filecoin is an example for data storage. Think of a sharing economy type environment where anybody can bring in data storage to provide for, to store anybody else's data. There are similar compute-oriented networks where providers can bring in large-scale compute infrastructure to then enable parties to run that compute on top of that. And then there's a whole other set of applications around what happens when you start using game theory and incentive structures to run other kinds of applications. So people have built different kinds of sharing economy style markets. So think of like ride sharing or house renting or things like that. Those marketplaces are just beginning to start to be rolled out. So you can imagine that over the next 5 to 10 years. So lots of different kinds of applications. You can think of Web3 as a way of like looking at the Web 2 business models and figure out where is there like a very large scale kind of rent-seeking centralized party, and introduce some verifiability primitives that enables a decentralized protocol to emerge to do that same kind of transactional flow, but in a much more fair and decentralized and disintermediated way.
Yeah, I think the other thing to think about is we have an opportunity now to use this technology to rethink what data is. If you'd asked me 20 years ago, could people own their own data and could it become an asset? The answer probably no, because of technology constraints and so on. We're at a point now where we could actually really say, is data our next asset? And I don't mean something that we monetize, it's something that we can all create utilities from in a way that allows us to use it in our own unique way, but in a verifiable way, in a secure way, which opens up lots of different avenues that none of us have ever been able to do. So things like a single view of our health could be possible. Just because the fact all our data is siloed today in different centralized areas, we can now do that with the technology. And I think that's been the sort of misdirection, I think, in Web3, in terms of we lose sight of the potential that we actually have with the technology, because we now have a set of mechanisms and an asset that we could create and give to everybody in their control, but in a way that is secure and trusted. Because that's really the big elephant in the room when it comes to data is, can I trust it? Do I know where it came from? Do I know what it is? And now we have technology to do it, but also now we have an opportunity to, like I say, to reframe the view of data, because it shouldn't be seen as privacy and something to fear. It's actually something that will unlock potential in our healthcare and our financial life, because today even data is generic. We all use data every day, but it's never personal, really. It's a generic view of things. That's why this is so exciting, because we now have the means. It's the question of now, do we have the will to be able to actually envisage some of these things? Because clearly the capability is there.
Yeah. And I suppose, Michael, you've been the author with the DIFC of a paper around actually starting to look at data laws. Maybe you want to touch on that?
Yeah, so a few months ago, we did a paper in the DIFC on what is the possibility of making data a real-world digital asset. Because at the end of the day, it's actually almost as essential now as water, because data touches every one of our lives. If all of you in this room have a mobile phone, all of you are probably taking photographs. Those are memories, they are stories, they are data. So it touches everything. So we sat down with the GFC and said, well, is there an opportunity here to look at data differently? Actually, let's not look at this as a privacy problem. Let's look at this as how can we give people access to it in a fair way, but in a secure way, in an ethical way. So the logical conclusion was, well, we have a digital asset regulation. Why can't we tag it onto that and treat this like any other asset, but a very unique asset? Because it's almost a bit like Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's like the brother in between of them, right? Because it's a store of value and it's also a utility at the same time. So there was this huge opportunity. What's exciting is that that will go into publication in a magazine first in a few months, and then hopefully then that will take a few steps further. What excites me is globally is the conversation has begun. And AI, I think, woke a lot of people up in a positive way to say, actually, we need AI because we need the knowledge it's going to give us and all the things that we can't do at speed, but we need the human because the human has the abilities to be able to interpret that, but also to be able to give the data back to the machine. So the whole AI conversation has actually woken us up to say, we don't have some of the things that we need to be able to get the best from this technology. So it's going to be a combination of Web3 technology and some of the educational things that we need to do. But the exciting thing is it's starting to happen.
It's interesting, guys. Like Holon, you see if you go to our stand, we're talking about Holon as being a data custodian and being green. And it's kind of interesting from my background, also being deeply in financial services, and I've talked about this one over time. And literally with verifiability and the data structures we work about, we are truly a custodian of people's data, which is really what is needed to solve a lot of the issues that we see in Web 2 today. So, and of course, this conference relating to AI, and we think the importance is of those data structures to really support AI. Maybe you want to touch on that one.
Yeah. First of all, actually talk a little bit about the data asset class thing, just because it's so, I think, such a genius move. When you think about the thing that's created some of the most value on the world in the last 20 years, it's been the ability to collect, organize, and transact upon data, right? So the moniker used to be data is the new oil and all of this kind of thing. However, data hasn't been represented as an asset class yet. It's like this very vague and fuzzy thing that a certain set of companies can operate and know how to handle, but then they of course want you to transact with that data entirely through them all the time. Instead, if you take a forward-thinking approach and you start constructing abstractions that let you identify, address, trace, and have verifiability over the transactions on that data, you can start a totally new kind of commerce on top of data sets. You can start one of the things that I thought was so cool about this work is you enable companies and governments and so on to treat the data directly as an asset in balance sheets. So you now have, think of all of the companies out there that have massive amounts of data. You can now add another entry to that balance sheet of those companies or groups, incorporating the actual value of the data that they have and how that can be transacted upon and so on. And doing that can enable marketplaces for this kind of data to happen. So think of today as those marketplaces being entirely run by single companies that know how to leverage the value of that data, but instead of think of much more open marketplaces where any party can, no single party has a leg up over everybody else. You have a much more neutral ground in which to transact and have commerce over. So that's a super exciting possibility space. Now, I think this is crucial to put in place ahead of a lot of the AI revolution type of things that are coming through, because already data is a huge part of that wave of technology, meaning the current ML models that we're building require massive scale amounts of data in the world in order to be able to build intelligence. So one of the big things that we've discovered over the last 10, 15 years is that the models get dramatically more intelligence with both the scale of compute and the scale of data that you add. So you can increase the intelligence of the models by training over larger scale compute or larger scale data sets. So that means that there's a set of companies trying to accumulate massive scale data sets or generate new data sets in the next training runs that the ones that are going now and maybe the next generation. Lots of these groups have actually exhausted the available data supply from the publicly addressable data on the internet, and they now have to scour for other kinds of data sets that are not as publicly accessible, or in some cases generate new ranges of data sets. And so think of data as an asset class becoming dramatically more important over the next 5, 10 years as these models gain greater and greater intelligence over those data sets. Now think of, on top of that, the world of different AI agents being able to transact over that data, having some structures to enable that commerce over the data flows would enable lots of different kinds of businesses to be built using ML models to transact and operate over that data. And I think that's only going to be truly realized if we can establish strong protocols with strong guarantees enabling that kind of commerce, as opposed to just hand over all of the possible value generation to three technology companies that can figure this whole thing out.
No, just to build on that, I totally agree. Because I think the end game where you get to is a modular AI, which is basically AI for specific elements of your life, which is running on real-time data. Because if we're going to get the real benefit from AI, it's got to be running on information about you, running locally. And data as an asset in that context is an owned asset by the individual, which could be running on device with an AI. In the world of agents, you can have an agent for your health, an agent for your finance, agent possibly for legal, or even one that orchestrates everything. So you are going to need real-time data. And the irony is that all of us in this room probably create about 1.7 meg every second. So it's not a data problem in terms of volume, it's an access problem in an ethical way. So if we solve that, then the other big thing to solve then is, can people read it? Do they have the data literacy skills? Do they have the things that we need? And does our educational system support them to be able to use that data in the right way? But that's what happens when you make it an asset, because actually then it becomes really important. It's really important for people to be able to use it, access it, and create with it. But then on the flip side, you need an infrastructure then that allows that to take place, which is why this conversation is happening. And if you elevate it even further, what I'm describing is an economy. This is really what this is. This is one of the pillars of an economy which we've all been talking about since yesterday. The AI component, the data component, all of these things converge, and data is a significant portion of that. And that's why elevating it brings it part of that discussion rather than a byproduct or remaining part of a centralization scheme.
So Michael, if given your experience in dealing with a lot of governments, central banks, one has this experience as well on dealing with C-suite executives. What generally is the blocking points, or what's the issues that you see trying to tackle this?
So it's interesting when you speak to C-suite. Actually, one of the biggest blockers for them today is actually privacy, because actually it's a hindrance and in a negative way to them, because they actually want to be able to do more for their customer, but they're constrained by certain privacy. Also, one of the biggest problems is legacy. Let's not forget that, because a lot of most companies on average have 367 systems. So this is acquired infrastructure over time with data in silos. So there's a whole piece to say, well, you know, how do we help businesses actually identify the value in data? Because that's the other big elephant in the room. No one really knows what data's worth. All we measure data on is based on the value of a company, because data builds up over time and adds value. So most executives will actually tell you or ask you, where's the ROI in my data for me to even want to be able to do something? Because the reality is they don't know. So there's a whole valuation thing that I've been working on with others to actually solve that problem, because then we shouldn't need to store so much, because actually we store what we need because it's of value. But equally then with platforms in the Web3 world, we have an opportunity then to use that data in the right way in a business and it's secure. You know, look, any C-suite executive will tell you the biggest concern is the security of their data, the ethics of it, but also being understand where the value is and also what the ROI return on is. But the good news is they all want to do something, because again, the AI has been the wake-up call to say, actually, it's not AI that's going to make us successful, it's the quality of our data and the data that we have, and it can be trusted.
Juan, you've had extensive experience around the world with the protocol labs and the Filecoin network guys. It's all global in nature and the way we operate. In terms of what you're seeing with other governments, are you seeing any approaches similar to here?
So I think we've seen many different governments around the world recognize the value of crypto and Web3 to create these transactional, these better, more verifiable transactional ledgers. Different countries are thinking about different kinds of applications. What I think is extremely exciting in a number of places is that there are jurisdictions that are thinking about the future and thinking about how to have what being a premier financial center looks like 5, 10, 20 years out. And when most of the transactions that happen in the world are entirely digital and in most of the cases entirely automated, then transactional ledgers that enable that kind of super fast and verifiable infrastructure become a critical building block. And there's a set of jurisdictions that are thinking ahead to becoming great financial centers in that world, which requires taking forward-thinking steps now to create an environment that is extremely good for building those kinds of systems and infrastructure. So today, a lot of the legacy systems and traditional finance has all kinds of structures and rules about how to handle different kinds of assets or handle different kinds of registries of like real-world assets like houses or even things like corporate registries are like these. There's all kinds of structures for how to build these institutions. And if you think of their analogs in a fully digital world, today there's just simply no jurisdiction yet that can create fully digital representations of all of those things that don't have to encounter some kind of traditional world friction. The moment that some jurisdiction manages to do that and create a global hub for that kind of commerce, where you can have arbitrary property registries or arbitrary corporate registries, or any kind of like major transaction that happens between corporations could be built entirely through smart contracts. That jurisdiction is going to be able to open up a massive scale amount of commerce from the whole world that currently is bottlenecked on pretty old mechanisms and pretty slow mechanisms that just are human rate limited. And so creating an environment that is computable first requires taking that step forward. And I think that places like here and places like Singapore and a few other hubs around the world are waking up to this possibility and are advancing, because they can become financial centers for whole regions and kind of, in a sense, export really good legal structure, really good transactional structure, fair protocols for how to transact, and that becomes an extremely valuable component for commerce across regions and across the world. So I think that's pretty exciting, but I think it'll take a bit of time and a bit of experimentation on exactly how to structure these things. One of the things that I've been really excited about recently is creating potentially special economic zones entirely digitally. So meaning, think of a place like Dubai has been built with leveraging different kind of special economic zones to enable all kinds of financial transactions to happen or all kinds of industries to be able to be developed. Imagine that kind of thing applied in the digital realm where you have maybe a specific protocol or a specific chain that represents a special economic zone and has government and jurisdictional backing on the transactions that happen in that environment. And I think whatever place can kind of like crack that nut first will create an enormous amount of value over the next 10, 20 years.
I think there's also if you flip, I totally agree, and if you flip into that, there's also a mindset change in that as well. So the mindset change is also in the general population within those regions to say, well, it's okay to trust data, it's okay to share it. So there's a big onus on government, but also organizations to communicate to the end consumer. Because the narrative that's been painted over the last 10, 15 years is data's bad, right? You shouldn't share it. Privacy is really bad. So there needs to be this longer term plan that says, okay, if we're going to shift, it may take 2 years to change the regulation, but it could take many years to change a mindset. Because what Juan's rightly talking about is the shift from tangible assets to intangible assets, where the world is mostly now intangible, but we still measure it tangibly. So there's a lot of mind shift that needs to be made to be able to make that move. And as he rightly says, this market's one. I'd probably call out Brazil as another one. You know, the first market in the world to allow citizens to monetize their data. They've done it because they built the infrastructure to make that possible. So there are moves globally, but there's still more to be done to make people want to participate in that economy with a new mindset.
One of the interesting countries to watch will be Argentina, because Argentina has an enormous amount of adoption of crypto because it had pretty bad macro mismanagement of their currency over the last many decades, but especially the last decade or two. So that pushed millions and millions of people to move a lot of their earnings into crypto representations of assets, whether it's stable coins like USDC or USDT or directly cryptocurrencies. And now Milei's government is much more aligned and oriented with free market perspectives and enabling parties to transact in whatever currencies they want, which is super aligned with that kind of structure. And that has enabled like this perfect moment of potentially upgrading a massive scale national economy using these crypto rails and crypto primitives. And that can, if that transition happens in a place like Argentina, it could start imbuing lots of the other industries there and in the region into becoming a digital first, 21st century first type of environment.
So, I mean, obviously it's all boils down to trust. We've got trusted data structures down, how we're actually building out the technology to support it. But one of the advantages that we see, and I know Michael moved to this region because he sees the opportunity here, and likewise is what Holland's looking to do as well, is that we see there's trust. There's actually a region that actually deals with everybody else in the world. And that's actually a very, very valuable asset, combined with the fact that we have the technologies now, we think, to make this happen. So like, to really get to the Switzerland data, Michael, what do we think, where do we start?
So I think the first thing is recognizing the role that data plays in the economy. I think that's the first thing that I think we all need to do, is elevate the discussion and say, well, actually, this is not a byproduct of a transaction. This is not something that is just a symbol on a computer screen. This actually powers most of our economy. Most of us would probably struggle to cope day to day if suddenly data switched off. If Google suddenly disappeared, we'd be struggling. So the first step is elevating that discussion. And we've been having these discussions yesterday in roundtables to talk about what does this mean in the next economy. And I think it's bringing data into that next economy discussion and elevating it. Because everything starts with not regulation. It has to start there to say, right, do we really want to rethink this? And that's why some of these conversations in the region have been really exciting, because there's a recognition of that and the role the region can play in. And by the way, once you make data an asset, it creates economic stimulus, because companies will come to generate new data-driven propositions. And it brings much more advantage. So I think you start there. You elevated the conversation to say, okay, well, the real asset in the room here, yes, AI is this and technology is that, but without the data, there is no AI and there is no technology. So, but the data comes to life through those capabilities and with the role of people. Once you start looking at it as an asset, then you start looking at it in all different directions and say, okay, what does that mean from an enablement perspective? You know, what do we need from an education? What do we need from an infrastructure? How do we create the stimulus? But more importantly, how do we monitor it as an environment? And I think the other important thing we need to think about is how do we become adaptable? Because the world is moving too fast. Yeah. So we can't have policies that take 3-4 years to change because the world's moving too quickly. Yeah. So I think start there, elevate it, and then start looking at it through that lens is the first place to start.
The way that I would approach this is to think about the mechanics of what happens to data. So data, first off, is generated in a different set of places, then it tends to be aggregated. Data is somewhat portable. Large-scale data is hard to move, but it can, once you have it in a particular location, when you run computation over that data, that tends to generate more data. So you have this effect where you have large-scale collections of data that over time accrete and grow. And unlike other resources like oil or other components, it's not a finite resource. Data is exploding exponentially, meaning that groups that have large-scale data sets and enable a lot of computation over those data sets end up generating vastly more valuable and useful interpretations of that data, especially as many more data sets appear. You can convolve those data sets with the older ones to generate a large combinatoric explosion of different kinds of slices or views on that data. And so that, if you think about those mechanics, what you want to create is an environment that makes it extremely easy and cheap to be able to move data into a particular location and then to serve large-scale applications from that place and export that utility to the rest of the world. Meaning you want to create an environment where different companies and groups and organizations and governments can house large-scale amounts of data in specific data centers and then enable a lot of groups and applications to build upon those data sets to generate even more data and have structures to be able to support the accretion of data over time and then make it transactable and useful to the rest of the world, meaning it should be easy to transact over that data. So today, a lot of that data is in massive scale data silos, like the big data monopolies that have been built over the last 20 years. And the only transactions that you really get to play are the ones that those companies are creating and enabling other people to use. But if you kind of open up that layer and enable data to become this asset with protocols governing how to access and how to use that data, you can create a whole wealth of additional applications that today aren't being built because it's just not in the best interest of a particular data monopolies that want only a very specific way of using that data. So the way to kind of build the Switzerland of data, or really the UAE of data, if you think about the massive value created over the last 50 years in being able to leverage the amazing natural resources here, think of the digital resources that you can generate and build as a foundation for future wealth generation by accumulating extremely valuable data and enabling good governance use of that data. So one of the critical things, in terms of privacy and other kinds of restrictions about data, is that data has dangerous uses or bad uses, and so you want very good rules about how to use that data, what's okay to do, what's ethical to do, and creating an environment that makes that extremely easy for lots of groups and lots of governments to be able to rely upon, where they can label certain data sets with specific kinds of rules and know that the applications running over that data are going to 100% respect that governance. That can be extremely valuable environment for business worldwide. And the way you achieve that is with verifiability and with protocols. So this is why Web3 is has such a big role to play here. It can enable us to take those governance rules and encode them into programs that have high verifiability. Things like zero knowledge, things like fully homomorphic encryption, all of these techniques are tractable now, and that enables these data sets to be able to be stored fully in a compliant, privacy-preserving way to enable all these kinds of applications to happen on top of those environments. So I think it's a really exciting potential future.
I just want to add one thing to that, and well, two things. I agree. And there's two things I think we also need to consider. There's the inclusion piece. So financial inclusion and data inclusion, I think, are two different things, because data inclusion means there's data people have that we've probably never seen. And once we start making an asset, suddenly we get data that we can bring together with other data that's going to give us new insights, new business models that we've never seen. So if you make it an asset, your first priority is to say, well, I need to make sure everybody can access this, right, in a secure way, and they know how to use it, and I get new data. Because look, with sustainability, every year we're probably going to need new data to track the environment that we just don't have, but everybody does, either on their devices, or we need to be able to give people devices to do that. So there's the inclusion piece that we need to solve. And I think then there's the thing to remember is that data connects. So the opportunity here is to actually remove data silos and actually connect data for the first time to give us insights that we've never had. Imagine connecting your DNA data with your genome data with your blood test. What could that tell you? Today, most of the things we guess, right? Most supplements we buy is just a guesswork. This is the real value of looking at it as an asset, because you start to question those things. And you start to go back to first principles almost with data and say, well, what is data and what don't we understand right now? And what do we need from a mechanism point of view, from a shareability perspective, but also an access perspective, and also from a trust perspective. If you look at it through those multiple lenses, then you might come up with a different set of results than you have today. The technology is making that possible. Now we just need to apply the will and a different mindset to come up with a different set of answers.
So look, I think we'll conclude today. I was like, we see an opportunity here in the UAE for a country really to lead these conversations and have a huge economic impact. I think Juan and Michael are sort of outlining some of these conversations are very material and could be very impactful on people's lives. It's actually why the title of Michael's book is talking about how we can really unleash human potential with the trusted foundations, technology, and nations who can embrace these very game-changing ideas. So with that, I'd like to really thank Juan and Michael for being here today. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for captivating us with your knowledge. We will now break for 30 minutes and resume at 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch.
تخيل عالماً تتحقق فيه السعادة بلمح البصر، عالم تتحدث فيه البهجة كل لغات العالم، وابتسامات تنير كل منزل.
gentlemen, greetings from Ireland. While I regret I'm not in a position to join you in Dubai today, I am very pleased to participate with this video. My warmest thanks to the government of Dubai for organising this excellent festival. The agenda for these 2 days truly showcases the potential of technology-driven growth and innovation. The participation present from every hemisphere also highlights the impact of AI will be felt in every part of our world. Ladies and gentlemen, Ireland is a global island. Ireland is at the heart of the global digital transformation, both as home to a vibrant digital economy and through our key role in the European Union and in particular in the digital regulatory space. As a small, open economy, Ireland has been hugely successful in attracting 8 of the global top 10 information technology companies to establish a significant presence here. We are the second largest exporter of computer and IT services in the world. We also have a dynamic domestic innovation ecosystem with the 3rd highest number of unicorns per capita in the European Union. Indeed, I was absolutely delighted to lead a trade mission to the UAE earlier this year to support our innovative indigenous companies across healthcare, aviation and the technology sector. Ireland, like Dubai, can see the benefits of a thriving economy ecosystem and is a regional technology hub. Digital technologies and AI are improving our daily lives by transforming healthcare and education, by creating new business opportunities, by granting easier access to government services, as well as contributing to climate action. Seizing the opportunities that AI and other advanced technologies present will require a number of key actions. We need to invest in AI research and development. Most of the funding in Ireland's €371 million Disruptive Technologies Innovation Fund has been to projects with an AI element. Over the last 5 years, Science Foundation Ireland has committed to spending nearly €197 million on AI research. We need to build human capacity and prepare for labour market transformation. Our education system here in Ireland produces 1,500 master's graduates per year. Our centres for researcher training, spread across many Irish universities, have collectively produced between 600 and 700 PhD graduates over a 4-year period from 2019, effectively doubling the number of PhD graduates coming out of Ireland. Ireland has recently established a new National Skills Council. This facilitates a new strategic partnership on skills forged between government, industry and our social partners. I am determined that we will continue to be dynamic and agile in our digital skills policy. We also need to increase international cooperation for trustworthy AI. In the European Union, we have agreed and we are implementing a sophisticated digital rulebook. This sets the foundation for a fair, a safe and a competitive online realm which will apply to all EU citizens. The EU AI Act will ensure that high-risk uses of AI will be strictly controlled whilst allowing innovation to flourish. Ireland, through its close ties with industry, understands the importance of coherent and effective regulation. With our strong inward investment pipeline and a dynamic domestic innovation ecosystem, we have always advocated for legal and regulatory certainty for business. We are very conscious of our outsized role as digital regulators due to the presence of many large multinationals here, and we take this role very seriously. Indeed, digital regulation is one of the 5 pillars of our national digital strategy, Harnessing Digital. I believe the proportionate, risk-based approach to regulating certain uses of AI that we have taken in the European Union is the right one. There is increasing international collaboration on AI governance, in particular through the OECD, as well as in other fora. It is crucial that all such discussions involve a multi-stakeholder approach within the rules-based international order. Businesses, scientists and researchers, academics, Governments and civil society must work together to harness the potential of AI technologies for our collective good. I know that the discussions you are having in Dubai over these 2 days will play an important part of this significant international conversation. Gurmila Mahagov, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that everyone got enough energy from their lunch so that you can be ready for our next panel of speakers, who will be discussing decentralization and why it matters. Navin Gupta, CEO, Crystal Intelligence. Owen Lee, CEO and CTO at GDP Labs, Senator for Industrial Helix at Corica. Jonathan Victor, co-founder at ANSA Research, and our moderator, Anish Shivdasani, Senior Advisor at Roland Berger. Please welcome our guests.
Thank you. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. How you guys doing? Thank you. Are you going to look at your phones for the next half an hour or pay attention to this panel? I just said that so that you would look up. It's great to be here. Another amazing event from DIFC, the inaugural AI Web3 Festival. Fantastic. Super interesting topic we have for you today. We're really going to be talking about decentralization. And we have some fabulous panelists joining us to discuss this. Maybe before we start talking, I just want to maybe set the scene, give some context. So people talk about Web3 being the next iteration or the next generation of the internet. And one of the key features of Web3 is this thing called decentralization. And so really what I'd like to do in the next half an hour, 45 minutes or so, is unpack exactly what is decentralization, what's so good about it, I mean, what are the benefits, and, you know, is a decentralized internet really possible, or is decentralization just another buzzword that the crypto guys have come up with to fleece us of all our money? That's the key question we're going to be going into today. With me, we got some great minds. We have Navin, who is currently CEO of Crystal Intelligence, a blockchain analytics company, but was with Ripple for many years. Ripple's a major crypto project, so we're very keen to get his views. Only, who is a legend, a blockchain legend from Indonesia. And last but not least, Jonathan, who's come all the way from New York. This guy's got deep expertise in decentralized physical infrastructure, and so we're really going to enjoy getting into it. Now, just one more thing. I told these guys I don't want any technical jargon. Please speak English so that most people can understand it. So I'm hoping we can have a discussion that is enlightening and also accessible for everybody. Fantastic. So, gents, first question, simple question. What is decentralization? Who wants to take that one? And I want a very simple answer, simple explanation. Who wants to go?
Sure, I'll hop in.
Go for it.
So rather than talking about decentralization, which is like a catch-all term that can mean different things to different people, I think it's easier to talk about what are the properties that decentralization gives us, because you can get that in many different forms. To me, it means verifiability. It can mean censorship resistance. It can mean lack of reliance on a single source. And I think this is the core sets of properties that we want out of the next set of technologies, because these are, at least for the internet portion of why decentralization, these are the areas where I think we have the biggest issues that need to be tackled. And so when I think of decentralization, I'm evaluating systems against that framework of like, what are the sets of technologies that give us those next-gen properties that give us verifiability, censorship resistance, and sort of a lack of reliance on a single source in order for any application to function.
Look, let's just explain that and unpack that a bit more. Today we have a centralized internet, right? What's wrong with the centralized internet we have today? Can you give me a very clean, specific example that everyone's going to be able to understand so we can understand what the issues are?
Yeah, well, maybe I can tell a little bit of a story as like an example. Imagine we were talking about a book. Like, I just read To Kill a Mockingbird, and I say, do you guys want to read it? You say yes, and I tell you, okay, cool, fly to London. In the middle of town, there's a library, go to that library, 3 bookshelves in, 2 books on the right, that's the one that you want. Now, of course, many things can go wrong. Library could burn down, book could be gone, different book could be there. All of these things could happen, and
hang on a sec, sorry, I'll just order it on Amazon, I'll get it delivered the next day.
Possibly.
So I'm not following your analogy here.
Yes, what I'm describing to you is how the internet works today. I don't tell you, when we're talking about data, I'm not telling you what data you're looking for, I'm telling you where to go to get it. And this is actually a fundamental issue, because whenever you go to johnsdropbox.com/JPEG1, JPEG1 is just some name I gave a file, but you don't know what that file is. Now, all of the things I described to you are things that you've probably seen on the internet. There's a broken link, a file is missing, you go to a page and that file is different from what it was before. This is where the internet, as we've built around centralized sources, is really reliant on trust, of you being able to go to some location and find the thing that you're looking for. Now, a different way that that story could have gone is I tell you about this book, and instead of telling you where to go, I give you a very specific description. I tell you that it was written by Harper Lee, it's gotten this number of pages, this is the cover art, and I give you such a specific description of the book that you could go to your local library and see if it's there, you could ask your friends, you could get it from Amazon if you wanted to, and you could verify that the thing that you got back actually met all the properties that I had told you before, that it matches the description that I had given you. And that way you would know that the book that you got back is the thing that you're looking for. You're not reliant on a single source. You don't have to go to that one library in London to go get the data. You could go get it from Amazon, you could get it from your friends, and so on. And this is what it means to build a decentralized web, where we're not reliant on any individual source. We're building it in such a way that applications can pull data from wherever.
Okay, I'll pause you there.
Maybe I can take
you
a
have
crack
another
at
view?
it.
Okay, let's
Yes.
have another crack.
So
Thank you.
firstly, I just want to say decentralization is not Web3. So decentralization as a concept is bigger. I mean, it applies to many different walks of lives, technologies, and everything else. But I'll take a very simple example, right? I think a lot of you in this room would have a US dollar account. You get it at default, assuming that you go and open an account with a UAE bank, right? What is the interest rate that you get on the $100 that you have in US dollars here in the UAE? Or you could take US any other place. Maybe 10 basis points, 20 basis points, 50 basis points, right? What's the rate, risk-free rate on US Treasury? Just 3 months, 1 month, you pick up a number. 550 basis points. So for me, the simple thing is the fox is taking too much meat away from the cats, right? Which means somebody is taking too much value out for the value that they're creating in the transaction. Yes, they're keeping my money safe. Yes, there is X, Y, Z. But if you're taking 5.25% for that service, to me, it's too much. And essentially, a decentralization platform, or anybody, whoever builds a business model around it, and I'm not asking them to build it, then it's much better use of my, the value that gets created for me. For example, if they take 25 basis point for creating that decentralized platform, even if it's not fully decentralized, and give that value back to me of 500 basis points because I'm trading between 2 people, a borrower and a lender,
okay,
which is safe,
so
insured,
that's
and
an
lots of
interesting
other
example.
things.
So you're basically saying a bank is a centralized entity, we all keep our money there, and the bank is basically making tons of interest off our deposits and giving us a very small amount, and therefore there's some kind of inequity there, and we can correct that by having a decentralized bank where each person keeps their own money in some digital form, and there is no centralized entity, and that's basically what you're saying is what the target state is going to be.
100%. And the only thing that I'm saying is I'm not advocating for one model or another, but the value that is being taken out, 5.25%, is significantly over and above what, as a customer, I deserve. I deserve much more.
But the thing is, right, I mean, people have this argument that, yes, we don't like centralized entities because they take too much from us, and because the bank can shut down your account if they have any reason to do so, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? But isn't the whole point that you need a centralized entity because if you get defrauded, for instance, the bank will pay your money back, right? So there is a cost to centralization, but there are also significant benefits to it as well. So what I want to understand is, if decentralization is the best thing since sliced bread, right? What are the benefits that are going to help us shift from centralized to decentralized? On, why don't you take that one?
Okay, thank you. So for me, I want to give an analogy and then give specific example how this thing benefit us. So decentralized is a new emerging technology that enable new type of application. The analogy is like, think about it. I flew here by air transportation. A few months ago, I was cruising on a ship because I want to stop island by island. And then in the land, I use car and train. Right? So those three type of transportation enabling us to do different things. Same thing with decentralized, blockchain, enable a new type of application. AI, which is centralized, enable new type of application. Internet, distributed, enable new application. Now specific of this decentralized, for example, if I want to send my family a Bitcoin, for example, I can just send this from my wallet to my family wallet in the US without going through centralized bank where I have to pay fee, and most of all, during public holiday and weekend, they don't work. With this decentralized blockchain, I can almost an instant, my family get the money with a fraction of the cost, regardless how much the amount of money that I send. They don't charge us by percentage, like some banks. So I think in short, the benefit of this type of application is faster and cheaper for us as a consumer.
So you've just talked about peer-to-peer payments, right? How many of you in the audience owns any kind of cryptocurrency? Can we just have a show of hands? Okay, not that many. I would have expected more. So obviously, I'm presuming many of you own Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a decentralized asset. I think the use case for Bitcoin is quite clear. No one can confiscate your Bitcoin, no one can take it away from you, and if you want to send your Bitcoin to someone else, you can send it directly to them without any bank or traditional financial player being involved. I think that's pretty clear, right? But my question is, beyond value, store of value, beyond payments, what other decentralized applications could make sense, right? And the entire Web3 community, the Ethereum community, they're banging on about how we're now going to see a whole bunch of decentralized applications that provide great benefits for people. So a few years ago, many people said that there's going to be a decentralized Uber, whereby, so today, Uber takes 20%, 30% of, for every dollar that you pay for the fare, Uber takes a certain percentage, the rest goes to the driver, right? So many proponents were saying a decentralized Uber would be one where all the money you pay goes to the driver, right? And there is no centralized entity that takes the rest of the money. That's more fair, the driver takes all the money, and so there's benefit in that. But the question is, such a decentralized Uber does not exist, right? Why is it the case that it doesn't exist if the benefits of decentralization in that instance are so clear? You want to take that, Jonathan?
Sure. So how many people followed Tesla over its history? I don't know how many fans of Tesla we have, but I'm going to use a Tesla analogy here.
Lots of people in Dubai drive Teslas. I think probably a quarter of the audience probably has a Tesla, I would imagine.
Great.
Plus or minus, right?
And everybody else has ordered a Cybertruck.
No. Everyone else drives a G-Wagon, right? We're in Dubai, right? Go ahead.
Well, if we were to rewind, I think one of the most important features of the Tesla Roadster when it first came out was not that it was a good car, because in many respects it was not a good car. It was expensive, it was $150,000, it was built on a Lotus chassis, so like the wrong chassis for the car itself, terrible range, but it did one thing and it did one thing well, which is it proved you can make an electric vehicle that was fun to drive, which at the point in time that it came to be, like that was not a commonly held opinion. People thought EVs were just gonna be for a niche audience that wanted green vehicles. And then between the Roadster and the Model 3, what happened? Well, we had 10% improvements to the battery chemistry, the drivetrain, the heat exchanger, the manufacturing processes, and you stack up all these 10% improvements, and what you got was a 100% better car with better margins that could be manufactured at scale and had ranges that were actually comparable with ICE vehicles and so on. I would argue that where crypto is still coming out of its Roadster era. And so I think when people came up with these ideas, if we're going to have a decentralized Uber, it's not that the technology or the idea is wrong. It's more about what are the sets of technologies that have to exist to make that possible. And so if you look at blockchains and how they've evolved, a lot of that has been around how do we scale these things so that we can actually take on workloads that require more than small amounts of transactions in order to actually make this like work. And so I wouldn't say that it's an issue with the idea itself. It's more of what are the other technologies that have to have been invented, which are like along the path.
Do you think the idea is sound?
I can take an example here, right?
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Uniswap, an example, and I think we were talking about in the green room before. So Uniswap is a trading platform, a crypto trading platform where you can essentially trade one crypto asset for another. It does about $700 million to $1 billion every day. It does about 100,000 transactions, but it has been there for many years, right? 6, 7, whatever, 8 years, I mean, at scale. And to me, it has not required a bailout from the government ever, right? So it's been running, I wouldn't say perfectly, but more or less flawlessly. Anybody, 100%, 24/7, you may be a Japanese person, American person, Yemeni, somebody from America, you can just go ahead and trade. So it does bring 24/7 inclusivity, and it doesn't depend on any single actor to be bailed out, or for that matter, a taxpayer in any other country for support. So to me, it's a good example. It's not a perfect example, but something that is work in progress, essentially getting there.
Great example. Uniswap is a truly decentralized application. Can you raise your hand in the audience if you use Uniswap on a regular basis? Okay, so there's maybe 3 people? Okay, so the point is, it's a good example, but clearly it hasn't seen mass adoption, right? And so for me, decentralization is only going to be real when half the people in the audience put their hands up. So the question is, what is the decentralized app, right, that is going to result in mass adoption and that we're going to see more and more people actually use this thing? Is there such a thing? On, go for it.
I'll take this. If you look specifically the decentralized blockchain, it's relatively young. It's only about 16 years if we trace the Bitcoin.
That's pretty old, man, 16 years.
That's the Bitcoin side.
Yeah, but
roughly.
Ethereum is like, 10 years old?
Yeah. Ethereum is even younger, right? It's relatively young. If you compare with AI, about 70 years old. Consumer internet, right now, about 30 plus years old, right? So what that means is we identify certain thing that potential, great thing that can happen, but we also identify some shortcoming for the past 10 years or 16 years, right? The gas fee is expensive, relatively slow. Sometimes you can argue this slow, whether it's a feature, just to make sure it's actually verified, or actually we need to improve the speed. So there are many shortcomings. Just like any technology, emerging technology, we identify the positive thing about it. Once we learn more, oh, this is a shortcoming. Usually with technology, we fix this over time. Like HTTP now, we are on version 3, and AI from expert system, machine learning, deep learning, now generative AI, same thing. It will evolve, right? It starts with a few killer apps, like PC started with spreadsheet, internet with email, for example, right? AI for recommendation system.
So on, your answer is, we just need more time.
We just need more time.
But you haven't really answered my question, right? Because in the long arc of time, let's say in 10 years, 20 years, what is the decentralized app, in your opinion, and I'll like maybe to get Jonathan's views on this, that will actually result in half the people in the room actually putting their hands up and saying, yes, I use this decentralized application. What do you think it will look like, and what benefit will it bring to them that a current centralized version cannot bring?
I think if we fix some of the current shortcoming on decentralized blockchain today, one of the most obvious thing it will benefit is actually decentralized finance. Because it's such a huge market, everybody use it globally.
Define what that is.
Like, for example, I started with payment, for example, and then the other one is about the lending. Okay, that's another killer app, and also stock market will benefit out of it. For all this tokenization, real world asset, real estate, all of this will benefit of it. Those are kind of obvious if we fix all those shortcomings.
Okay, but
I'll take a try at that, right?
Go ahead.
So the first thing in my view will be the digital version of US dollars, right? So we call it stablecoin, but that'll become store of value in some cases for people who want to store their money in US dollar for whatever reason, right? Or digital euro or what have you, want to do peer-to-peer payments and a few other things. So that's one thing where I can see, and I can already see it, that's becoming bigger and bigger. And then second thing I would say is tokenized gold, because gold is an asset that every single, or it's hugely popular as store of value everywhere in the world. If you look at my mother in India, or somebody in China, somebody in the US, everybody recognizes gold universally. A tokenized version of it, where it's available to everybody in exchange for a yen or a rupee or UAE dirham or US dollar could be. But of course, there needs to be work needs to be done for that to happen. So my view would be, or it'll be, for example, 3-month treasury bills, but it'll be an existing asset class which suddenly increases huge amount of distribution because it's now tokenized and it can be traded for local currency a lot more easily. So it'll not be, in my view, a new asset class or a new thing, because that will take more adoption. So it'll be something existing which appeals to people all across the world, and then you suddenly have a better distribution model that essentially helps out.
Okay, good point. Fair enough. You already have tokenized gold today. It exists. There's a few examples of it. You already have stable coins today, right? But the majority of people who own gold and own the dollar do not own the tokenized version. They own the original version. They own fiat dollar or they own physical gold. So what will it take to see this hockey stick adoption of tokenized gold and tokenized dollars? Why are we not seeing greater adoption today? What's the constraint?
So I can definitely say about the tokenized dollar, definitely the adoption is moving in the right place, right, in terms of right curve. If you look at volumes, value, both of them are increasing very, very quickly. Like, I'll give you one example. A friend of mine, and this is an actual example, runs a safari service in Africa, right? And basically all international banks have wiped their hands off Africa and say, if you need a US dollar account, good luck to you. Now, for him to legitimately receive money from an overseas customer who wants to book a safari takes 15 days because the person is paying in US dollar. But now he just accepts USDT and USDC. And all he's doing is selling safaris to fully KYC'd and invoiced customers. And his business is doing very, very well. So there are lots of these things. Again, individually itself, you would say, hey, what's the volume of this safari operator? Maybe $10 million. Doesn't make any sense. But collectively put together, now he's used to a mechanism which wasn't available to him before. And to me, there are hundreds and thousands of these businesses every day who are adopting. And unlike what people are thinking, only a small portion of them are doing wrong things. Majority of them are just running genuine businesses and saying, how do I solve a problem that hasn't been solved?
That's very interesting. What you're saying is the deficiency or inadequacy of traditional banking payment rails is giving rise to stablecoin adoption.
Absolutely, and these are just legit businesses. I just want to point out very specifically.
Go ahead, on.
Just have a short addition. We have to simplify the user interface. I'm a computer scientist with over 30 years experience. Using this hardware wallet is just damn difficult. You have to have a PhD to use it, make sure you don't lose it. This is one of the key reasons why the generative AI took off almost 2 years ago, because if you can use WhatsApp, you can use AI now. It's because the simplification of the user interface. That will help us to get into mass adoption.
I think that's a fantastic point, actually. I mean, everyone started using ChatGPT because it was a simple URL. You put it in a simple search bar, you type it in. People are used to doing Google searches. The UX was excellent, right?
Yeah.
Crypto, in contrast, the UX is a disaster. To set up your own wallet, you got to download MetaMask, you got to set up a seed phrase, you got to figure out how. So there is a very high level of friction that you need to overcome to start using crypto, to start using Web3, right? What needs to happen for that UX to become more streamlined, and why isn't it happening? Jonathan, do you have a view on that?
Well, I was just going to build off, but I think it dovetails with this question as well. I actually think like one of the core things that's maybe an elephant in the room is regulatory frameworks is actually a huge issue that's blocking a lot of this. If you look at Why? Well, because it basically takes a lot of the companies that may want to integrate crypto rails into their applications and makes it a giant red flag of like, we're going to be inviting regulators to come and attack us effectively.
Example.
I mean, look at how even like PayPal is a really interesting example where they are still making moves, but even in the way that they do their integrations, it doesn't allow you to use the full power of what crypto enables because they're worried about what are things that may trigger, like I think they still operate with a banking license in the US, like they're more concerned about losing that as well. And so I do think this is a question about, if you were to look at in the US debates that are going on right now, people are talking about prices at the grocery store and people pointing at the 3% fee that credit card companies are taking. That's 3% of margin that doesn't have to, that could be returned back to customers if you were using stable coins. The reason that we don't have broad stablecoin adoption is because it's a liability for any random retailer to be able to like just add these to their own balance sheet. And so I do think if we solve the regulatory issue, that's actually probably the bigger thing in my view, because I think being able to just cut down on that 3% fee that credit card companies take is actually a large enough incentive for a lot of companies to start adopt. And you see this, I live in New York, people largely want to get paid in cash if they'll take it, because they don't have to necessarily then pay that extra fee.
So I like what you're saying.
And I want to add just one more thing there. Also, we have to take fraud and scams out of the system. What does crypto generally get associated with when you read the newspaper, right? Hey, there's kidnapping that's happening, ransomware, fraud. I mean, it just scares you, right? Because it's your hard-earned money. You just don't want to put it out there and then to be frauded. I would say if any person who deals with crypto, if I ask them, hey, how many of you have ever been frauded or been attempted for a fraud, I think it'll be 100% of the cases, right?
I actually want to come back to you, Naveen, on this, because I know this is a topic of very significant interest of yours. But going back to what Jonathan said around regulatory, look, I understand what you said, but I actually don't buy it, right? Because Bitcoin has seen massive adoption without any regulatory, let's say, intervention, right?
Payment or for store of value?
No, just because, as in, like, it has been allowed to exist, proliferate, reach scale without any regulatory intervention. Just the first thing. Second thing, I mean, Starbucks did a tie-up with Polygon a few years ago. Nike bought this NFT company. Even Instagram started integrating some features, NFT features. A lot of these companies have already started to do stuff in Web3, irrespective of regulation. But none of those initiatives actually took off, right?
Oh, I think it's actually really important to like double click on that, because like Bitcoin, I would argue, is actually quite different from like even stable coins, where the SEC is trying to classify stable coins as securities. If you want to be compliant with securities law, you now need to get KYC information on everyone. You need to keep track of who owns what.
Sure.
It's actually not possible for many of those companies to comply, and arguably it's a huge deterrent from even adopting the technology. So I don't know if I fully agree on that point. I would say for things like NFTs, those are much different from stablecoins in terms of like, what is the core value prop? I think they're really fun. I think those are like engagement mechanisms, but I think that's more like innovation departments like testing out to see what are other people's enthusiasm for sort of like, I don't know, just like fun things. But I don't think that's necessarily the same as like, why have we not seen basically this 3% margin get compressed from like credit card companies by adoption of stablecoins? Like, I don't think from like a first principles argument, I don't know if people would debate like if stablecoins were treated equally or like had a clear regulatory framework, would people willingly pay a 3% extra margin as a retailer when you could just save it? Like, especially for low margin businesses like restaurants.
Fair enough. Look, I think we keep talking about store of value and payments, and I think there the case is more clear. But I want to keep talking about decentralized apps, right? I want to understand where this thing is going, because up until now, I still remain skeptical and unconvinced that actually this thing is going to be a thing. You know what I mean?
Can I maybe like use the Uniswap example? Because I think there's two ways that you could look at Uniswap as like providing value. There's one in that it basically serves a long tail of assets that wouldn't be able to get listed on a centralized exchange or be hard to build.
Yeah.
And I think that allows people to do their own sort of like capital formation. I also think it creates a bound on centralized actors being able to extract, because you have a third-party option to go to. The amount that Coinbase can charge on a fee or a spread is now limited by what Uniswap is offering as an alternative.
Right.
And I think that's like
but you
the
have
other
high
part.
gas fees on Uniswap, right?
It depends on which chain.
Sure.
So I think this is where it's like, as the system evolves, basically decentralized options create a bound on what is the maximum value that can be extracted by a centralized entity. And it creates then, I think, like this nice check. It doesn't mean that centralized entities are bad. They can be value add as well. But it means that you can't have systems that are purely value extractive because it's only captured by a small group of people. Now there is like Uniswap as a company has, I think, like maybe 14 employees or 15. the smart contract itself doesn't require employees to run. It's immutable code that's sitting on a blockchain. There is zero marginal cost. There's zero cost of maintenance of that, which means that Coinbase, who has 2,000 employees, for them to be value add, they have to be doing something more than just saying oh, we're going to charge I don't know, 2% or whatever their fee structure is. And it has to be something that's differentiated in the experience.
Look, I mean, I get that. I buy it. But the thing is, Uniswap still is a closed system. It's not impacting the real economy, right? For me, a decentralized app that goes mainstream needs to interact with the mainstream economy. It needs to add economic value to normal people, right? So what does that app look like? When is that app coming? And what are the constraints?
So to me, I'll take a crack at it again. Probably I'm repeating myself. For me, that app is 3-month US Treasury bill.
Talked about payments.
Yes. No. It's a 3-month Treasury bill, right?
Okay.
The US essentially issues Goran amount of paper, which maybe a lot of people in the world want to buy, but it's hard to get to unless you have a BlackRock account or something like that, right? So it's available on Uniswap, for example.
But it's still financial instruments. I guess the next generation of the internet, if there is going to be one, surely must extend beyond financial. There's got to be other utility involved, right?
Yeah. So at least I'll say my take for the next foreseeable manageable future, say 3-5 years, I would see it staying with financial instruments because that's where Fox is most evident. It's taking much bigger share from the cats, and the rest of the use cases which require some kind of physical movement is too hard. I mean, you need to get, assets in a particular country, and you have to take, get your control over the assets. But with financial instruments which are tokenized, it's a lot easier to do so.
All right. So you're saying for now it's just going to be financial stuff. We're not going to see any significant consumer app that starts to emerge that is decentralized.
That's my personal view.
Okay, cool. I actually buy that. I think it's going to be longer than 5 years. Go ahead on.
If I have to speculate, because you keep asking this, when is the mass adoption of this technology, like 1 billion users, let's say? One potential scenario is actually this decentralized blockchain application actually will be combined or embedded inside the centralized application today. Just like AI, if you look, a lot of existing application now, they put AI feature. The same thing, when we move from internet, from PC to internet, we put all the existing app with internet capability. Same thing when we move to mobile, the existing app will embed the mobile feature on their app. So same thing with this, we're not going to throw away all the application we have, we just add additional features. And we can see this as decentralized blockchain as just additional feature that complement to the existing one.
Unbelievable, man. I actually want to move to another topic. And Jonathan, I want to ask you this question. Does a decentralized internet need to have decentralized infrastructure? Or can you have a decentralized web operating on centralized infrastructure? What's your perspective on that? And I'd like you to explain your reasoning in simple English. Don't go too technical, please.
Yeah. If people want the technical thing after, we can do it. I actually think this also might answer the question that you had before, because...
Fantastic.
So if we start with my answer, when you asked what was decentralization, I think of it in these different properties. I think it's possible to get many of those properties without having blockchains or incentivized infrastructure or things like that, just by saying let's re-architect applications to have this local first verifiable ability to port between platforms and providers just using content hashing, which I won't define that term, but this is basically allowing you to not reference where a location is, but referencing data by what the data is, as I was describing with the book. And so if you build an application in that way, it gives you a number of interesting properties, but one of those properties is you could run the infrastructure yourself, or you could run it in AWS. But it also is the Trojan horse to asking the question, do I need to rely on AWS for all of my services? Because when I'm not reliant on a single source, I can now say it could be AWS, or it could be any other provider. It could be Azure, it could be Google, or it could be an open market of providers. Who is the cheapest person who can deliver me this service? And this is where I think if we've developed applications in the right way, then the question that you have to ask is what are the actual properties that you care about? Do you care about data locality? Do you want it to be in a specific jurisdiction? Because maybe you're a European company, and if you have to move your data out of a specific country into your US region, you're going to introduce all of this complexity with regulations. Maybe it'd be much easier if you could just leave the data in Europe and operate on it there. Or maybe it's something where it's expensive to move the data around. people don't really think about this, but data actually has like a physical space to it. If you have a petabyte of data and want to move that over the internet, a petabyte, for context, is like a large amount of data. It goes gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte.
Wait, was that a yes or a no?
What? To which part?
I said, does a decentralized internet necessarily need a decentralized infrastructure, or could you have a decentralized internet running on centralized infrastructure?
I think if you've built the properties correctly, what we say with decentralization, you can get a number of the properties without using like a blockchain. But if you have those properties, then the next question, so I guess to that part of the question, yes. Then the follow-up question would be, are there reasons why you would want incentivized infrastructure in complement with the AWSs of the world? And my answer to you there would be, there are other reasons, and if you're an engineer, this will resonate with you, where it's like, you want to when you load a YouTube video on your phone, you notice how the ad loads really quickly? That's because that video is cached very close to where you are.
Right.
That is the sort of thing where if you have a decentralized internet where you can have an open market of hardware providers, you can easily get as close to your user as possible. That's something that you can't, even if you have a hyperscaler, you're not going to have a hyperscaler as close to every user around the world. You can look at a map of where the data centers are. It's not how the internet's laid out.
Okay, so that's interesting, and I want to double click on that. As we've seen the internet evolve, we've seen broadband speeds getting faster and faster, mobile broadband getting faster and faster, pictures and video getting richer and better. Like everything's just getting better and better and better and quicker and faster. And I don't think anyone has a problem with that, right? Everyone's enjoying that. Everyone likes to see quick videos and reels and whatever, right? And to enable that, the infrastructure and the internet companies supporting that have created scale, right? The social networks are massively scaled. The infrastructure behind them is massively scaled. Scaling and centralization have seemed to go hand in hand as the internet has evolved. And people are pretty happy with the internet generally, okay? What I want to understand is, isn't there a risk that if we start moving into this kind of new decentralized world, that we're going to lose some of that scale and performance, that we're going to start to see degradation, right, in a manner that the users are not going to like it, right? So even though people maybe hate the fact that Google and Amazon and Facebook have made billions, trillions of value, created trillions of value, right? They've done actually a pretty good job in servicing humanity, and therefore they kind of deserve that, right? So for me, the question is there fundamentally a problem with the centralized, highly scaled system that we've built today? And is there a risk, perhaps, that by trying to go into decentralization, we're actually going to break a lot of the stuff that isn't broken?
Yeah, so let me challenge, I think, a part of that premise, because I actually think it's almost like assumption that the internet today is built correctly. We should invert this. The data that's on your phone, it's actually fundamentally, so there's three trends to look at. There's the rate of data generation, there's the rate of like bandwidth improvement, there's the hardware that you have available at the edge. When I say hardware at the edge, I mean your phone is more powerful today than it was a decade ago.
Right, got it.
It's kind of weird when you think about it, that if your phone can do image resizing and processing, why are we moving that off of a device that will do it for free to some other server to do that processing and do it there? Now, that's not saying you don't need third-party servers, but what I am saying is the amount of resources at the edge that you can use for free is now much higher than what people have had at any other point in history.
Why is it not being used then?
Largely from how we've developed applications. I would actually argue that we're at like an interesting precipice for two different reasons.
Be
One,
careful, speak English, no technical
oh,
stuff.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Precipice, I would argue, is not, okay.
No, that wasn't referring to precipice. I'm referring to what you're about to say.
Oh, yeah.
Just be careful that what you're going to say is very simple to understand. Because I can see you going in a direction which scares me. Carry on.
That centralization and authoritarianism. Yes.
So think about AI and like what we want out of an ideal AI system where it knows all of your most personal data. It knows everything about your preferences, how you operate during the day, all of that. Is that something that you want to put on some third-party server for someone else to be able to take a peek at and know the most intimate details of your life? I think people think that like, oh, and I mean, even if you extend this further, depending on what jurisdiction you're in, like what other people might have access to it. Like in the US, this is a hot topic where people were talking about like abortion cases and like what social media companies will give up. When the data is living on your own devices, that is under your own sovereignty and you're under your own control. The ability to do things with your own data on your own devices is, I think, like a fundamental question about like, do you want to have agency and own the actual like ability to say who other people or what other people have access to your information.
Got it. On, go for it.
I want to add one more thing. You keep saying about this economy of scale. The centralized system today, all those tech giants that you mentioned, get the benefit of economy of scale using centralized because they have billions of users. Now imagine this, the decentralized blockchain system, when it has a billion of users, they will also benefit the economy of scale by then. So in this case, benefit of scale will benefit both centralized and decentralized system.
That's a very interesting point.
And I think just one quick thing I want to add is that we don't have to think of life in extremes, centralized and decentralized. Actually, both these will coexist, and something in the middle will coexist as well. And people will make the choice. People in this room will make a choice. Let's assume everybody in this room was an entrepreneur. For their own best delivering of value to the customer, they'll say, hey, you know what, for my business model, centralized infrastructure is great. For my model, decentralized infrastructure is great. And having that choice is what empowers people in the room. And people love that. Even if then they're making the choice of centralized, they know I had a choice of decentralized, but I'm knowingly making this choice for my business model. Till the choice is visible, it's transparent, and then we are giving to the people in the room who are going to use it, I think it works exceptionally well.
I think like a good example of this, by the way, is you look at like how the AI ecosystem is evolving. You do need the hyperscalers and these massive data centers. People are talking about like $1 trillion data center to do this massive training. I don't think that's actually at odds with the idea of decentralization, because in my view of decentralization, the thing that we're doing is uncoupling the software layer from the hardware layer. You still need these massive hardware aggregations to do these massive tasks. That's the physics problem. But if you look at how is Siri being developed by Apple to like integrate, and it's doing on-chip, on-device processing that gives you the snappy response. It works even if you're not connected to the internet. That's only possible when you're able to leverage the hardware at the very far edge. And so I think it's actually less of a paradigm shift than people think. I think it's more about how do you create a substrate that's open and not locked to any individual ecosystem, where you can do that sort of like magic, oh, it just works no matter where you are in whatever context, on the devices that you own.
And Play Store is a good example of that as well, right? Like, so you need to decouple anybody who's putting an app together, you have to decouple it with the device, right? To essentially say, hey, my app should be able to work on my phone, and why should there be a middleman who takes, again, big value out of it?
Okay, I buy that. They're both very interesting points. My last question, because we're about to run out of time. Wow, that went quickly, right? My last question is this, okay? I'm still very skeptical, as you can see. But let's assume, right, that this stuff makes sense, it adds value, people can see the benefit. As we transition from centralized to decentralized, right, you've got these 7 companies in the US, right, that are extremely valuable, extremely powerful, and have no vested interest at all in decentralization, because it's going to result in major loss of economic value for them, I would argue. Facebook, Google, Apple, the rest of them, right? Given the fact that they basically control the entire internet and control massive financial resources, are they not going to fight tooth and nail against this whole decentralization thing? Are they not going to just stop it from happening?
Possibly. So here's how I would describe one eating an elephant.
And if so, how do you beat them? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so imagine the Pareto distribution of all data centers. I'm going to try to do this in reverse for the audience. So you have like Amazon, Microsoft, Google as like the 80% that currently takes up, or the 20% that takes up the 80% of the cloud workloads, and then a long tail of other. I think the beautiful thing about decentralization and this thing I've described of uncoupling software from hardware is we can now take that long tail of other and turn it into one giant bar. And that one giant bar is now competitive, and you could snowball this back. So start at the bottom 5%, aggregate it into a 5% bar. If you were the marginally next smallest person, your question is, do I become the largest fish in that other bar, or do I compete with everyone bigger than me? And so all you have to do, if you've done this correctly, is snowball up until you have one giant other bar that is as competitive against the hyperscalers.
So what you're saying is ultimately decentralization is going to monetize the long tail, just as the initial centralized internet did for many, many product categories.
I think it's about like creating this substrate that you can start saying many disparate groups can work together. If you're able to say, I can get 100,000 companies to work in aggregate in the same direction, on the same open source substrate.
I got it.
Have more employees in aggregate than Amazon.
We have to please wrap up now.
Yep. I mean, so from my point of view, exactly the same thing. When 3-month US dollar treasury bill is available in tokenized format to people, and they can get 500 basis point in a regulated exchange, And they have a choice. They can leave their money with the bank, not earning anything, or here they could get exactly the same exposure minus the bank risk. That's the choice they'll make.
Some final words of wisdom from you on.
So remember, these magnificent 7 companies used to be once startups. So my answer is, if there's any disrupting technology emerging, this is potential startup that replace all those magnificent 7.
Amazing stuff, guys. As you can see, I'm still pretty skeptical. I still don't entirely buy it, but it's been a fascinating discussion. Please join me in giving my panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for being so patient with us, audience. I know this has been difficult to listen to
and
sometimes.
I hope we kept everybody awake. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to our previous guests for an insightful conversation. And now we have an exciting panel here to discuss bringing the human back in AI. Our guests, Alexis Jean-Baptiste, Chief Data and Analyst Officer at L'Oreal Middle East, Anthony Cook, Corporate Vice President and Deputy General Counsel at Microsoft, Hassan Fardan Al-Fardan, CEO at Al-Fardan Exchange, David Rosio, Head of WW Commercial PC category at HP, and our moderator, Laura Buckwell. Please help me in welcoming our guests.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. And I'd just like to say how brilliant it is that we pretty much got a full house here on day 2, halfway through the day. I mean, we're wrapping this up in a couple of hours. So really fantastic turnout. Thank you so much for joining us. And yes, we are going to be talking about bringing the human back into AI, our next topic of discussion here. And we're going to cover the efficient and responsible use of Gen AI within the work environment. And I can think of no better lineup to tackle this this afternoon. So thank you so much for joining us. Alexis, you had a brilliant keynote earlier, I understand, on transforming the beauty industry through AI. Now, many have described AI, I've said this a few times, as very much a co-pilot. People aren't going to lose their jobs to AI. You're going to lose your job to someone that can master AI, is what I've been hearing as well. So how are you making sure that your operations are always human-led over at L'Oreal?
Yeah, it's a very good question. This is a question we asked ourselves a couple of months back. For us, what does it mean? We've started to implement AI to have a human augmented in a way. So everything we are developing is human-led, but AI-enabled. It means that for us, it's very important to better understand all the processes and to implement AI in all the processes, but it's mainly about automation at this stage. So we use the AI a bit everywhere in all the department, function, brands to be able to achieve our goals, to be like fully data-driven and AI-led. But it means, yeah, we definitely need humans in the loop for many reasons, for reasoning, for critical thinking. Everything is human-led for today and in the future. It's, as I said, it's mainly about automation at this stage, and so we are doing great progress around it.
Very good to hear. Anthony, over to you, based in Seattle, joining us all the way over from the US, so thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the principles, the key principles that Microsoft follows to ensure responsible AI development. You know, the goal is to employ AI in a very safe and trustworthy environment. So how are you navigating that?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we really, as we started to develop the technology, even going back now sort of more than 10 years, even before you get to generative AI, one of the things that we recognized was the importance of looking at the technology, not just from the technical perspective, but what its impact was. And so, you know, as we thought about the adoption of the technology, one of the things that we focused on was bringing together a cross-section of perspectives, so both legal perspectives, but we brought in humanists, we brought in ethnologists, we brought in the engineers, and we really got those people together to really then think about how you design principles that are really foundational in the way that you then build out the technology. Because ultimately, if technology is, and we think of AI as a technology that is at the service of humans, if you're going to do that, then you have to really recognize what are the attributes of humanity that you want the technology to really serve. And ultimately, that needs to be grounded in, you know, the ethics and the ethical constructs in which we live. And so that is, you know, that's very important as a starting point. And then I think the journey that we've been on since, and particularly as we then looked into the generative AI timeframe, is really then how do you translate those ethical principles into sort of the hard engineering decisions that are made, so that when you're building the technology is not absent from those things, but actually all of those ethical principles are foundationally built into the technology, how the technology operates, and the way that it then serves the different needs of people. So, you know, I think the way that we have tried to integrate the sort of the overall importance of the technology as a tool for humans is really been the focus of the work that we've done.
Is making sure that human expertise is very much the forefront of business at the end of the day. Moving over to Hassan, wonderful to have you here. You've been on quite a few panels, I gather, over the last 2 days, so thank you for joining us on this one. Now, you are very much embracing technical innovation within Alphadan Currency Exchange. So tell us a little bit more about how you're leveraging AI, especially when it comes to assisting the operations team and their efficiency and things like that.
Sure, I think it's very important, and we consider it a fundamental part of our strategy to adopt a lot of these exciting technologies within our operations. For the last couple of years, you know, we've already been using some of these tools within our compliance, within our operations, within our risk, and more recently, we're starting to deploy them within a lot of our customer touch points. When we look at AI, you know, obviously we care a lot about the commercial elements and the enhancements of efficiencies and additional security, but there's also the human element as well. You know, we are leveraging, and I agree very much with Anthony that it's ultimately about taking, you know, a traditional, I would say, product or process and using the technology to enhance it, and we're not just looking at it from a commercial standpoint. Ultimately, you know, global populations are rising, right? And you know, if we're going to start to take away means of people to actually generate means of sustenance for their families, then it creates a bit of a philosophical issue. You know, what do we do with all these jobs that are going to be displaced? And I believe we have a moral responsibility to ensure that we are retraining people to be able to interact in a world whereby the skill sets are very, very different.
Yeah, that's so important. Upskilling, reskilling, attracting the right talent as well, which I think we're going to get onto a little bit later, actually. But very quickly, moving over to David. Wonderful to have you here as well. You've also flown in all the way from the US, so we're very grateful for that as well. I wanted to touch on the impact and use of AI in terms of happiness and on employees at work. I think it's a very, very important touch point, this actually. And as we know, the world became hybrid after COVID, something we want to leave behind, of course. But it drove a lot of complexity in how we work, of course, as well. So I wanted to start off with the work relationship index that you rolled out as well. Tell us about some of those key findings.
Sure, and again, thank you for having us here. I think it's important of talking about how the relationship of employees are getting into work. And I think we created a study following actually this COVID era where the work has changed and how people work in order to measure actually what's the healthiness of how people are reacting into how we work today and how it's their relationship to work. And we know this world obviously has changed, and we have been discovering through this through this study that we started in 2023 that there is an unhealthy relationship to work according to the employees. So the way we measure that is based on leadership, fulfillment, on people centricity, on skills, and on workspace. And I think on all these criteria, I think we figure out there are two elements. One is there is a lack actually of probably I will shock some people here, but there is a lack of part of the leadership team, a lack of confidence actually from the team about the leadership of being able actually to move actually the right human skills to be able to deliver, I would say, and to work into the new space or the new world that we are working with. And the second element is that there is a lack of confidence as well about this same leadership of being able to provide these human skills to the team. So I think there is a need behind which show that we need to adapt obviously to that. And I think one of the solutions that we do believe that can bring out of this survey and result is that AI has been one of the elements that came out as being people are very keen on saying that AI can be one of the way to bring more personalization, more tailored solution for experiences on their way they work. And that's something that definitely that can change actually the way that people can experience, I would say, their engagement with work. So that's something that we can more elaborate, obviously, but that's something which is very interesting for how we're going to repeat such study and such survey and measure how things are evolving amongst the year. But so far, there is still a lot of work to be done, and AI can be definitely a way of approaching it.
Definitely. Alexis, I wanted to go back to talent that we sort of very briefly touched on. So how are you making sure that the right talent is in place when dealing with Gen AI? Are you upskilling? Are you reskilling? Are you outsourcing talent? Well, what's your strategy around that?
Yeah, so we decided to have a strong upskilling program internally, so to address all the kind of different population we have internally. So we did break down our population in 3 pieces. So we have AI for executives, we have AI for experts, and we have AI for all. And so we are not talking the same way to each population, of course, because they are not going to use the technologies the same way. So for us, it was to also be sure about their understanding about these new technologies being around, and also how to make the most of it by group of population. So for executives, it's definitely how they can leverage AI to make the most of it and to impact the bottom line and to have like AI-driven decision making. This is key for us. So it was a very good exercise because we had to break all the myths around AI, because for them it was like, okay, AI is going to do everything, but at the end it's not totally the truth. So we did show them where to play, where to win, how to leverage this new technology. So this is one. Secondly, for experts, it was key for them to like lead the way and to be also recognized as the generative AI expert within the organization, to build the trust and to be able to also bring their expertise to the full organization. And lastly, it was the AI for all. As I said also previously for the executives, they were thinking that AI was about to replace them. So it was key for us also to tackle this challenge and to show them that definitely it's part of the new skill sets they need to have, and how we are going to accompany them in, around this transformative journey. And this is what we've started to do. We developed L'Oréal GPT at L'Oréal also, mainly for internal usage and to be even more efficient. So they have started to interact with the machine to see how they can leverage generative AI. It's mainly about like emails, creating new content for internal usage, but we are exploring more and more the different capabilities also of the machine, and so we are implementing it as we speak.
Wow, very impressive indeed.
Thank you.
That's really nice. Moving over to Anthony. Now, one of the biggest challenges, of course, that we've got that's been, it's come up time and time again is, prejudice, bias, prejudice assumptions and things. So how are you, tackling this head on in terms of some of the challenges and the bias in AI systems?
Yeah, I think it goes back to, I think, starting with the notion that you have to ensure that you are using a responsible AI framework in the way that you build the technology. And so we think about that in then multiple ways. So, firstly, you have to look at the data sets themselves. Every single data set that is created is going to have a level of bias. And so one of the areas that, as you think about training models, it's how do you have diversity in those data sets? Because that way you're not reliant upon, or you're not going to be impacted about, one particular data set and the bias that may be in that data set. And so really the importance of having this multiplicity of data sets for training purposes is kind of foundational. I think, the other part then is how do you use some of the tools in AI? How do you use some of the technology tools to help flag and identify some of the risk aspects around bias? And so, we have a particular focus around explainability. And we have some tools, an explainability booster tool that actually looks at how to assess sets of data, how to identify bias anomalies, and then how, as you develop the large language models or as you develop other AI solutions, how to then make sure that you're taking into account rather than trying to eliminate, because the reality is, again, all of the data that we use, irrespective of its source, has a level of bias, and it's more how are you taking that into account in the model in the operation of the model that is critically important. And then a couple of final points is, one, how do you make sure that you're keeping the technology very much centered around the human? And it is around this balance between when do you have humans making decisions, and at what part do they stay in the loop? And so all of the systems that we think about is really how is the human in the loop inherently built into the technology and the solution as you are creating it, so that you can actually make sure that you're dealing with those bias issues. And then finally, and it's something that we're very focused on, both from the way that we operate, but frankly how then we encourage the development of the broader ecosystem. And that's really, again, you don't look at just one model. And so we're very focused on hosting on our platform, and so we have an infrastructure platform, but then as you run AI and you develop these models and you develop solutions, it's how do you make sure that there is multiplicity of these types of solutions available. So we host open source models, we host our own models, we host models that are third-party models, really so that as a developer, as someone that's developing and using the technology, you then have the ability to choose and to integrate different models in the way that you want to operate the technology. And I think that's been, I think as you start to look at then assessing output, you start to get to a much better sense of the ability to counteract or to be at least aware of the bias and how your models are then dealing with those things. So I think it's an important combination of all of those factors, but I think if you look at the underlying theme in all of those, it's how do you have the human making sure that they're aware of what the biases are and then making decisions around that bias as they build the technology.
Very good points there. Now, Hassan, AI is very often seen as a very competitive tool. So how is the sort of finance industry, such as yourselves and these different institutions, how are you making sure that AI technologies are essentially working harmoniously together, especially, to create this human-centric approach? How are you managing that?
I think it's very important to have a very clear ethical framework around your use of AI, and if provided that you have a very clear use case whereby you ensure that you're using it either to enhance a certain product or a certain service, there are very really good ways to to amplify a customer experience, to reduce, let's say, turnaround time, But ultimately, it goes down to having a good process. If you've got a good process and you've got a good, I would say, a good ethical background and the framework, to be able to enforce any kind of decision making that may not necessarily be in the best interest of a customer or the business for that matter.
No, but very, very good points there. And David, I wanted to head on over to you with this aspect of personalization when it comes to customer service, as well as in the work environment as well. So where does AI come in to sort of create this healthier work environment through personalization? Is that at the core of what we need to sort of
definitely
to go forward? Is it all about personalization?
True, and I think we do have a vision that we do believe there is three main elements that we can drive, at least from our perspective of HP, from where we can come from for our devices. It's on one side, there is how do you bring the ecosystem that can work all together in a seamless way. So how can this, for the user, it can bring an experience. You come to your desk, or you come to wherever your desk is, the experience of booting up, the experience of getting connected is smooth and transparent, but that gives something as a way which is very simple. The other element is about this personalization, how it can bring through the way of communicating. Could be voice, could be gesture, could be different interactions of what you can get into, again, your way of working into the device and into the IT element. And the third element is about bringing the element of trust. And the element of trust in terms of how you can trust, obviously, the system of what AI is providing you, but element of trust for what we see as sustainability being in the core of it, and as well cybersecurity. How do you drive actually security into the device, into the endpoint where the breaches are coming from, into our IT world. So I think this personalization, if you go in these three pillars, can help and support towards the best experience for the user, and obviously to help in terms of, at least from an IT perspective, having this healthy relation, I would say, through the experiences.
Before we move on, I'd actually be quite interested to see, is personalization a big thing for our other panelists as well? How are you sort of integrating that?
Sure, if I may, one of the things that, or one of the services rather, that we provide at Alpha Exchange is that we provide a prepaid card option for the blue collar customers. So obviously we have quite a large customer database, and we are deploying an AI tool that looks at the spending patterns of our customers and is actually tailoring products. One of the very interesting, I would say, subsects of that product is our ability to actually assess one of our customers for microfinancing. A typical credit model will not work for that segment of customers, but then an AI-based model taking a slightly alternative approach, is enabling us to derive a credit score, which enables us to provide microfinancing for our customers.
Yeah, and I might just add, I think, look, the personalization is really, I think, the nirvana of what AI is possible of doing. I think that's one of the great breakthroughs we'll see, that technology through AI can truly be personalized in a way that it hasn't been able to be previously. And if you start to look at the ways in which AI will augment the human experience, and you can look at it across a number of domains, and I think education is a really interesting area. The world has a shortage of teachers. In most societies, there's a shortage of teachers, and you think about my parents were both teachers, and when you think about the fact that when I sat around the kitchen table, they never talked about the joy they had in building a lesson plan, or the joy they had in setting an exam question. They did talk about the joy they had in actually teaching children, and so the ability to use the technology to do those sorts of tasks. And I think one of the things, we've actually been exploring it here in the UAE, where we have an amazing pilot with the Ministry of AI, where we're looking at creating personalized tutors that are actually language-based tutors that are on a student's PC, and they're able to then interact and actually get prompts, so it doesn't tell them what to do, but it's actually an individual tutor for each child that is based on the curriculum, but learns the child's learning pattern. And so then we'll ask the child and we'll prompt the child with questions so that it actually enhances their learning. And you think about that available 24/7, so that it can then be used by a child when they want to use it, in the way they want to use it, that is aligned to their learning pathway. I think you really start to get to these individualized, personalized solutions that are really going to see, I think, an amazing impact of AI on the personal experiences of people.
Yeah, in my previous panel, we were talking about hyper-personalization, where, you know, these platforms are going to know absolutely every move that you make, your health statistics, which is, you know, very useful, but also a little bit scary at the same time, depending on how much information you want out there, really. And then there's security risks, obviously, which is what I wanted to ask Alexis. You know, what are some of these emerging risks involved when it comes to, you know, emerging technologies? How do we make sure that we have the responsible use of Gen AI?
Yeah, just one word about the question you asked just before. So for us, personalization is key as well. Definitely, this is something we want to optimize because it's not one size fits all. We know it in terms of communication, especially for our customers. So this is very important for us. We are leveraging AI to do personalization at scale. As this is what we are doing as we speak. Of course, as you said, it's coming with like few risks in terms of usage. So for us, it starts with like control and governance upstream to be sure that we are putting in place the right governance, the right architecture and infrastructure to be able to operate properly. So it was the first pillar of our strategy. And the second one is more responsible AI. So for our experts, our teams, to be able to develop in a proper way AI solutions to serve the business and to serve the customers at the end of the day.
Yeah. Going back to personalization, actually, with you in the beauty industry, I mean, that must be like a huge thing, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It was our first opportunity, big opportunity we had to tackle when I joined 2 years ago. So many low-hanging fruits for us because we had to reshape the way we were doing marketing. So we are now using AI CRM driven strategies. So we are able to predict who is going to buy from us, who is going to stop buying from us, also to predict what is the next best action in terms of customers. We are doing this also, this kind of optimization on the media side to be even more efficient, to optimize our advertising and spending instead of retargeting people having like low likelihood to purchase. We can focus on the future high value customers and also to bring them the best of our offers and product by serving them what they are likelihood to purchase, for example, instead of just sending like random communication.
I mean, that's a game changer, isn't it? My goodness. Hassan, I just wanted to quickly go over to you again. So how are you looking at AI systems, complementing each other rather than competing? And what does the role, what type of synergy does this play when it comes to enhancing customer experience and within your organization as well?
Sure. I mean, we obviously work off a strong foundational model, and for us, really, the really exciting things that we're looking at is how can we improve customer engagement. So for us, obviously, we work with a lot of blue collars, and for us, a foundational element of our business is financial inclusion, right? There's a certain people that struggle to use digital platforms that, for instance, may struggle to write or read. So we're developing our own tool whereby somebody who's struggling to use a digital platform can actually speak and provide voice command to the application and be able to process a payment. Ultimately, we want to simplify it as much as possible and say, okay, I want to send money to this person and that person. Okay, how much do you want to send? Boom, transaction is done.
Another game changer. I mean, the whole dynamic is completely shifting, and goodness knows what it's going to be in sort of 10 years' time. I mean, I can't even imagine. Anthony, back over to you. A collaborative approach is very much, for responsible AI is paramount. Collaboration is key. It's everything. And I saw in April that you actually collaborated to launch a responsible AI initiative over in Europe. So maybe you could expand on that. And why are these types of, collaborations so important, do you think?
Yeah, I think if you look at, in just this discussion, the technology is accelerating at such a pace, and what's critical, I think, in that context is how do you bring together the stakeholders that are going to be most impacted by that? And so you look at the different groups. You have the business environment, obviously. We participate in that. You have government, which has a critical role in thinking through the policy and regulation, and how are they discharging their responsibilities to protect citizens, to support citizens, and to create economic opportunity in their country. And then you have civil society and other third-party organizations that have also a critical role in validating and pushing and testing those sorts of questions. And I think the reality is when you're moving very fast, the ability for one organization or one entity to be able to solve that multitude of problems or the multitude of different perspectives that are necessary to really get the robust environment that's necessary. And if you think about responsible AI at its core, what responsible AI is trying to do is establish confidence and trust in the technology, in order that the tremendous opportunity that we see in the technology can actually be exploited and can actually be enjoyed by the broadest number of people. And you don't do that with one organization or one entity alone. You have to do it across partnerships. And so we believe very much in the importance of partnerships, particularly in this technology evolution. And I think the partnerships need to extend also across the industry platform. And so some of the things that we've done together with our competitors, I think the Frontier Model Forum is an example of where we have partnered with Google, we have partnered with the AWS, we have partnered with other platform providers that are developing these large language models, because the importance of organizations like the Frontier Model Forum in having a dialogue with government that is informing policy making and decision making at a very technical level, to make sure that we're getting the right level of regulation, we're getting the right focus of regulation, is really, I think, critical. And so it's not just a question of do the individual companies collaborate, but I think it's also how we think about this from an industry perspective. And there's a really important role that collaboration and sharing of information and perspectives is going to be important in that context. But ultimately, this is a journey that if we're going to collectively benefit from technology, we have to do it together. And so the collaborative forums in that context, I just think are so critical.
Very well said. David, back over to you. Now, work is very much hybrid at the moment, but so will AI, apparently, between hybrid and edge. Tell us a little bit more about, how this hybrid approach is going to be tackled and some of the benefits.
I think in connections of personalization, what we talked about before, I think what we do believe is, I think anyway the world with AI will be hybrid, in the same way as the hybrid work, we call it the hybrid square, in the sense that obviously AI is on the cloud, but will be on the edge. On the edge today, I mean, we do have already solutions that we have been provided so far, like integrating noise cancellation or AI facial recognition for videos into our own device. But we do believe there will be more and more personalization and experiences that we can bring. So thanks to Microsoft as well, we have been pushing in the direction of providing and pushing the industry in a way of providing what we call on our side next-gen AI PC. We do see a lot of personalization that are coming through these devices that will help actually to bring again this experience in a seamless way towards the employees. And when we talk about experiences, we talk about serious use cases which have been already into play and that we are seeing and moving forward, even expanding with the technology growing up. I was in another panel talking about use cases before, and I think we talk a lot about use casing on machine learning today for the organization, for the processes vertically. But from a horizontal aspect, we do have already use cases in terms of the type of persona we can go after, where we can explain to companies where this type of device can be positioned for their experiences, for driving actually the right work experience for employees. But I think it's going to be a journey. We know it's going to take probably 2 years, I would say, when the market will go into roughly 60% of the current PC business towards the next-gen AI PC type. So I think it's a great opportunity in front of us, but a great opportunity as well for companies actually to implement such device to bring this experience to employees and to help into this healthy situation that we have to face.
So before we get to your key messages, I'd very much like you all to leave the audience with a couple of thoughts off the back of our conversation. But just before we do, I'd love to get each of your takes in terms of, what are the worries right now, and what advice do you have for maybe anyone here in the audience that's looking to integrate Gen AI into their businesses? What do they need to be aware of? Why do they need to make sure that everything is human-led? How can they keep that at the forefront? What are some of the, what's the best advice you've got for them? Who would like to go first? Anyone like to tackle that first?
Sure, I can jump in. I think there are two things that I think, we spend a lot of time talking with customers about and with governments about, and I think they're sort of two interrelated aspects. I think first of it is skilling. I think if organizations are really going to take advantage of it, of the technology, there is a need to recognize the importance of skilling. And some of the panelists have already mentioned that, and I know there's been discussions on that already during the course of this particular meeting. But you know, that skilling aspect is recognizing that the skilling is not about replacing a worker. It really is about how is the worker going to use the technology to augment their experience. And I think it was mentioned earlier about these concerns about job eliminations and job cuts. I actually, you know, I spend time pretty much with customers around the world, and actually there's much more interest in how the technology is going to augment and increase productivity of people, and how it's going to help them explore and get more value out of the work that they're doing, both from an enjoyment perspective, but also from a productivity perspective. And that is going to be dependent upon really then focusing about how you actually train your workforce. So I think training the workforce is super important. And then, you know, as we've discussed across this panel, I think the importance of putting in place the right governance, because you have to have the confidence in the technology. You have to have the confidence that the technology is going to be centered around and remain human-centric and with humans in the loop. And so, you know, one of the things that I would just encourage people as they think about responsible AI, think about it in the context of existing compliance and governance systems that you have, because it's not something that suddenly you need to go out and build something that's completely brand new. For most organizations, they have a level of focus on compliance and governance in their organizations, and really looking at how you integrate the approach to the ways that you're thinking about AI with your existing governance systems. I think it helps it because it interrelates it to the other aspects of your business in which AI fundamentally will work, and it also provides you with sort of an existing forum to move forward on governance without sort of trying to you know, sort of create new ground.
Any more encouragement for our audience in terms of human-led generative AI?
Sure. Look, I mean, we've talked a lot about the benefits of incorporating AI in various ways. There's also a concern that, you know, of generative AI being used in a nefarious way. You know, the predictive capabilities have become so good at replicating, you know, voices and face recognition and people that you have to educate your, you know, your workforce. I think quite a lot, and you have to invest significantly more in actually preparing yourself for potential attacks and fraud cases, and to protect customers, and also to protect our own systems.
Very well said, David.
And if I just rebound on this, I think there are many applications today that can come already using generative AI to fight against generative AI in some ways. And I think this is where you can leverage now with the technology which are coming again on the edge of things that can really help to drive that. So there's a company called Locus, for example, that do actually detect the video on deepfake that can come in, that you can, through local edge, actually differentiate what are the type of video that can be done through Gen AI. So I think what could be very interesting is really how do you make it responsible for using Gen AI that are really specific towards the fact that you can put more security or detect issues that you can have from Gen AI.
Thank you so much. Alexis, any advice for our audience today?
Yeah, for us it's all about education, as we said before, same point as you, mainly like education and governance. So first, it starts with education for everyone, as I said, with a specific message by populations. This is key. And also governance, to be able to explore use case by use case, what could be the impact of generative AI, but not only, we are talking here about technology in general. And then to open the technology like step by step. It's not like, it's not open by default. We are exploring and we are learning as we are moving forward. So that's why we have this governance committee at Global in Paris, to be able to also keep control on everything we are doing, and to keep also the discussion open to unleash capabilities along the way.
Thanks so much. Just one quick question, just before we get to those key points. As I mentioned in my other panel as well, this is called the Dubai AI and Web3 Summit. I just wanted to talk about Web3 for a moment and your thoughts on it, because I know we're literally on the cusp of it right now. It's being developed, it's coming. How are each of you preparing? Is it something that you're getting involved in sort of now at this stage? Should our audience start getting prepared? Who would like to answer?
On our side, so from an HP perspective, on Web 3.0, that's not something that we have been really investing, to be honest, so far. But there was some discussion associated to intellectual property, how we can leverage actually blockchain associated for the 3D printing business that we do have. But to be honest, that's not something that we have been elaborating further right now at this stage, so I cannot comment further, I would say.
Have we still got a while to go then? Is that the consensus?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, I mean, I do think there's a little bit of a way to travel. I think one of the things that we've been focused on is how do you create the building blocks that enable people to get to the end point. And so I think, you know, we've been looking at how you create some of the extensibility in the platform, how you create some of the tools and solutions for people to start moving towards Web 3.0. But I think we have some way to go, and I think where we go to will also be dependent a little bit, I think, of where some of the technological changes are coming are going to impact that.
Good stuff. Right, we only have a couple of minutes left. You've got a minute each to throw to our audience. What is the key message, do you think, that you'd like to leave our audience? What would you like them to take away from our discussion today? Alexis, why don't you start us off?
So I think I'm going to repeat myself, and
yeah,
sorry for
sure.
that.
No, give us a nice wrap-up, exactly.
Okay, perfect. But it's, as I said, it's mainly about education. I'm just talking for L'Oréal, of course, but for us it was about education, to break all the myth about these new technologies. And so it was our starting point. And then we've been able to unleash, as I said, step by step, all the capabilities of this new technology. And so that's why my main recommendation will be to invest big time on education.
Thank you so much. Anthony?
So I think my key takeaway is, I mean, the technology offers profound opportunities. You know, we as a company are enormously excited about what we believe the technology is already capable of doing and what it will grow to be. And so I do think that where we're seeing people take most advantage of that technology is to implement it and to start to look at how they're deploying it across their organizations. And then in parallel to recognize that as you take advantage of this technology, how do you make sure that you're doing that, keeping humans at the center? That really ultimately is about using the technology as a tool to grow and to augment your business capabilities, whether that's in the go-to-market, whether it's in research and development, whether it's in sales and marketing. You have the tool there that will change the way that the business can operate. And then doing that in parallel with putting in place the right governance and a responsible system that ensures that you have oversight and you keep humans at the center is really the core of how Microsoft's built its technology, and it's I think the way in which I would encourage people to think about how they adopt it in their own organizations.
Thanks so much, Hassan.
I mean, I would encourage everyone to really accept and adopt the the incredible transformative capacity of AI. I mean, as Alfred Exchange, you know, it's touching many parts of our business, and we're going to be introducing a lot of exciting features in our products and services. It's a journey, you know, and the longer you take to I would say accept and adopt things internally, the longer it will take you to catch up. So my advice is don't miss the opportunity.
Thank you so much, David.
On our side, I think I would like to say that we do have solutions that we can help you going into this journey. One, we are doing what we call AI for companies, which is helping actually solutions that can manage into your workflow actually for deploying, actually fine-tuning your LLM, deploying the LLM, but as well bringing the right observability inside that you can see what are the hallucination or drift of the LLM model. So this is one aspect that we can drive through AI for companies. We bring as well AI for what we call spaces or places, which is bringing this audio, video for all meeting rooms. And I do believe AI can really bring these experiences of having people working from home or working in the office in the same way using AI. And the last point is about coming back to this work relationship element. It's AI for people. Is how do we bring actually this next-gen AI PC towards the employees and toward the people in order to thrive by generating and using actually local AI into the device to bring the right experiences for them. And I think for me, it's a journey by experimenting between deploying, making sure everything is working in the way that you want to towards the employee usage.
Some really, really interesting insights. We cannot thank you enough for sharing so openly with us, all your advice, so much to take away, so much to think about. But thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel.
Thank you again to our brilliant speakers. Make sure you're not leaving just yet because this is our last panel. We will be discussing the power of reasoning, machines, brains, and the future of intelligence. Our speakers, Usama Fayed, Executive Director, the Institute for Experiential AI, Northeastern University, Antoine Blondeau, Founder and Managing Partner at Alpha Intelligence Capital, and our moderator, Lina Hazabullah, CNN Business here in the UAE. Please welcome our speakers.
Hello, okay, now it's working. Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us on this panel. This panel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be discussing a topic that is very, very intriguing, yet very scary to me at the same time. We're going to be discussing machines, brains, and the future of intelligence. Now, the convergence of technology and biology is definitely reshaping how we perceive and harness reasoning abilities. And we're going to be discussing how machines and brains are coalescing to shape the future of intelligence. Now, I cannot be discussing this topic with you all without bringing up Elon Musk's Neuralink. And this is the most recent successful feat in this field. Elon Musk's Neuralink, back in February, I believe, successfully implanted a wireless chip in a human brain. And according to Elon Musk himself, who spoke very recently also after February, this human who has a chip in their brain can now control a computer mouse only using their brain. You see why I'm saying it's pretty scary, yet pretty intriguing. And now with this panel of wonderful experts, we're going to be talking about all things machines, brains, AI, and the future of intelligence. Antoine, I wanted to start with you. It's a pretty outlandish feat, what we're talking about here, like almost like a sci-fi movie. And I know you've been in the AI space since '98, so that's more than 20 years ago. You've also built companies, and you were part of the company that essentially brought us Siri. So this is a very interesting part of your experience that I wanted to highlight here. But according to you, and when I spoke to you about Neuralink, you said, Lina, this is not the first time or the first company that has done such a thing. So I wanted you to share with our audience some of the similar feats that have been done by companies in the field of machinery and brains or biology in general.
Yeah, thank you. And it's great to be here. Indeed, the first company that actually put an implant into someone's brain did it in 2004. That's 20 years ago. Obviously, it's deep research. And since then, I think that company is called BlackRock Neurotech. It's out in Salt Lake City. They've done more than 30 such implants. And what's interesting is that it actually works. It works for its intended purpose, which is to try to understand what goes on in the brain through an array, understand what brainwave drive what kind of behavior or intended behavior, and based on this, provide for an interpretation of that brain and actuate. And so it's fantastic that Neuralink was able to get somebody to drive a mouse, but I can tell you that some of these companies that I've looked into as an investor, they were able to do a lot greater things. For example, I remember somebody It was able to actually drive a car. Now, of course, it didn't let that person on the road, okay? But that person was able to drive a car in simulation.
Wow.
And that takes quite a bit of work. So it's just a beginning, but if you're paraplegic, from the neck on down, being able to write on a computer, being able to play a video game, being able to move a mouse, it makes a huge difference.
And Osama, as an expert on experiential AI, and for those who don't know, experiential AI is basically, and how you said it to me, is AI with a human in the loop. In your view, can machines have reasoning like humans do?
Can machines? Maybe one day they could. Today, at least, given the state of the art of the technology, there is no such thing as reasoning. What we're seeing with generative AI, as impressive as it is nothing more than kind of a very fancy autocomplete on the prompt. It sees a prompt, it says what's the most likely completion, and if you change the prompt a bit, this is one of the problems, the result could be very, very different. It could go off on different tangent. We call these things, the technical term is they are stochastic parrots. They are parrots because they don't understand what they're saying, which is a prerequisite for reasoning. It's stochastic because sometimes you get different results depending on what the machine inputs. Well, what the human input for sure, but also the machine, which path it takes, because it has many kind of sometimes random paths it could follow. Mm-hmm. So we believe in the AI with the human in the loop because what is not really emphasized enough, in my opinion, out there is how much intervention and course correction the technologies you see and that impress you a lot in demos, and we can talk about the gap between demos and reality, but these demos, they require a heck of a lot of guidance. As of today, there is no kind of set it and forget it AI. If you don't continuously do course correction and intervention, very quickly it becomes kind of irrelevant, wrong, not useful. So I say one day, because the field has been striving for a long time, and we'll talk about this some more, on trying to figure out what is reasoning. How do humans do it? And it's been a hard problem.
Yeah. Antoine, I want to give you the same question because I know you have a quite different opinion. Can machines have reasoning like humans do, in your view?
Yeah, so first, let's remember that everything that has happened in the last 2 or 3 years in so-called generative AI is an accident. There was no forecast. Nobody had a grand plan to build generative AI. LLMs are an accident of Silicon Valley, where lots of folks tinker, and when you have lots of folks tinker for a while, eventually something comes out of it. And LLMs came out of it. But LLMs, what are LLMs good at? Very good interface. They're good knowledge regurgitator. They are not reasoning engines, for sure not. In fact, you probably know this story where somebody was able to make an LLM say 1 + 1 = 3. Now, of course, we know that it's not true, and yet a machine, in this case, said that 1 + 1 = 3. So why is this? It is this because effectively these engines are statistical in nature. So how do we get machines to reason? I believe it's possible that we can get machines to reason. The way to get machines to reason is for them to experience the world like we do. LLMs learn on text today. There's very little knowledge, in fact, almost no knowledge today by machines that is done off of video. Now think about it. The way that we humans learn is not via text. Maybe 5% of our life we learn on text. We read a book, we go to school, do some homework, okay, that's text. But most of our learning is sound-enabled 3D video, right? This life. Yeah. For the moment we're born, right? Until the moment we die.
I love how you called life sound-enabled 3D video.
Right, that's what it is. That's what it is. And we experience it. And that experience teaches us a lot of things. For example, it teaches us the value and importance of time.
Yes.
Try to understand time with text. So, and when I understand time, so if I see a car and a pedestrian on a certain trajectory, and I have seen it before in the movies that if that happens, well, there is a collision, then I will articulate in my brain that perhaps I should tell the pedestrian to stop, right? Until and unless you've actually seen it, then how can you plan for it? And I think that's the issue. It's very hard for machines to learn in video today. It's very hard. There's a lot of research that's happening today in the space. It will be a while until that happens, but when it happens, I think we'll begin to see machines being able to understand time, therefore sequence, therefore planning, and eventually we might be able to call this reasoning.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
I could probably add a little bit to what Antoine said, which is, I fully agree that they need to go through experiences if we want them to do human intelligence. Now, we may not care. I mean, in some cases, machine intelligence is superior to human intelligence. Machines can play chess better than the best humans on Earth, and probably will never beat them. But some of the stuff Antoine said is kind of a bit of a sleight of hand here, right? Because if you talk about multimodal, and you say a machine can get text, can get images, can get audio, how we get text, remember, to a machine today, the text is not even words. It's not even characters. It's tokens. A typical word in English is about 2 to 3 tokens, right? So it's a completely different thing, whatever the machine is seeing. Similarly, when you give it an image, it sees a bunch of pixels. You here don't see a bunch of pixels. What you see, and what he said, for example, that I've seen images where a human and a car are heading towards each other and a bad outcome will come. For that machine to understand this is a human and this is a car and they're heading towards each other, that's an impossibility today. It can perceive a bunch of pixels and say, okay, this scene is similar to something I've seen before, and here is what's likely to happen. A very, very different modality. How they hear sound is very different. Again, not necessarily worse, but different.
And
So
by the way,
obviously-
and
yeah,
sorry to
go
interrupt,
ahead,
but by the way, I agree with that. In other words, when we say learning on video, we don't mean learning the statistical pixel extrapolation of machines today. We're talking about learning and applying semantics to video, which is what humans do. But semantic learning on video is something that's very hard to do and will take a very long time to be done.
So obviously machines cannot have real life experiences like humans, we can agree. But at the same time, a lot of things are done by machines in a better capacity or just better than human beings. But is there a real need for us to bring both together and create these supercharged super machine brains as humankind? And if you feel there is a need, what is the goal? Is external use of AI, like we're doing now, and we're very impressed, is that not enough? Do we need a super machine-powered brain? Osama?
So the way I see it is, I think the potential of human-assisted machine intelligence coupled with machine-assisted human intelligence, that is the super phenomenal thing that would allow us to do amazing things. This is, by the way, no different than a human figuring out that, hey, I can build a car that's faster than the horse. I can build an airplane that's faster than any bird. I can use power machinery and do stuff that requires thousands of humans otherwise. This is yet another tool. It happens to touch some of the activities we consider intellectual. But if you ask me, a lot of these activities are not necessarily that intellectual. We have created a knowledge economy around us, which is filled with repetitive, robotic, frankly, very boring tasks that machines can probably do a good job in accelerating significantly. And this is where I think the payoff is between the interaction between the human and the machine intelligence.
So you're now discussing the role that you believe AI will be playing in the future of intelligence, which is basically the knowledge economy, in the knowledge economy.
Yeah. So my belief right now, given where we are today, and by the way, this field has been going around for 70 years, and some argue for 100 years, pre-computers even. But what is different this time around is we have evolved a knowledge economy which is mostly digitized, so everything is within reach of that computer. And we have evolved it in such a way that many of the tasks are really repetitive and kind of robotic. Therefore, while the technology itself today, intelligence today, if people talk about, generative AI, for example, scientifically, not that interesting. There's probably a couple of deep scientific questions, probably too deep to discuss with the audience right now, but happy to discuss it offline. But other than that, the interest is economic, right? It's one thing to have a better chess player. That has not many economic consequences. It's a whole other thing when you create something that's capable of addressing the knowledge economy, speeding it up between 25 to 80%, 90%, depending on the task. And countries like the US, the knowledge economy is over 50% of the US economy. So even if the speed up is 1%, 1% of the US, 0.5% of the US economy you cannot ignore, let alone 50 to 80%. That is going to be tremendous economic value. And as boring as the technology is, and as lacking in intelligence as it is, you cannot ignore the economic impact, which is why the story is different.
So speaking basically about the mundane robotic tasks that AI really does help human beings accomplish and gives space for our real non-microchipped brains to think about more creative things to benefit our jobs and mankind. But Antoine, I wanted you to provide us, if you can, with some metrics about what Osama was talking about here. So these tasks that AI can do for human beings, what kind of role does it make AI play in the future of intelligence, in your view?
Yeah, first, it's clear that we, the human species, are in a business of self-augmentation for a long time. I'm wearing glasses. Wearing glasses, that's self-augmentation. I drive a car. I use a forklift. Those are all self-augmentation. And we're very good at that. Now, the difference with AI this time is that, as Osama said rightfully, is that we're beginning to augment our capabilities to do mundane, white-collar type things very, very quickly and very effortlessly. Give an example. I'm an investor in a company in the Bay Area that does accounting. And so you'd think, okay, accounting is a very boring business. But in the US, you have millions of accountants and that serve tens of millions of people, high net worth, SMEs, large corporates. A lot of these tasks are highly repetitive. They're the same every year. You file taxes. And they actually are able to be AI augmented. And so not everything today, but a good subsection of that can be. And for example, this company that I have invested in is gobbling up, is buying small and medium-sized accounting firms. And as it buys them, it retrofits their entire workflow so that the EBITDA goes from an average of 15-20% to more than 60% over 6 months.
Wow.
And you can imagine that when you go from 15-20% to 60%, and today it's 60%, in 2 years it's probably going to be 70-80%, right? So when you do that, then of course what you're doing is you're creating the competition to the Ernst & Young and the Deloitte of the world, but out of left field, okay? And I think you will see a lot of legacy, especially around enterprise productivity side. You'll see a lot of legacy businesses being disrupted this way, or augmented this way.
Antoine, you told me something interesting before our panel here, is that back to the idea of convergence of technology and biology. You said AI was originally not meant to get into this, kind of field, is what you believe. But having said that, do you think it's a very positive feat to undergo this convergence?
So, I'm not sure that I should just be, screaming on top of my head that it's great to put, brain implants into folks. That's not necessarily the idea. By the way, today, if you're trying to do that, you need an FDA waiver. So the FDA has to tell you that this particular case is so extreme that the only way to augment that person is actually to do that, right? So it's not that simple, and it's going to be friction-full for a long time. So don't run for the doors just yet.
I'm not running.
But once we figure that out, and we figure that out in ways that are ethically correct, where the privacy of individuals is protected, where the privacy, because you're tapping into people's thought, right? So it's quite important. So once we figure out ways to do that properly, I'd say, why not? Why should I not be able to drive my car if I want to drive? It will be driven by AI, so maybe that doesn't matter very much. But let's say put together a PowerPoint eventually using my brain without using my hands. Eventually we'll get there. This is not today, maybe 20 years out, maybe 50 years out, maybe not in my lifetime. But why not? If we can give people that power, why not?
Osama, do you share the same views? Do you think that this is a positive feat? And Antoine mentioned privacy, and we were talking about some fears and worries that many people can have undergoing this operation, I'm going to call it, because you're basically, inserting something in the human body. What are some of the fears and worries that maybe you personally have or that you think need to be addressed? And do you think it's a positive feat to converge the two?
Yeah, I think, humanity, I wake up one day and I'm hopeful, I wake up the other day and I'm completely depressed.
Yeah.
Because we are amazing also, not at just augmenting ourselves, but figuring out kind of how to use stuff badly, right? You can start out with something where Antoine correctly said, we have to be careful, we have to figure out the privacy issue and so forth. But now let's say we all have these chips implanted somewhere, and in your brain now you can't take it out, and you're dependent on it. Well, guess what? It is tracking you. It is tracking potentially your intentions. It is tracking your emotions. It takes the whole idea of social scoring that's happening in China to 100, 1,000-fold kind of worse ways of assessing. So it's not necessarily a world I'd like to live in. However, so that would be my concern. It's not the technology, it's actually the privacy and the abuse. But going back to the beautiful example Antoine used in accounting, I often use, so I get asked this question all the time, which is, will AI replace my job? And my answer is automatically no, but a human using AI will replace your job if you're not using AI. Now, let's take the example of accounting. Think about an accountant of 60 years ago. What did they do? Right? They had to be very good at manipulating these big ledgers. They had to have good handwriting, good addition skills in their heads. A lot of patience, because if they made an error in the books and they had to go back and trace it and think of how much money is wasted on going back and fixing some financials prepared by hand, right? Computers came and completely, none of those skills I just mentioned are relevant today to an accountant, right? Here's a question. Do we have less or more accountants today than we did 60 years ago? And the answer is we have more accountants today than in the history of human civilization.
Really?
Because it democratized the function.
Oh, yeah.
It became relevant to small groups, to small companies, to departments, much more useful. Fixing the robotic stuff became just press a button and redo the financial statements, right? Instant. All of that was a positive and created much higher value jobs. And we have evidence for this. It's very clear. It's in front of you. I think when you bring in AI, and Antoine is, of course, focused on it brings the EBITDA, way up for an accounting firm, guess what? It just means now the accountants will function at an even higher level of value add to the business. And I predict it's not going to replace accountants, but it will replace a lot of that work that today, despite all the digitization, despite all the software packages that capture the IFRS and everything, they'll be adding more value on top of that, and the accountant will be much more valuable to the business, as an example.
Yeah, very interesting insights. God knows we all need accounting, so the job is the function is gonna stay with us for a long time. Antoine, I wanted to ask you this question, and I think a lot of our audience members will want to know. Do you think AI will commoditize the application of knowledge, much like Wikipedia and Google have? And we can draw a lot of similarities between these two mega tech companies and AI, who have, in their own right, commoditized the application of knowledge. So do you think AI can do that or will do that?
Well, it is doing that already. So the cost of access to knowledge is going down dramatically. And so it is pushing folks towards less knowledge-intensive jobs, but more synthetical thought, analytical thought, reasoning, and decision-making jobs, right? So, you know, is it a good thing? On balance, for humanity, it's a great thing. As each time you lower the cost of being productive, you increase the capacity of society to generate high value, or higher value, and higher order types of jobs and opportunities. So the answer is yes, and the consequences of that, I think, are great for us. And you know, so we used to farm, then we went into factories, and we went into desk jobs where accountants, you know, maybe lower level accountants, but now we can do other things that are much more productive. And I'd rather do things that are much more productive with my brain than just farming. And I think that's our, you know, logical progression.
And Osama, do you think it will commoditize the application of knowledge in the same, you know, huge scope that Wikipedia and Google have?
For sure, it makes knowledge more accessible. Now the question is, what should be your skills in a world that is like that? Where you can have access, you can ask the right questions, and you can quickly interpret. And this is, I'll share with you a study I was talking about this morning, we got involved with. Many companies now are beginning to ask the right question, which is, okay, this AI is great, but how much benefit, how much economic benefit does it give? And we were using the example of programming, right? So you all heard about Copilot for code, and programmers are going to be extinct and all of that. The answer here was very interesting. I actually thought, going into it, that programming is, you know, once Microsoft acquired GitHub, which is a repository of, you know, hundreds of millions of programs, you know, teaching a machine how to write Python code or Java code should be a heck of a lot easier than teaching it how to speak English or some natural language. I was wrong on many fronts, right? One is, turns out language is a lot easier than code, because I could say stuff here with a lot of errors and you guys interpret it in your amazing, intelligent brains and correct for all of that. It doesn't work like that in code. But here's an interesting statistic for you. I thought it would speed up programmers by 80%. The findings were, and this is done at a large scale, if you are a programmer with very high skills in programming, the speed up is between 60 and 80%. I usually call it 70%. So 70% speed up. Your market value as a programmer just went up by 70% if you use these tools. If you are not that skilled a programmer, it turns out that using the tool slows you down and you're better off not using it at all, because trying to figure out what the machine produced, debug it, fix it, and by the way, you always have to check what it produces and fix it. That takes you way longer than trying to come up with it laboriously on your own. So it creates a whole new dynamic, which, to answer your question, where skill is going to become more important.
Yep.
Your skill as a doctor, your skill as a nurse, your skill as a scientist in how to use these tools and how to kind of leverage that augmentation will become kind of the big player. And it will definitely commoditize kind of raw knowledge. Like, who wouldn't? I would love to have my own personal AI that essentially captures everything I go through, and I can search it anytime.
In my brain, or not?
Well, I wouldn't go to my brain. I'm fine talking to it or typing something. And sometimes typing is way faster than even thinking. But here's what I would say. I mean, I happen to be an academic and a pack rat also. So I still carry, and I've carried them across continents, all my books from college, and I spent 9 years in college getting 5 degrees. All my class notes are still somewhere in some filing cabinet. I wish they were accessible for me, my own stuff, through a personalized AI, right? That's amazing, and I think we'll get there. I think those things are doable.
That's a very nice closing remarks, but I'm going to close with Antoine here. You've built businesses in this space for a long time, and now you've become an investor. And I think it's really appropriate to ask you if you're seeing a keenness from companies in your experience to get into this field of the convergence of technology and biology. Are they keen on getting into the space and developing it even further?
So, look, it's, you know, we're talking here about the bleeding edge of the possible. And I think very, very few companies have the courage and the resources to actually pull this off today. And I think it's very much research. But I'll come back to one thing. You know, when we built Siri believe it or not, we built it between 2000 and 2008, right? It's a long time ago. When we built it, we envisioned this very personal AI assistant that Usama was just talking about. This was before all of this stuff has happened in the last couple of years. Now that vision is possible. And it's possible in ways that will make us extraordinarily productive. I'll give you an example. It has nothing to do with AI assistance for personal productivity. Radiology, so CT scans, MRI today, is fully augmented by AI. So the diagnostic augmentation, same thing for biopsy slides, digital pathology. So if that has made it to mission critical functions like healthcare, so identifying diseases, detecting cancer, then for sure it has to make it into our personal augmentation for things like productivity, entertainment, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand to Oussama Fayyad and Antoine Blondeau. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now wrap up this extraordinary two-day journey through AI and Web3. I'd like to take a moment to truly appreciate the innovation, inspiration, and knowledge we've shared. We've explored the frontiers of Web3, shared groundbreaking insights, and sparked ideas that have the potential to reshape industries. But more importantly, we've connected as a community that is driving the future of decentralization and innovation. To our brilliant speakers, I'd like to share a heartfelt thank you for inspiring us, the organizers who made all of this possible, and to all of you who brought your energy and passion to the event. Together, we're not just talking about the future, we're building it. Until next time, good luck with your journey in maneuvering the ever-changing era of AI and Web3. Again, my name is Rola Diab, Leadership Development Specialist and founder of Breaking Cinderella. Find me on LinkedIn. Thank you, everyone.